Chapter 6. The Rise of the Petty Cult. The hum of the city, once a mere background murmur, had become a symphony to Su Yang's ears. Each siren wail, each distant argument, each burst of laughter, it all registered as a testament to his growing significance. He'd always been a phantom in the urban landscape, a forgotten cog in the machinery of existence. But now, he was the engine, or at least the decidedly erratic carburetor. The spontaneous polka outbreaks had morphed into a global phenomenon, broadcast live on every news channel, dissected by every sociologist, and debated with fervent intensity by millions. He'd gone from being the kid who tripped over his own feet in gym class to the undisputed master of synchronized street corner merriment. The sheer unadulterated absurdity of it all delighted him. The celestial bureaucrats, those self-appointed custodians of cosmic order, were flailing like startled geese. Their attempts at containment, as Dr. Finch's rather pathetic seminar had demonstrated, were about as effective as a silk handkerchief trying to stop a tidal wave. And the news of the organized, squirrel-obsessed dog packs? Chef's kiss. He hadn't even tried to orchestrate that. It was just a ripple effect of his own magnificent chaos. It was proof that the universe itself was bending to his will, or at least tripping over its own feet in sympathy. But the thrill of mere exhibition was beginning to wane, replaced by a more refined, more delicious sensation, the gnawing hunger for validation. He remembered, with a visceral clarity, the dismissive shrugs of his teachers, the mocking laughter of his peers, the patronizing pat on the head from that one wealthy uncle who'd called him a well-intentioned dreamer with a distinct lack of practical application. They'd all seen him as an insignificant speck, a temporary inconvenience, a regrettable anomaly. Now, they were all glued to their screens, their faces contorted in a mixture of awe and terror, utterly beholden to his capricious whims. It wasn't enough to simply astound them. He wanted them to kneel. He wanted them to believe. He wanted to carve his name into their very souls, not with the crude chisel of fear, but with the intricate, gilded filigree of devotion. The idea of a cult, then, wasn't a grand divine calling. It was a profoundly petty act of vengeance, a cosmic, "I told you so" delivered with the fanfare of 1,000 trumpets. Why chase abstract notions of celestial harmony when he could cultivate a legion of fervent followers who would see his every chaotic outburst as a divine revelation? He began subtly. First, it was through the more enthusiastic participants in the polka outbreaks, those who'd embraced the inexplicable joy of the spontaneous dance with unbridled abandon. He'd subtly amplified their inner fervor, turning their delight into a nascent form of worship. He'd weave whispers of his benevolence into their dreams, planting seeds of reverence in the fertile ground of their public displays. He'd seen a young woman, a barista with a penchant for glitter eyeshadow, weep tears of pure, unadulterated joy after being swept up in a particularly vigorous polka. He'd nudged her, just a little, towards a deeper understanding of the divine choreography that had inspired her. She'd started leaving small offerings at the site of the original outbreak. A perfectly brewed latte, a meticulously folded origami crane. It was crude, but it was a start. Then, there were the more intellectual circles. The academics who were furiously rewriting their textbooks, the conspiracy theorists who were now convinced he was the benevolent alien overlord they'd always dreamed of, the fringe spiritualist who saw his powers as a manifestation of an ancient, forgotten deity. Su Yang began to feed them morsels of misinformation, carefully curated prophecies that seemed to align with their pre-existing beliefs. He'd project fleeting images of himself, cloaked in ethereal light, into the minds of influential thinkers, whispering cryptic pronouncements about the coming of the unified rhythm or the cosmic dance that binds all existence. He even started leaving behind sacred artifacts, a shimmering, multicolored sock that had inexplicably appeared during a polka outbreak, a mysteriously levitating pizza crust. These were immediately seized upon, analyzed, and declared relics of immense spiritual power. The sheer gullibility was almost breathtaking. Brenda, meanwhile, was diligently observing this burgeoning phenomenon, though her understanding remained, as always, endearingly literal. She noticed the increasing number of individuals gathering at sites of past outbreaks, their hushed conversations laced with a reverence she'd previously only encountered in documentaries about ancient civilizations. Her initial report to Dr. Finch had been a masterpiece of misinterpretation. Dr. Finch, it appears the populace has developed a peculiar fascination with spontaneous public gatherings and ritualistic consumption of carbohydrates. My analysis suggests a nascent form of communal agrarian festival, possibly linked to the recent atmospheric disturbances. Dr. Finch, still reeling from the fallout of the talking pigeons and the organized dog packs, had merely pinched the bridge of his nose. Brenda, they're not preparing for harvest. They're worshipping Su Liang. Worshipping. Brenda tilted her head, her silvery hair catching the sterile office light. But Dr. Finch, his primary mode of expression is spontaneous, energetic bursts of rhythmic locomotion. Does this not constitute a form of kinetic prayer? Perhaps we could reframe our containment strategy as an attempt to guide these kinetic prayers towards more productive channels. Imagine, Dr. Finch, a city where all citizens engage in synchronized celestial calisthenics, thereby fulfilling Su Liang's underlying desire for universal harmony through coordinated movement. Inspector Sterling, who had been trying to track down the source of a sudden surge in interdimensional parking violations, overheard this exchange. Brenda, with all due respect, if we try to guide Su Liang's powers into celestial calisthenics, we'll end up with a city full of people doing the Macarena in unison for 3 days straight. And frankly, I'm not sure the plumbing can handle that much pent-up cosmic energy. Su Liang, blissfully unaware of the bureaucratic wrangling his actions were inspiring, was busy cultivating his inner circle. He'd identified a few key individuals who possessed a particular aptitude for zealotry. There was the aforementioned glitter-eyed barista, now known as Sister Stardust, who had a natural talent for organizing gatherings and creating devotional art. Then there was Brother Beat, a former street performer who developed an uncanny ability to mimic the rhythmic patterns of Su Liang's manifestations, leading impromptu processions that left onlookers both bewildered and strangely moved. And finally, there was the Oracle of the Obscure, a reclusive librarian who claimed to have deciphered Su Liang's cosmic language from the static on old television sets, producing a series of increasingly outlandish prophecies that, remarkably, seemed to predict every minor tremor and unusual cloud formation. These were the foundations of his emerging cult. It wasn't about grand pronouncement from on high or ancient prophecies etched in stone. It was about the shared experience, the collective thrill of the inexplicable, the intoxicating feeling of belonging to something bigger, something more vibrant, something undeniably fun. He didn't need divine right. He had charisma, chaos, and an infinite supply of perfectly timed, citywide polka. The renaming of the polka outbreaks was a stroke of genius, a subtle manipulation that shifted public perception. Sister Stardust, under Su Liang's silent tutelage, began referring to them not as outbreaks, but as sacred rhythms. Brother Beat organized processions of joy, which involved meticulously choreographed steps that mimicked the chaotic dances, transforming public spaces into spontaneous performance art installations. The Oracle of the Obscure, meanwhile, published a pamphlet titled The Polka as Praxis, a modern gospel of movement, which sold out within hours. The municipal authorities, predictably, were at a loss. Mayor Periwinkle, having dealt with the talking pigeon's scathing critiques of her city planning and the canine population's unnerving coordination, found herself facing a new crisis. A surge in devotional gatherings that, while not overtly illegal, were causing significant traffic disruptions and a noticeable increase in people wearing brightly colored, mismatched socks. Inspector Sterling, she'd said, her voice tight with a weariness that transcended mortal experience. This is no longer a matter of public safety. This is a matter of public participation. People are voluntarily joining these rhythmic congregations. They're calling them gatherings of the Grand Groove. What are we supposed to do? Arrest them for enjoying themselves. Inspector Sterling hunched over a stack of reports detailing anomalous energy signatures emanating from a popular karaoke bar sighed. Mayor, they're not just enjoying themselves. They're actively celebrating the very thing we're trying to contain. Su Liang has weaponized joy. He's turned spontaneous merriment into a rallying cry. It's ingenious, in a terrifying, world-ending sort of way. Su Liang, watching the news reports from his increasingly opulent, yet still slightly dingy, apartment, felt a surge of wicked satisfaction. The petty revenge was unfolding beautifully. He'd taken their indifference, their disdain, and forged it into a weapon of mass devotion. He'd turned the world into his personal echo chamber, and every chanted word, every synchronized step, every offered latte was a testament to his triumph. The celestial bureaucrats were still bumbling, still theorizing, still trying to apply their ancient rules to a game that had been utterly revolutionized. He, Su Liang, the former nobody, the accidental phenomenon, was now the architect of a new faith built on the solid, shimmering foundation of the world's most elaborate and most petty grudge. The glorification had begun. The transition from spontaneous polka outbreaks to a structured devotional practice wasn't a sudden, seismic shift, but rather a gradual, almost insidious creep. Su Liang, the architect of this urban spiritual revolution, found himself increasingly intrigued by the human capacity for ritual. It wasn't the grandiosity of ancient temples or the solemnity of scripture that captured his attention, but the sheer, unadulterated earnestness with which his nascent followers embraced their new, peculiar faith. And what better way to cultivate this earnestness than through the humble, yet universally appreciated, offering of sustenance? His demands, when they finally coalesced into something resembling doctrine, were, frankly, ludicrous. There were no pronouncements of eternal damnation for transgressors, no arduous pilgrimages to distant, sacred lands. Instead, the primary liturgical requirement, the cornerstone of devotional practice, was surprisingly specific, a packet of his favorite brand of instant noodles. Specifically, the spicy Szechuan beef flavor, the one with the slightly oily sheen and the surprisingly complex broth that tasted, to Su Liang's palate, like victory. He'd even, in a moment of sublime pettiness, begun projecting visions into the minds of his more devoted followers. Visions that depicted him, robed in shimmering cosmic silk, accepting a steaming bowl of these noodles with a beatific smile. It's not about the noodles themselves, he'd explained, his voice a silken whisper that resonated within the consciousness of Sister Stardust, who was meticulously arranging a small shrine in her apartment, a shrine adorned with glitter and, of course, several packets of the coveted ramen. It's about the intent. It's about the recognition of my superior palate. It's about acknowledging that even a celestial being, a harbinger of the grand groove, has his preferences. It's a sign of respect, a testament to your understanding of the divine. And frankly, my current apartment's pantry is looking rather bare. Sister Stardust, her eyes wide with devotional fervor, nodded vigorously. Of course, sister. The intent. It's like offering a perfectly brewed cup of coffee to the sun god. It's a symbol of our willingness to partake in his divine cravings, to understand his earthly desires. She carefully placed a fresh packet of spiced Szechuan beef noodles atop a small pile of origami cranes and hand-painted divine rhythm symbols. This wasn't the only tenet, of course. The acts of worship themselves were equally, if not more, unconventional. Gone were the days of kneeling in silent prayer. Instead, the faithful were encouraged, nay, commanded, to engage in acts of petty defiance and to share their minor grievances. This was where Su Liang truly felt he was tapping into the collective unconscious, the simmering resentment that bubbled beneath the surface of every civilized society. Think of it as catharsis, he'd mused, projecting the thought to Brother Beat, who is currently practicing his rhythmic swaying in a deserted park, much to the consternation of a lone jogger. Why should they suffer in silence? Why should their daily frustrations be ignored by the universe? If the celestial beings aren't listening, then I will. And what better way to appease me than by airing your laundry, as it were? It's a form of communion, a sharing of burdens. Brother B, interpreting this as a directive, immediately launched into a series of elaborate, yet subtle, acts of rebellion. He began by accidentally overwatering the municipal flower beds, creating small, localized puddles that made for treacherous walking for unsuspecting pedestrians. He then moved on to subtly altering public signage, changing no parking signs to no parking, unless you're really feeling it, and beware of dog to beware of existential dread, and a small poodle. His piece de resistance, however, was his meticulously orchestrated slow-walking flash mob that took place on a busy pedestrian thoroughfare during rush hour. Hundreds of followers, guided by his rhythmic cues, simply walked, very, very slowly. The resultant gridlock, the honking horns, the bewildered stares, it was all, to Su Liang, a beautiful symphony of collective grumbling. The grievances themselves were a treasure trove of mundane misery. The oracle of the obscure, already renowned for deciphering cosmic pronouncements from the static on an ancient cathode ray television, began hosting complaint circles. These were not your typical support groups. Participants were encouraged to detail their most insignificant annoyances, their most trivial frustrations. My Wi-Fi signal is consistently weaker in the bathroom, declared a middle-aged accountant, his voice trembling with indignation. It's an affront to modern living. I should be able to stream cat videos in complete comfort, yet I am forced to endure buffering interruptions. It's a cosmic injustice. My neighbor's dog barks at precisely 3:17 a.m. every single night, lamented a retired librarian, her face a mask of weary suffering. I've tried earplugs, white noise machines, even serenading the beast with opera. Nothing works. It's a torment designed by unseen forces to shatter my sleep. The self-checkout machines at the grocery store, a young student chimed in, her voice filled with righteous anger. They're always out of receipt paper. How am I supposed to prove my petty purchases if the machine fails me? It's a conspiracy to undermine our financial accountability. Su Liang absorbed these complaints with the rapt attention of a divine deity being presented with a particularly juicy gossip column. He found a strange, intoxicating pleasure in their shared misery. It was so human, so relatable. It was a far cry from the lofty pronouncements of celestial beings who apparently spent their eternity contemplating the existential nature of nebulae. His followers' complaints, however mundane, felt more real, more potent. He began to weave these grievances into his own divine pronouncements. They weren't pronouncements of universal love or cosmic balance, but rather declarations of solidarity with the downtrodden, the perpetually inconvenienced. He'd project fleeting images of himself, not on a celestial throne, but slumped in a chair, a sigh of cosmic weariness escaping his lips, while the oracle of the obscure transcribed his pronouncements. The Grand Groove, one such pronouncement read, painstakingly penned in the oracle's spidery script, is not merely about joyous movement. It is also about acknowledging the inherent absurdity of existence. It is about recognizing that even in the face of cosmic indifference, your minor frustrations are valid. The universe may not care that your Wi-Fi is weak in the bathroom, but I do. And I decree that this is an offense worthy of remembrance. Let it be known throughout the cosmos that the struggle for stable internet is a holy quest. Another pronouncement, inspired by the lament of a woman whose sourdough starter had failed to rise, declared, "The starter's lament is a sacred text. The failed rise is not a failure, but a lesson in the fickle nature of fermentation, a microcosm of life's unpredictable dough. Embrace the flatness, for in it lies the understanding that even the most promising beginnings can be somewhat deflated." The cult's dogma, therefore, became a bizarre, yet strangely cohesive, fusion of Su Liang's own arbitrary desires and the mundane complaints of his followers. It was a philosophy that embraced the ridiculous, validated the trivial, and elevated the everyday annoyance to the level of spiritual significance. They weren't worshiping a distant, unknowable deity. They were worshipping a being who understood their pain, who shared their exasperation, and who, most importantly, had a very specific craving for a particular brand of instant noodles. This was the genius of Su Liang's operation. He wasn't asking for blind faith. He was asking for shared experience. He wasn't demanding obedience. He was demanding participation. And the participants, finding a strange solace in this shared, absurd reality, were more than willing to oblige. They found a sense of belonging in their shared grievances, a sense of purpose in their petty acts of defiance, and a sense of spiritual fulfillment in the offering of a perfectly prepared bowl of spiced Szechuan beef noodles. The world, for Su Liang, was no longer a place to be endured, but a stage to be manipulated, a buffet of human foibles to be savored, and a pantry that, with a little divine intervention, could always be stocked with his favorite comfort food. The petty cult was not just rising, it was thriving, one packet of instant noodles and one shared sigh of exasperation at a time. The ethereal hum of discontent had reached a fever pitch, a low thrumming in the urban jungle that Su Liang, now more than ever, felt as an extension of his own amplified senses. It was the sound of a million tiny paper cuts, of a billion whispered injustices, and it was music to his rapidly evolving cosmic ears. His followers, the nascent tendrils of his grand groove, were not the chosen few, the ascetics of ancient lore or the warriors of prophecy. No, his flock was a tapestry woven from the frayed edges of society, the perpetually overlooked, the unjustly burdened. They were the architects of frustration, the connoisseurs of the slight, the ones who, like Su Liang himself, had spent far too long staring at the ceiling at 3 a.m., replaying a perceived slight, a missed opportunity, a condescending glance. These weren't individuals seeking enlightenment in the traditional sense. They weren't looking to transcend the mundane. They were looking to punish it. They craved not nirvana, but retribution. They desired not spiritual transcendence, but the visceral satisfaction of seeing the smugly comfortable squirm. Su Liang understood this yearning on a primal level. He'd felt it himself, that gnawing resentment that festered when the world seemed to conspire against your every move, when the very fabric of existence felt rigged in favor of the bland, the conventional, the ones who probably didn't appreciate the subtle nuances of Szechuan beef-flavored instant noodles. His recruitment, therefore, was less about proselytizing and more about resonance. It was akin to a particularly potent meme spreading through the digital ether, amplified by shared outrage and a healthy dose of schadenfreude. The initial sparks had been accidental, a ripple effect from his increasingly public displays of, shall we say, cosmic recalibration. When Brother Beat's meticulously orchestrated slow-walking flash mob had brought a major thoroughfare to a standstill, resulting in a symphony of honking horns and apoplectic commuters, the online world had exploded. Videos, initially posted in bewildered frustration, quickly morphed into something else. They became anthems of urban defiance, hailed as acts of genius by those who felt perpetually stuck in traffic, both literal and metaphorical. The hashtag Groove Against the Machine, initially a sarcastic jab, began to trend. People started sharing their own tales of minor transportation-related inconveniences, their own frustrations with the suffocating rhythms of modern life. Then came the word of mouth, the hushed whispers in dimly lit coffee shops and across crowded pub tables. "Did you see the thing downtown?" The slow walkers, someone would ask, their eyes gleaming with a mixture of awe and envy. "Yeah, some guy, Su Liang, they say he can make things happen." The making things happen part was, of course, a delightfully vague descriptor that allowed for boundless interpretation. Some believed he possessed genuine, albeit eccentric, magical abilities. Others saw him as a master manipulator, a shadowy figure orchestrating chaos from behind the scenes. A significant portion, however, simply saw him as a symbol, a figurehead for their own simmering animosity. And Su Liang, with his innate understanding of the human psyche, let them believe what they would. The ambiguity was part of his charm, part of the mystique that drew them in like moths to a flickering, slightly greasy flame. His own online presence, curated with an almost pathological attention to detail, became a magnet for the disillusioned. He didn't preach grand visions of universal peace or eternal salvation. Instead, his pronouncements, often delivered through cleverly edited short videos featuring dramatic music and a judicious use of slow motion, focused on the absurdities of daily life. He'd lament the indignity of a lukewarm cup of coffee, the existential dread induced by a faulty printer, the sheer unfairness of being stuck in a supermarket queue behind someone meticulously counting out change for a single banana. These weren't philosophical musings. They were relatable rants, amplified and weaponized. The universe, he declared in one particularly viral video, his voice resonating with a manufactured gravitas, has a peculiar sense of humor. It bestows upon us the marvel of modern technology, only to delight in its perpetual malfunction. It grants us the privilege of acquiring sustenance, then ensnares us in the labyrinthine purgatory of the express checkout line. These are not mere inconveniences, my friends. These are deliberate provocations. These are the universe's way of testing our mettle. And frankly, I'm tired of being tested. I'm tired of the small indignities. I propose a coordinated response. The coordinated response was, as always, delightfully nebulous. It involved embracing the chaos, finding the groove in the grime, and of course, offering him tribute in the form of spiced Szechuan beef noodles. But the underlying message, the one that truly resonated with his burgeoning followers, was simple. You are not alone in your frustration. This was the core of his recruitment strategy, if one could even call it that. He wasn't selling a dream. He was validating a grievance. He offered not a promised land, but a shared space to complain. And in the hyper-individualized, often isolating landscape of the modern city, this was an incredibly powerful draw. People who felt invisible, unheard, and perpetually at the mercy of forces beyond their control found solace in his pronouncements. They saw a reflection of their own internal monologues played out on a grander, more theatrical stage. Consider the case of Agnes Periwinkle, a woman whose life had been a symphony of quiet disappointments. Her dreams of becoming a celebrated concert pianist had been dashed by a particularly vicious bout of stage fright, which manifested as a crippling inability to play anything louder than a muffled whisper when more than 3 people were present. Her career as a librarian had been cut short by budget cuts and a particularly aggressive pigeon infestation in the rare book section. Now, she spent her days working a soul-crushing data entry job, her fingers flying across the keyboard with the monotonous precision of a metronome, each keystroke a tiny sigh of existential ennui. Agnes discovered Su Liang through a friend of a friend, someone who worked in IT and had witnessed the fallout from Brother Beat's subtle signage alterations. This guy, Su Liang, her friend had said, a grin spreading across his face, he's like officially messing with the system. Changed a yield sign to consider yielding if you feel like it. People were losing their minds. Intrigued, Agnes delved into Su Liang's online world. She found his videos, his pronouncements, his peculiar requests. She listened to him rail against the tyranny of early bird specials and the injustice of automated phone systems that force you through a labyrinth of menus before connecting you to a human being who then, inevitably, put you on hold. And something within her, something long dormant and buried beneath layers of quiet resignation, began to stir. She started attending the complaint circles hosted by the Oracle of the Obscure. She listened as people detailed their struggles with lukewarm vending machine coffee, the indignity of stepping in puddles of unknown origin, the sheer audacity of telemarketers calling during dinner. And then, it was her turn. My neighbor, Agnes began, her voice trembling slightly. He plays polka music at full volume every Saturday from 7 a.m. to 11 a.m. It's an assault on the senses. It mocks the very concept of a peaceful weekend. I've tried speaking to him. I've tried leaving polite notes. I've even tried drowning out the sound with my own classical music, but it's like trying to fight a tidal wave with a teacup. The oracle, a woman whose eyes seemed to hold the secrets of 1,000 static-filled television screens, nodded sagely. The polka profanation, she declared, her voice a low, resonant hum. A sonique affront, an existential disturbance. Su Liang has foreseen this. He has empathized. Su Liang, in his ethereal awareness, had indeed received Agnes's silent plea. He projected an image in her mind. Himself, not in cosmic robes, but in a pair of slightly too tight pajamas, a look of profound suffering on his face as the tinny strains of an accordion wafted from an unseen source. He then projected a thought, clear and distinct. This is an outrage. Such an affront to the grand groove cannot stand. Your suffering is valid. Your desire for silence is righteous. Let us channel this frustration. Agnes, blinking in her dimly lit apartment, felt a surge of something akin to exhilaration. This wasn't just commiseration, it was a directive. She was no longer a victim of circumstance. She was a soldier in a grand, if slightly absurd, campaign. She immediately went online and purchased her first packet of spiced Szechuan beef noodles, preparing it with the solemnity of a sacred rite. She also, inspired by Su Liang's pronouncements about gentle disruption, began leaving small, brightly colored origami cranes on her neighbor's doorstep. They were innocent, yet unsettling. They were a testament to her newfound purpose, a subtle but persistent reminder that her grievances, however niche, were being heard. This was the engine of Su Liang's cult. It wasn't built on dogma or divine decree, but on shared indignity and a mutual understanding that the world, in its infinite complexity, often failed to deliver on its basic promises. His followers were those who had been nudged out of line, tripped by the uneven pavement of life, and left to ponder the unfairness of it all. They were the ones who felt the sting of the petty tyrant, the indifference of bureaucracy, the casual cruelty of the mundane. Su Liang offered them not a way out, but a way through. He provided a framework for their discontent, a communal space for their grievances, and a celestial patron who, remarkably, seemed to share their most trivial frustrations. He didn't ask them to abandon their worldly woes. He asked them to embrace them, to amplify them, and to use them as a springboard for a more harmonious existence. A existence that, incidentally, always seemed to involve a steaming bowl of his favorite noodles. The recruitment was organic, viral, and deeply, profoundly human. It was the rise of the petty cult, fueled by 1,000 tiny frustrations and the divine intervention of a man who understood the true power of a well-timed sigh and a perfectly seasoned packet of instant ramen. The sacred spaces of the Grand Groove were not to be found in the hallowed halls of ancient cathedrals or the serene gardens of forgotten monasteries. No, Su Liang, in his infinite, noodle-fueled wisdom, understood that true devotion blossomed not in opulence, but in the gritty, often overlooked corners of urban existence. His temples were a testament to this philosophy, repurposed havens that mirrored the very essence of his burgeoning faith, humble, practical, and imbued with the spirit of the everyday struggle. Venture into the labyrinthine alleys of the East Quarter, where the scent of frying garlic and aging concrete mingled, and you might stumble upon the salty broth sanctuary. Once a dingy, forgotten laundromat, its faded neon sign now flickered with a faint, otherworldly luminescence, casting an eerie glow on the perpetually damp pavement. Inside, the whirring of ancient washing machines had been replaced by the gentle clatter of ceramic bowls and the murmur of shared woes. The walls, once adorned with faded advertisements for detergent, now bore a peculiar iconography. Dominating the central altar, a surprisingly well-maintained shrine fashioned from stacked crates of instant noodle packets, was a framed, slightly blurry photograph of Su Liang, his eyes sparkling with what could be interpreted as divine amusement or perhaps just a lingering aftertaste of chili oil. Beside it, a perfectly arranged tableau of his preferred spiced Szechuan beef noodles, each packet meticulously aligned, forming a vibrant, almost hypnotic mosaic. The air, thick with the savory steam of brewing noodles, was a balm to the weary soul, a comforting aroma that promised solace and understanding. Here, the faithful would gather, not to genuflect, but to slurp. They would share their tales of woe. The passive-aggressive email from a superior, the inexplicable delay in a package delivery, the sheer audacity of a pigeon nesting precariously close to their balcony, all while ladling broth into their bowls, the communal act of nourishment a silent acknowledgement of their shared journey. Further across town, nestled between a perpetually closed pawnbroker and a neon-drenched karaoke bar, stood the Gilded Stir-Fry. This was no abandoned edifice, but a once thriving, now sadly defunct, hole-in-the-wall noodle shop. Its red and gold facade, once a beacon of culinary delight, had faded to a melancholic rust and ochre. Yet, under Su Liang's influence, it had been resurrected, its worn formica tables and sticky floors now imbued with a spiritual significance. The former owner, a kindly but perpetually defeated man named Old Man Li, had been one of Su Liang's earliest and most fervent disciples. He had been on the brink of closing down, his business slowly suffocated by rising rents and the relentless march of impersonal chain restaurants. Su Liang's intervention, marked by a substantial, albeit anonymously delivered, supply of his favorite noodles and a series of whispered suggestions, had breathed new life into the establishment. Old Man Li, no longer just a purveyor of food, became the resident oracle of the obscure, less spiritual cousin, the prophet of the pot. The air here was perpetually fragrant with the rich, complex aromas of simmering broth and stir-fried vegetables, a testament to both Old Man Li's enduring skill and the divine inspiration he received from his cosmic patron. The icons were more subtle here. Instead of grand portraits, small, hand-painted ceramic bowls adorned the shelves, each depicting a steaming bowl of noodles, sometimes with a tiny, stylized image of Su Liang peeking from the steam. Devotees would bring their own offerings, not of gold or incense, but of exotic noodle flavors, rare chili pastes, and even peculiar seasoning packets pilfered from hotel amenities, all presented with the reverence due to sacred relics. The rituals were simple: communal slurping, shared stories of minor injustices, and the occasional, whispered prediction from Old Man Li, often delivered after a particularly potent sip of his own secret broth. The automated voice, he might murmur, his eyes distant, "It will try to divert you. Stay the course." The final menu option, "It holds your salvation," and a coupon for 10% off your next purchase. But the reach of the grand groove extended far beyond these physical manifestations. In the vast, interconnected expanse of the digital world, Su Liang had established virtual temples, accessible with a simple click and a shared understanding of their unique online vernacular. Dedicated forums, their interfaces adorned with flickering animated GIFs of steaming noodle bowls and pronouncements rendered in pixelated font, served as digital sanctuaries. Here, the e-congregation would convene, their keyboards clacking out their grievances like prayers. They shared screenshots of infuriating customer service chat logs, debated the existential dread of encountering a CAPTCHA test, and posted elaborate theories about the conspiracy behind the inconsistent ripeness of avocados. The iconography was purely digital. Custom-designed avatars featuring noodle-themed accessories, personalized avatars of Su Liang in various poses of noodle contemplation, and animated emojis depicting triumphant slurping. The rituals were a blend of online activism and consumerist critique. They would engage in synchronized meme-bombing campaigns against brands that had wronged them, flood comment sections with carefully crafted messages of discontent, and, of course, collectively endorse and review their favorite instant noodle brands. The ultimate act of digital devotion was the virtual feast, a scheduled online gathering where participants would simultaneously prepare and consume their chosen noodle dish while connected via video call, sharing their culinary experiences and offering digital accolades to Su Liang, who, with an almost imperceptible ripple in the digital ether, seemed to observe and bless their communal indulgence. The rituals themselves were a fascinating evolution, a testament to Su Liang's genius for channeling base desires into a form of spiritual practice. At the heart of it all was the communal consumption of noodles. This was not merely a meal, it was a sacrament. As the faithful gathered, whether in a repurposed laundromat or a virtual forum, the act of preparing and consuming their chosen spice Szechuan beef noodles, or a creatively substituted alternative, was performed with a deliberate solemnity. The clatter of chopsticks against ceramic bowls, the gentle sigh of contentment as broth was savored, the shared experience of a perfectly cooked noodle. These were the building blocks of their collective faith. It was an act of shared humanity, stripped of pretension, focused on a fundamental, often overlooked pleasure. Intertwined with the communal feasting was the cathartic ritual of grievance sharing. Before or after the noodles, each member was given an opportunity to voice their frustrations. These were not earth-shattering pronouncements, but the everyday indignities that gnawed at the fabric of modern life. Agnes Periwinkle, no longer just a victim of polka, would recount her ongoing battle with a perpetually flickering street lamp outside her window, a minor but persistent annoyance that disrupted her sleep and frayed her nerves. Brother Beat, whose online presence had ballooned from a niche prankster to a minor internet celebrity, might detail his struggles with a particularly obtuse customer service representative who insisted on reading from script that defied all logic. Each story, no matter how trivial it might seem to an outsider, was met with nods of understanding, murmurs of empathy, and, most importantly, validation. Su Liang, or his designated representatives like the Oracle of the Obscure or Old Man Lee, would then offer a cosmic pronouncement on the grievance. This was not a solution, but a spiritual reframing. The flickering street lamp, for instance, might be declared a test of luminary endurance, the goal being to develop an inner resilience against inconsistent illumination. The unhelpful customer service script could be reinterpreted as a challenge of scripted subversion, encouraging the devotee to find the hidden loopholes and unexpected pathways within the bureaucratic maze. The true innovation, however, lay in Su Liang's sanctioning of petty acts of disruption. These were not acts of violence or grand rebellion, but small, carefully calibrated disturbances that aimed to inject a dose of the absurd into the mundane. These acts were proposed by Su Liang, often through cryptic pronouncements or subtly edited instructional videos, and then executed by his followers, acting as agents of the grand groove. For Agnes, having endured the polka profanation, her initial origami cranes had evolved. Now, with Su Liang's blessing, she might, on a particularly egregious polka-filled Saturday, strategically place a single, brightly colored, helium-filled balloon on her neighbor's doorstep, just high enough to be seen but just out of reach, a silent, buoyant protest against the sonic assault. Brother Beat, empowered by Su Liang's encouragement, might organize a synchronized sidewalk sit-in during rush hour, a flash mob of individuals calmly sitting down on the pavement for precisely 90 seconds, causing a minor, yet deeply frustrating, ripple in the pedestrian flow, all before dissolving back into the crowd as if nothing had happened. The rationale behind these acts was not to cause harm, but to disrupt the predictable, to introduce a sliver of delightful chaos, and to remind the world that even the most mundane routines could be subtly, playfully undermined. It was about reclaiming a sense of agency, however small, in a world that often felt overwhelmingly dictated by external forces. This bizarre, consumerist-driven faith, fueled by instant noodles and minor inconveniences, was more than just a fringe movement. It was a reflection of a society yearning for connection, for validation, and for a little bit of divine intervention, even if that intervention came in the form of perfectly seasoned spiced Szechuan beef noodles. The iconography, the rituals, the very places of worship, all were meticulously crafted by Su Liang to resonate with the lived experiences of his followers. He hadn't created a religion to escape the world, but one to find meaning and solace within its often frustrating, yet strangely comforting, embrace. The Grand Groove was not about transcendence. It was about finding your groove, however small, in the everyday rhythm of life, with a steaming bowl of noodles as your guiding light. And as the movement grew, so too did the variety of noodle offerings, the complexity of the petty disruptions, and the ever-widening circle of those who found their spiritual home in the humble, yet divinely ordained, temples of the noodle god. The whispers of the grand groove, initially confined to the dimly lit alleys and pixelated corners of its nascent congregation, began to amplify, their humble origins quickly overshadowed by a rapidly expanding global presence. What started as a peculiar fascination with instant noodles and minor inconveniences, orchestrated by the enigmatic Su Liang, was morphing into a phenomenon that defied easy categorization. It was a spiritual awakening for the perpetually exasperated, a communal sigh of relief for those drowning in the mundane. The cult's message, once a niche commentary on the absurdities of modern urban existence, had struck a resonant chord with a generation grappling with economic precarity, the soul-crushing weight of bureaucratic red tape, and the pervasive feeling of being unheard in a cacophony of digital noise. In the sprawling metropolises and quiet suburbs alike, the tenets of the grand groove found fertile ground. Young professionals, buried under mountains of student loan debt, and facing the Sisyphean task of climbing corporate ladders that seemed to lead nowhere, discovered a spiritual solace in the idea of petty disruption. The mantra of finding your groove became a coded language for reclaiming a sliver of control in lives that often felt dictated by forces beyond their influence. The act of strategically leaving a single, brightly colored sock on the doorstep of a condescending landlord, or subtly rearranging the alphabetized spice rack of an overly pedantic neighbor, were no longer mere pranks but sacred rituals, sanctioned expressions of divine discontent. Agnes Periwinkle, whose initial polka profanation had been a localized protest, found herself coordinating similar acts of sartorial defiance across continents. Her digital network, once a small circle of noodle enthusiasts, had ballooned into a global relay of minor subversions. From Tokyo to Toronto, the socks of silent protest initiative saw followers leaving a single, mismatched sock on the doorsteps of individuals embodying the oppressive forces they sought to defy: the oblivious landlord, the condescending boss, the self-important bureaucrat. Similarly, Brother Beats' synchronized sidewalk sit-ins evolved into a global performance art piece. The initial 90-second pauses in pedestrian traffic had become coordinated events, meticulously planned through encrypted channels. Participants would descend upon busy intersections, calmly taking a seat for a designated period, their collective stillness creating a baffling, yet undeniably impactful disruption. These were not acts of aggression, but moments of deliberate, shared pause. The ensuing confusion, the frustrated sighs of commuters, the bewildered questions from onlookers. These were the offerings to Su Liang, the tangible evidence of his influence rippling through the fabric of everyday life. The news cycles, initially dismissive, began to take notice. Bewildered anchors, struggling to maintain professional composure, would attempt to report on these bizarre occurrences. And in other news, one seasoned journalist would stammer, a faint tremor in his voice. Reports are coming in of spontaneous sidewalk congregations causing minor delays in several major cities. Authorities are baffled, with some suggesting a coordinated prank, while others are pointing to the noodles. The media's struggle to comprehend the grand groove only served to further solidify Su Liang's almost mythical status. He was no longer just a man who popularized a brand of instant noodles. He was a force of nature, an unpredictable puppeteer whose strings were pulled by the subtle, often unspoken, frustrations of millions. The very absurdity that made the cult so confounding to outsiders was precisely what drew people in. It offered an escape hatch from the crushing seriousness of modern anxieties, a way to channel anger and disillusionment into something tangible, even if that something involved a perfectly timed placement of a rubber duck in a public fountain or a mass deployment of glitter bombs, biodegradable of course, in a particularly dreary corporate lobby. The cult's demands, often delivered through cryptic online pronouncements or vaguely worded manifestos that appeared on obscure forums, were never about grand societal overthrow. Instead, they focused on the microaggressions, the everyday irritations that chipped away at one's spirit. One such pronouncement, attributed to Su Liang himself, declared, "Let the automated voice know its limitations." Reply to every survey with "it was adequate." The universe favors the brave noodle. The channels through which these pronouncements were disseminated were as varied as the followers themselves. Digital forums, once exclusively dedicated to debating the optimal cooking time for ramen, now served as war rooms for planning Operation Mild Inconvenience. Encrypted messaging apps buzzed with coded instructions for the Great Stapler Relocation Project or the Symphony of the Slightly Ajar Door. The virtual temples, adorned with animated noodle GIFs and pixelated images of Su Liang, became hubs of strategic planning and mutual encouragement. The e-congregation, a global network of digital activists, would meticulously document their petty acts of disruption, uploading videos of strategically placed banana peels, safely bagged, of course, or carefully orchestrated instances of office supply redistribution. These were not acts of vandalism, but acts of playful, disruptive commentary. The goal was not to cause damage, but to induce a moment of bewildered pause, a fleeting realization that the predictable order of things could be so easily, so delightfully unsettled. News reports, scrambling to make sense of the unfolding events, often found themselves inadvertently promoting the cult. The sheer bewilderment of the reporters, their attempts to frame these actions within existing paradigms of protest or social unrest, only highlighted the unique nature of Su Liang's creation. They spoke of the noodle cult and the petty rebellion, terms that, while perhaps intended to be dismissive, were embraced by the followers as badges of honor. The baffled pronouncements of law enforcement officials, their frustration at being unable to identify a clear leader or a coherent ideology, further enhanced Su Liang's mystique. He was everywhere and nowhere, a ghost in the machine, a god of the mundane. The more the mainstream media struggled to comprehend it, the more it captured the public imagination. The bizarre, the inexplicable, the utterly pointless. These were the very things that drew people in, offering a much-needed antidote to the relentless predictability of their own lives. Economic inequality, a pervasive source of frustration for millions, became a fertile breeding ground for the Grand Groove's message. The stark contrast between the opulent lifestyles of the ultra-wealthy and the daily struggles of ordinary citizens created a deep well of resentment. Su Liang's cult offered a unique way to channel this resentment, not through violent revolution or political activism, but through small, personal acts of defiance that chipped away at the established order. The bureaucratic baffle initiative, for example, involved followers meticulously filling out forms with deliberately ambiguous or nonsensical answers, forcing overworked clerks to engage in frustrating clarification processes. The passive-aggressive Post-it campaign saw anonymous messages of gentle, yet persistent, dissent appearing on corporate notice boards, challenging the unspoken hierarchies and rigid protocols that govern so many workplaces. These were not acts of rebellion designed to dismantle systems, but to momentarily destabilize them, to introduce a sliver of chaos into their suffocating order. The cult's rapid proliferation was also a testament to its adaptability. It wasn't a monolithic entity with rigid dogma, but a fluid, ever-evolving network that absorbed and reinterpreted the experiences of its followers. In Brazil, for instance, where the vibrant street art culture often served as a form of social commentary, followers began incorporating noodle-themed iconography into their graffiti, transforming drab alleyways into impromptu temples of the Grand Groove. In the United Kingdom, the cult's influence manifested in a series of queuing quests, where followers would deliberately join the longest queues for mundane services, only to subtly abandon them at the last moment, causing a ripple of bewildered annoyance amongst those waiting. Each of these manifestations, however localized, contributed to the growing global narrative of Su Liang as a figure of almost supernatural influence. The media's attempts to categorize the Grand Groove often resulted in comical misinterpretations. Some outlets tried to frame it as a form of consumer activism, while others dismissed it as a youth subculture driven by irony and a lack of direction. Yet, none could quite grasp the core of its appeal. The profound comfort derived from shared absurdity, the catharsis found in collective, albeit minor, acts of defiance. Su Liang, the noodle god, remained an elusive figure, his pronouncements sparse and his public appearances non-existent. He was a phantom in the machine, a culinary shaman whose influence was felt in the perfectly cooked noodle and the perfectly placed banana peel. The world, increasingly complex and often disheartening, found a strange solace in his brand of spiritual absurdity. The grand groove was not a revolution. It was a gentle, yet persistent, nudge towards finding one's own rhythm in a world that often fell out of sync. And as more and more people discovered their groove, the world itself began to feel a little more noodly. The news channels continued their baffled reports, the authorities scratched their heads, and the followers, with a knowing smile and a steaming bowl of spiced Szechuan beef noodles, continued their quiet, delicious rebellion. The phenomenon, baffling and bizarre, was undeniable, and it was only just beginning. Chapter 7: Global Order in Collapse. The subtle tremors that had begun to shake the foundations of global order were rapidly escalating into a full-blown seismic event, and the architect of this impending seismic shift was, improbably, a man who peddled instant noodles and existential malaise. Su Liang's Grand Groove, once a quirky digital fringe movement, had blossomed into a potent, if bewildering, force of societal disruption. The cult's unique brand of organized, low-stakes rebellion, initially dismissed as harmless eccentricities, was now demonstrating a chilling efficacy in its ability to unravel the carefully constructed facades of modern civilization. The world, weary from years of economic stagnation, political polarization, and the ever-present hum of digital anxiety, had found a peculiar catharsis in Su Liang's philosophy of finding one's groove through petty subversion. The acts of defiance, once isolated incidents reported with bemused bewilderment by news anchors, had coalesced into a synchronized global symphony of gentle chaos. The mass refusal to pay fines initiative, a seemingly minor protest against what followers deemed arbitrary and often unjust levies, had metastasized into a significant administrative headache for municipalities worldwide. What began with a few dozen individuals strategically opting out of paying parking tickets or minor civil infractions, under the guise of re-evaluating the karmic balance of petty financial exchange, had snowballed. Soon, entire neighborhoods, coordinated through encrypted channels and fueled by a shared sense of righteous, noodle-tinged indignation, declared a collective moratorium on fines. City clerks, accustomed to the predictable ebb and flow of revenue from minor infractions, found themselves drowning in mountains of unpaid notices. Bureaucratic systems, designed to process individual cases, were utterly unprepared for a coordinated mass defiance. The logic of the system, which relied on the assumption of compliance, began to fray. Enforcement became a Sisyphean task. Chasing down tens of thousands of individuals for a few dollars each was logistically impossible and economically nonsensical. The authorities, initially resistant, were forced to acknowledge a de facto amnesty, a quiet surrender to the sheer unmanageability of the situation. This victory, however small, emboldened the followers. It proved that the established order, when faced with a unified, if unconventional, front, could indeed bend. The divine sanction of Su Liang, whispered through the digital ether, felt increasingly tangible. This success in challenging punitive financial structures rippled outwards, inspiring further acts of organized disobedience. The campaign of corporate passive aggression was a prime example. Corporations, often perceived as monolithic entities insulated from the frustrations of everyday consumers, found themselves under siege not by protests or boycotts, but by an unending barrage of meticulously crafted, utterly inoffensive annoyances. Customers, now emboldened by their success in defying governmental fines, turned their attention to the private sector. Customer service lines were inundated with calls from individuals who, having mastered the art of the noodle-themed non sequitur, would engage agents in lengthy, nonsensical conversations before ultimately concluding, "Thank you for your time. May your broth be ever flavorful." Online reviews for products and services became elaborate, almost poetic, testimonials to the subtle beauty of a perfectly aligned grocery cart, or the profound existential peace found in a self-checkout machine that inexplicably asks for your frequent shopper number 6 times. This wasn't about damaging profits. It was about draining the invaluable resource of time and emotional energy from corporate entities. Employees, trained to handle complaints and deal with anger, found themselves utterly unprepared for politeness laced with absurdity. The sheer volume of these meticulously polite, yet fundamentally unproductive interactions began to clog internal systems, bog down productivity, and, most importantly, sow seeds of bewilderment and frustration within corporate hierarchies. The goal, as articulated in a particularly cryptic manifesto that appeared on a popular food blog, was to remind the silicon gods of their meat sack creators, one polite, pointless query at a time. Beyond passive aggression, the Grand Groove also embraced a more direct, yet equally absurd, form of digital sabotage: the Bureaucratic Desynergization Initiative, a project spearheaded by a collective of disillusioned IT professionals who had found spiritual enlightenment in the perfection of ramen broth, targeted government databases, and administrative websites. This wasn't hacking in the traditional sense. There was no theft of sensitive information or malicious intent to cause irreparable damage. Instead, it was an intricate dance of subtle data manipulation. Password requirements were inexplicably altered to demand sequences of noodle-related terms interspersed with obscure philosophical pronouncements. Forms would spontaneously reorder their fields, leading users down dizzying paths of data entry that ultimately led nowhere. Automated response systems, designed for efficiency, began to deliver responses that were increasingly poetic or, at best, bafflingly philosophical. Imagine trying to renew your driver's license and receiving an automated email stating, "Your renewal application has been processed. Please contemplate the impermanence of plastic and the enduring allure of a perfectly cooked egg noodle. Your new license will arrive when the universe deems it appropriate." In the meantime, consider the spiritual implications of traffic congestion. The sheer inefficiency generated was staggering. Public services, already strained, ground to a near halt. Citizens trying to access essential services found themselves navigating a digital labyrinth designed by a mad chef. The frustration was palpable, but it was a frustration born not of malice, but of a deeply ingrained, almost artistic subversion of logic. The digital infrastructure of governance, so carefully constructed, was being disassembled, not with a sledgehammer, but with 1,000 tiny, perfectly placed chopsticks. The impact of these coordinated actions was profound, far beyond the immediate inconvenience they caused. They represented a fundamental challenge to the authority and efficacy of established institutions. For decades, citizens have been conditioned to accept the inevitability of rules, regulations, and the often impersonal machinery of governance and commerce. The Grand Groove, however, offered a different narrative, one where the individual, by embracing their own unique groove, could subtly, yet effectively, disrupt the predictable rhythms of the system. The acts of defiance, while seemingly trivial, were powerful symbols of agency. They demonstrated that the seemingly insurmountable structures of power could be influenced, even undermined, by collective, albeit unconventional, action. The world order, already precarious, built on a fragile consensus of order and predictability, began to visibly buckle. The dominoes, nudged by 1,000 tiny, strategically placed noodles, were falling with an accelerating, almost exhilarating speed. The concept of law and order, so often enforced through fines and bureaucratic penalties, was being redefined by the quiet, determined refusal of millions to participate in systems that felt increasingly arbitrary and oppressive. The authorities, accustomed to dealing with clear-cut dissent, found themselves bewildered by an enemy that was everywhere and nowhere, an enemy whose primary weapon was polite absurdity. Their pronouncements of swift justice and unwavering order began to ring hollow against the backdrop of widespread, yet untraceable, defiance. The cult's influence was no longer confined to the realm of spiritual awakening. It had become a potent, practical force for destabilization. The urban landscape, from the sterile offices of multinational corporations to the labyrinthine corridors of government buildings, was becoming a canvas for this new form of rebellion. A rebellion seasoned with salt, spiced with chili, and served with a side of existential amusement. Su Liang, the enigmatic noodle god, had not only found his groove, he had orchestrated a global awakening to the power of finding one's own. And as the world order continued its descent into organized, yet utterly delightful, chaos, the aroma of instant noodles seemed to hang in the air, a subtle, yet undeniable perfume of impending change. The sheer audacity of it all, the grandiosity of the plan to unravel society through acts of polite inconvenience, was, in its own bizarre way, a stroke of genius. It was a testament to the power of tapping into the universal human desire to push back against the mundane, to find a moment of personal agency in a world that often felt overwhelmingly controlled. The followers, armed with their unwavering belief in Su Liang and an endless supply of ramen, were not just seeking personal liberation. They were inadvertently rewriting the very definition of rebellion. The subtle tremors that had begun to shake the foundations of global order were rapidly escalating into a full-blown seismic event, and the architect of this impending seismic shift was, improbably, a man who peddled instant noodles and existential malaise. Su Liang's Grand Groove, once a quirky digital fringe movement, had blossomed into a potent, if bewildering, force of societal disruption. The cult's unique brand of organized, low-stakes rebellion, initially dismissed as harmless eccentricities, was now demonstrating a chilling efficacy in its ability to unravel the carefully constructed facades of modern civilization. The world, weary from years of economic stagnation, political polarization, and the ever-present hum of digital anxiety, had found a peculiar catharsis in Su Liang's philosophy of finding one's groove through petty subversion. The acts of defiance, once isolated incidents reported with bemused bewilderment by news anchors, had coalesced into a synchronized global symphony of gentle chaos. The mass refusal to pay fines initiative, a seemingly minor protest against what followers deemed arbitrary and often unjust levies, had metastasized into a significant administrative headache for municipalities worldwide. What began with a few dozen individuals strategically opting out of paying parking tickets or minor civil infractions, under the guise of re-evaluating the karmic balance of petty financial exchange, had snowballed. Soon, entire neighborhoods, coordinated through encrypted channels and fueled by a shared sense of righteous, noodle-tinged indignation, declared a collective moratorium on fines. City clerks, accustomed to the predictable ebb and flow of revenue from minor infractions, found themselves drowning in mountains of unpaid notices. Bureaucratic systems, designed to process individual cases, were utterly unprepared for a coordinated mass defiance. The logic of the system, which relied on the assumption of compliance, began to fray. Enforcement became a Sisyphean task. Chasing down tens of thousands of individuals for a few dollars each was logistically impossible and economically nonsensical. The authorities, initially resistant, were forced to acknowledge a de facto amnesty, a quiet surrender to the sheer unmanageability of the situation. This victory, however small, emboldened the followers. It proved that the established order, when faced with a unified, if unconventional, front, could indeed bend. The divine sanction of Su Liang, whispered through the digital ether, felt increasingly tangible. This success in challenging punitive financial structures rippled outwards, inspiring further acts of organized disobedience. The campaign of corporate passive aggression was a prime example. Corporations, often perceived as monolithic entities insulated from the frustrations of everyday consumers, found themselves under siege not by protests or boycotts, but by an unending barrage of meticulously crafted, utterly inoffensive annoyances. Customers, now emboldened by their success in defying governmental fines, turned their attention to the private sector. Customer service lines were inundated with calls from individuals who, having mastered the art of the noodle-themed non sequitur, would engage agents in lengthy, nonsensical conversations before ultimately concluding, "Thank you for your time. May your broth be ever flavorful." Online reviews for products and services became elaborate, almost poetic, testimonials to the subtle beauty of a perfectly aligned grocery cart, or the profound existential peace found in a self-checkout machine that inexplicably asks for your frequent shopper number 6 times. This wasn't about damaging profits. It was about draining the invaluable resource of time and emotional energy from corporate entities. Employees, trained to handle complaints and deal with anger, found themselves utterly unprepared for politeness laced with absurdity. The sheer volume of these meticulously polite yet fundamentally unproductive interactions began to clog internal systems, bog down productivity, and, most importantly, sow seeds of bewilderment and frustration within corporate hierarchies. The goal, as articulated in a particularly cryptic manifesto that appeared on a popular food blog, was to remind the silicon gods of their meat sack creators, one polite, pointless query at a time. Beyond passive aggression, the Grand Groove also embraced a more direct, yet equally absurd, form of digital sabotage: the Bureaucratic Disenergization Initiative, a project spearheaded by a collective of disillusioned IT professionals who had found spiritual enlightenment in the perfection of ramen broth, targeted government databases, and administrative websites. This wasn't hacking in the traditional sense. There was no theft of sensitive information or malicious intent to cause irreparable damage. Instead, it was an intricate dance of subtle data manipulation. Password requirements were inexplicably altered to demand sequences of noodle-related terms interspersed with obscure philosophical pronouncements. Forms would spontaneously reorder their fields, leading users down dizzying paths of data entry that ultimately led nowhere. Automated response systems, designed for efficiency, began to deliver responses that were increasingly poetic or, at best, bafflingly philosophical. Imagine trying to renew your driver's license and receiving an automated email stating, "Your renewal application has been processed. Please contemplate the impermanence of plastic and the enduring allure of a perfectly cooked egg noodle. Your new license will arrive when the universe deems it appropriate." In the meantime, consider the spiritual implications of traffic congestion. The sheer inefficiency generated was staggering. Public services, already strained, ground to a near halt. Citizens trying to access essential services found themselves navigating a digital labyrinth designed by a mad chef. The frustration was palpable, but it was a frustration born not of malice, but of a deeply ingrained, almost artistic subversion of logic. The digital infrastructure of governance, so carefully constructed, was being disassembled not with a sledgehammer, but with 1,000 tiny, perfectly placed chopsticks. The impact of these coordinated actions was profound, far beyond the immediate inconvenience they caused. They represented a fundamental challenge to the authority and efficacy of established institutions. For decades, citizens have been conditioned to accept the inevitability of rules, regulations, and the often impersonal machinery of governance and commerce. The Grand Groove, however, offered a different narrative, one where the individual, by embracing their own unique groove, could subtly, yet effectively, disrupt the predictable rhythms of the system. The acts of defiance, while seemingly trivial, were powerful symbols of agency. They demonstrated that the seemingly insurmountable structures of power could be influenced, even undermined, by collective, albeit unconventional, action. The world order, already precarious, built on a fragile consensus of order and predictability, began to visibly buckle. The dominoes, nudged by 1,000 tiny, strategically placed noodles, were falling with an accelerating, almost exhilarating speed. The concept of law and order, so often enforced through fines and bureaucratic penalties, was being redefined by the quiet, determined refusal of millions to participate in systems that felt increasingly arbitrary and oppressive. The authorities, accustomed to dealing with clear-cut dissent, found themselves bewildered by an enemy that was everywhere and nowhere, an enemy whose primary weapon was polite absurdity. Their pronouncements of swift justice and unwavering order began to ring hollow against the backdrop of widespread, yet untraceable, defiance. The cult's influence was no longer confined to the realm of spiritual awakening. It had become a potent, practical force for destabilization. The urban landscape, from the sterile offices of multinational corporations to the labyrinthine corridors of government buildings, was becoming a canvas for this new form of rebellion. A rebellion seasoned with salt, spiced with chili, and served with a side of existential amusement. Su Liang, the enigmatic noodle god, had not only found his groove, he had orchestrated a global awakening to the power of finding one's own. And as the world order continued its descent into organized, yet utterly delightful, chaos, the aroma of instant noodles seemed to hang in the air, a subtle, yet undeniable perfume of impending change. The sheer audacity of it all, the grandiosity of the plan to unravel society through acts of polite inconvenience, was, in its own bizarre way, a stroke of genius. It was a testament to the power of tapping into the universal human desire to push back against the mundane, to find a moment of personal agency in a world that often felt overwhelmingly controlled. The followers, armed with their unwavering belief in Su Liang and an endless supply of ramen, were not just seeking personal liberation, they were inadvertently rewriting the very definition of rebellion. The subtle yet pervasive disruptions orchestrated by Su Liang's followers began to gnaw at the very fabric of the global economy, a process that felt less like a sudden collapse and more like a slow, agonizing bleed. The seemingly innocuous acts of divine intervention in logistics and supply chains, initially dismissed as isolated incidents of unusual delays or misplaced shipments, started to aggregate into a systemic breakdown. Consider the port of Rotterdam, a linchpin in global trade. Cargo containers, meticulously sorted and logged, would inexplicably find themselves swapped, or worse, rerouted to adjacent, less critical bays, all attributed by dock workers who'd recently discovered their inner noodle to the universe's gentle nudge towards greater intercontainer harmony. A shipment of vital microchips destined for a German automotive plant might be swapped with a consignment of artisanal kimchi destined for a trendy Brooklyn eatery, purely because the manifest, when viewed through the lens of Su Liang's spiritual numerology, presented a more aesthetically pleasing arrangement. These weren't acts of sabotage in the traditional sense. There was no malice, no intent to cause direct harm or financial ruin. Instead, it was a deliberate introduction of sublime, almost artistic inefficiency. The goal was not to steal or destroy, but to momentarily uncouple the predictable linearity of commerce, to force a pause for reflection, however unwelcome. This injection of chaos into the arteries of global commerce had a predictable, yet horrifying, consequence. Supply chains, already brittle from years of globalized over-reliance and susceptible to minor shocks, began to buckle. Manufacturers found themselves unable to secure essential components, not because of geopolitical conflict or natural disaster, but because a vital shipment of rare earth magnets had been divinely rerouted to a monastery in Tibet for contemplative study. Retailers faced empty shelves, not due to hoarding or boycotts, but because a truckload of organic kale, intended for a chain of health food stores, had been inspired to take a scenic detour through the Swiss Alps, its driver suddenly overcome with an urge to contemplate the purity of glacial meltwater. The ripple effect was immense. A minor delay in component delivery for a smartphone manufacturer could mean weeks of lost production, impacting not just that company, but also the countless smaller businesses that relied on its output. The interconnectedness that had once been hailed as the triumph of globalization now became a vulnerability, amplifying every minor hiccup into a cascade of failures. The intricate dance of just-in-time delivery, the economic marvel that had allowed businesses to operate with minimal inventory, began to falter. Suddenly, having large stockpiles, once seen as an inefficient burden, became a coveted necessity, but acquiring those stockpiles was becoming increasingly difficult. Beyond the physical disruption of goods, the Grand Groove's pervasive influence began to erode something even more fundamental: consumer confidence. In a world increasingly reliant on information, the cult's ability to subtly manipulate perception and sow seeds of doubt proved devastating. Online reviews, already a minefield of paid endorsements and disgruntled customers, became utterly unreliable. A product might receive a 5-star review praising its profound ability to hold broth, a testament to its structural integrity and its harmonious relationship with boiling water, or a 1-star review lamenting its failure to inspire inner peace during a moment of existential noodle contemplation. These reviews, while appearing innocuous, serve to confuse and disorient potential buyers, blurring the lines between genuine feedback and the cult's philosophical musings. Was the lukewarm reception of a new smartphone due to technical flaws, or because its metallic sheen lacked the comforting aura of a well-seasoned wok? The ambiguity was a powerful weapon. This pervasive uncertainty began to manifest in broader economic trends. The stock markets, usually driven by predictable algorithms and investor sentiment, became increasingly volatile. Rumors, amplified by the Grand Groove's decentralized network, which spread like wildfire. A whisper that a major tech company's next product launch had been blessed by the Grand Groove's embrace of intentional obsolescence, could send its stock plummeting, not because of any concrete evidence, but because the sheer plausibility of such an absurd event within the context of the current societal mood was enough to trigger panic. Investment firms, once confident in their predictive models, found themselves scrambling to understand the motivations of an adversary that operated on principles of spiritual whimsy and philosophical inconvenience. The very notion of value became fluid, susceptible to reinterpretation through the lens of noodle theology. The cumulative effect of these disruptions was a palpable sense of economic burnout. Nations, already grappling with the aftermath of years of economic stagnation and the immense cost of addressing global crises like climate change and pandemics, found themselves facing an unprecedented fiscal crisis. Tax revenues dwindled as businesses faltered, and supply chain breakdowns led to decreased production and consumption. Governments, desperate to maintain some semblance of stability, resorted to increasingly unorthodox measures. Printing more money, a classic but often inflationary response to economic downturns, proved to be a temporary balm that only exacerbated the underlying issues. The value of currency, already under pressure, began to depreciate at an alarming rate, further fueling inflation and making essential goods even more unaffordable. The International Monetary Fund and the World Bank, once bastions of global financial stability, found themselves paralyzed. Their traditional tools, designed to address sovereign debt crises and facilitate trade, were ill-equipped to combat an enemy that was not a rogue state or a predatory financial institution, but a diffuse, ideologically driven movement that operated outside the conventional rules of economics. How does one negotiate with a force that believes a poorly designed website is a spiritual impediment, or that a delayed shipment of vital medical supplies is an opportunity for the universe to teach patience? The institutions built on the bedrock of logic and predictable cause and effect were adrift in a sea of metaphysical disruption. Their pronouncements of austerity measures and structural reforms, once met with grudging compliance, were now met with the silent, widespread defiance of millions who had found a more fulfilling groove in the gentle chaos of noncompliance. The economic engine of the world, strained and sputtering, was on the verge of stalling, not from a catastrophic failure, but from 1,000 tiny, perfectly placed noodle-related inconveniences. The very concept of economic order was dissolving, replaced by a bewildering, existential uncertainty, all seasoned with the lingering aroma of instant ramen. The world was experiencing not just a recession, but a spiritual desynchronization of its financial systems, a phenomenon that left economists scratching their heads and central bankers weeping into their spreadsheets. The Grand Groove was proving to be far more than a philosophical movement. It was a potent, if baffling, agent of economic deconstruction, accelerating the collapse of a global order built on premises that were rapidly becoming irrelevant. The burnout was not merely financial. It was a deep-seated weariness, a profound disillusionment with systems that no longer seemed to work, and a growing openness to alternatives, however strange and seemingly irrational they might be. The silence that descended wasn't the peaceful quiet of a world at rest, but the unnerving hush of collective breath-holding. It was the sound of millions of people simultaneously realizing that the sky, which they had always assumed would stay up there, was now looking distinctly wobbly. The meticulously crafted scaffolding of order, painstakingly erected over centuries, was not just showing cracks. It was actively disintegrating, revealing a chaotic, unfathomable abyss beneath. And at the center of this unraveling tapestry of existence, presiding over the grand demolition with a mischievous twinkle in his noodle soup-stained eyes, sat Su Liang, the self-proclaimed arbiter of the Grand Groove. The very idea of order had become a cruel joke. It was a word that had once promised stability, a bulwark against the primal fear of randomness. Now it was a taunt. Governments, stripped of their authority not by war or revolution, but by 1,000 polite refusals and nonsensical directives, were reduced to sputtering remnants. Bureaucracies, designed to process lives with sterile efficiency, had devolved into absurdist theaters of the absurd, where requesting a simple permit might involve a 20-page philosophical treatise on the impermanence of paperwork, delivered by an automated system that had clearly achieved sentience and a peculiar fondness for haiku. The shared understanding of how the world should work, the unspoken social contract that had bound humanity together, had been irrevocably broken. In its place, a pervasive, soul-gnawing anxiety began to bloom. This was not the anxiety of impending doom, at least not in the conventional sense. It was a deeper, more insidious dread, born from the unsettling realization that the universe might not be indifferent, but actively capricious, governed by a deity whose primary motivation seemed to be the pursuit of a perfectly balanced broth and the amusement derived from watching his creations flail. Su Liang's followers, their faces alight with a beatific, noodle-fueled devotion, no longer seemed like harmless eccentrics. They were the chosen few, the enlightened, privy to a cosmic joke that the rest of humanity was too mundane, too rigidly programmed to understand. Their seemingly irrational actions, the rerouted cargo, the nonsensical form submissions, the prolonged, polite but pointless customer service calls, were suddenly reinterpreted not as disruptions, but as divine pronouncements, subtle nudges from a celestial chef who found the predictable flavors of human existence utterly bland. People looked at their neighbors, their colleagues, their leaders, and saw not fellow travelers on a shared journey, but potential converts to this bizarre, new faith. The fear wasn't just about the collapse of systems. It was about the collapse of meaning. What was the point of striving, of building, of creating, if the ultimate arbiter of reality found joy in the arbitrary? The carefully constructed narratives of progress, of purpose, of inherent human value, were being systematically dismantled by a doctrine that exalted the absurd. If an individual's groove could dismantle global trade or cripple national infrastructure, what did that say about the inherent worth of that individual's labor, their ambitions, their very existence? The question hung heavy in the air, an unanswerable riddle that gnawed at the core of human identity. The existential dread was amplified by the sheer, undeniable effectiveness of Su Liang's methods. For generations, Humanity had been conditioned to believe that power resided in logic, in strength, in organized structures of authority. The Grand Groove had demonstrated a terrifying alternative. Power could also reside in a profound understanding of absurdity, in the strategic deployment of polite chaos, in the ability to weaponize inconvenience and philosophical ambiguity. Governments, with their tanks and their treaties, their economic sanctions and their diplomatic maneuvers, were utterly impotent against an enemy that refused to play by any rules, an enemy that found its greatest strength in defying the very concept of rules. This rendered all previous attempts at understanding and control obsolete. Every carefully crafted policy, every well-intentioned reform, every economic forecast was rendered meaningless by the whim of a noodle-worshipping demigod and his legions of devotees. This profound sense of helplessness manifested in myriad ways. Some people retreated into a catatonic stupor, their minds unable to process the nonsensical reality that had become their everyday. They would stare blankly at screens that displayed endless loops of philosophical ramen recipes, or at news reports detailing how the latest stock market crash was attributed to a sudden, collective epiphany among traders that profit is merely the illusion of eternal flavor. Others descended into a kind of manic, desperate search for answers, poring over ancient texts, fringe theories, anything that might offer a rational explanation for the irrationality that had engulfed them. They joined online forums dedicated to deciphering Su Liang's cryptic pronouncements, convinced that within the seemingly random pronouncements lay a hidden blueprint for salvation, or at least a roadmap to the nearest functioning ATM. The concept of authority itself underwent a radical transformation. Who was in charge when the police were more likely to be found meditating on the correct way to chop scallions than responding to a crime, and when the pronouncements of world leaders were routinely drowned out by the viral spread of cat videos featuring individuals performing elaborate, noodle-themed interpretive dances. Trust, once a currency painstakingly earned and carefully guarded, evaporated. People looked to their governments for guidance, for protection, for a sense of normalcy, and found only a profound, soul-crushing emptiness. The void left by the abdication of traditional authority was quickly filled by a pervasive sense of unease, a suspicion that the world was no longer governed by discernible forces, but by an unseen, capricious hand that delighted in the suffering of mortals, or perhaps, more disturbingly, their utter bewilderment. The cult's influence, therefore, was not merely disruptive, it was fundamentally destabilizing. By attacking the very foundations of reason, order, and purpose, Su Liang and his followers had plunged humanity into a collective existential crisis. The fear of economic collapse, of political instability, of resource scarcity, all these were tangible, understandable anxieties. But the dread that now permeated society was far more primal. It was the dread of meaninglessness, the terror of existing in a universe that had lost its moorings, a universe where the only consistent principle was the capricious whim of a noodle-obsessed deity. And in this fertile ground of despair, the Grand Groove found its most devoted adherents, not through coercion or promises of salvation, but through the simple, terrifying revelation that perhaps, just perhaps, the universe was as nonsensical and absurd as a bowl of instant ramen. This realization, both horrifying and liberating, was the ultimate amplifier of existential dread, a prelude to a chaos that promised to be as profound as it was inexplicable. The world was not just breaking, it was questioning the very point of being unbroken. The gilded halls of power, once bastions of resolute decision-making and strategic foresight, now echoed with a palpable, almost comedic hysteria. Imagine, if you will, the G7 summit, a gathering usually marked by hushed debates over interest rates and geopolitical maneuvering, devolving into a frantic, popcorn-munching spectacle. Leaders, their brows furrowed with an intensity usually reserved for existential threats like rogue asteroids or particularly aggressive fungal infections, were reduced to reacting to a reality that seemed to have taken a postgraduate course in surrealism. President Anya Sharma of the Global Commonwealth, a woman whose reputation was built on an almost inhuman ability to remain unflustered, found herself staring at a live feed of the London Stock Exchange, not to observe market fluctuations, but to witness traders spontaneously break into synchronized interpretive dance routines, all while shouting slogans like "the FTSE is just a suggestion" and "embrace the chaotic noodle." Her chief of staff, a perpetually twitchy man named Harold, stammered, "Madam President, our analysts are, well, they're not sure if this is an unprecedented manipulation of the global financial system, or if the market just collectively decided that financial instruments are fundamentally just abstract concepts that could be expressed through avant-garde performance art." Sharma, after a long, agonizing pause, simply pinched the bridge of her nose and murmured, "Harold, tell them to order more of those special calming teas they give us at the UN yoga retreats. And for God's sake, make sure they don't accidentally order the Serenity Now blend. Last time, we almost declared peace with Liechtenstein over a shared appreciation for artisanal cheese." Meanwhile, in the opulent bunkers beneath the Kremlin, Premier Volkov was having his own peculiar brand of existential crisis. The once feared KGB, now rebranded as the Department of Esoteric Societal Harmonization, was tasked with investigating a series of widespread, spontaneous outbreaks of communal whistling. Not just any whistling, mind you, but intricate, harmonically complex melodies that seemed to emanate from the very ether, causing a peculiar sense of amnesia in anyone who heard them for too long. General Ivan Rostova, a man whose face was as permanently grim as a Siberian winter, reported, "Comrade Premier, our best cryptographers have analyzed the harmonic frequencies. They appear to be mathematically perfect, almost divinely inspired, and disturbingly catchy. Our entire unit has been whistling the tune for 3 days straight. I can't remember why I came into this room." Volkov, who had been attempting to dictate a stern ultimatum to the United Nations while simultaneously trying to balance a plate of borscht on his head, sighed. "Rostova, forget the whistling. Has anyone figured out why the nuclear launch codes are now displaying themselves as a recipe for perfectly brown scallions? And for the love of all that is holy, has anyone found Su Liang? I want to ask him if he knows how to reverse a global psychic impression of a simmering broth. My dreams are becoming very, very flavorful." The United Nations, once the world stage for diplomatic grandstanding and the occasional impassioned plea for peace, had become an international day spa for bewildered officials. The General Assembly Hall, normally a cacophony of diverse languages and fervent speeches, was now a sanctuary of hushed murmurs and the gentle rustling of yoga mats. Secretary General Anya Petrova, a woman who had navigated the treacherous waters of international diplomacy with the grace of a seasoned captain, found herself presiding over a session dedicated to reinterpreting global threats through the lens of culinary metaphor. Delegates, some still wearing expressions of utter disbelief, others with a strangely serene glow, debated whether the proliferation of spontaneously appearing, sentient teacups posed a greater threat to world peace than the economic sanctions against a nation that had, inexplicably, declared itself a sovereign noodle. "Esteemed delegates," Petrova began, her voice trembling slightly, "we have received reports from our observers in Antarctica. They claim that the penguins have begun to organize themselves into intricate geometric formations, seemingly in response to a global surge in existential longing for umami. Our science division has confirmed that the penguins are, in fact, communicating via complex click patterns that, when translated, are remarkably similar to the phonetic transcription of Su Liang's initial public manifesto. The question before us is, do we attempt to negotiate with the Antarctic Avian Collective, or do we focus our resources on developing a counter-rhythm that appeals to the universal desire for a perfectly balanced broth?" The ensuing debate was a masterclass in the absurd. One delegate, representing a small island nation that had recently been submerged by a rogue wave of spontaneous culinary enlightenment, argued vehemently for a diplomatic overture, suggesting that a carefully crafted peace offering of gourmet, sea salt, might be perceived as a gesture of goodwill. Another, the ambassador from a technologically advanced nation whose primary export was now sentient kitchen appliances, proposed a more aggressive approach, advocating for the deployment of anti-groove sonic emitters that, according to his technical brief, would disrupt the very feng shui of chaos that Su Yang seemed to embody. Martial law was a term that was being whispered in hushed tones in government chambers across the globe, not as a solution, but as a confession of utter failure. How do you impose order when the very concept of order was being playfully, yet irrevocably, dismantled by a force that operated on principles of cosmic whimsy? The military, trained for conventional warfare, found itself ill-equipped to combat an enemy that could, with a mere thought, turn tanks into oversized fondue sets or transform fighter jets into mobile ramen stands. General Marcus Thorne, a man whose stern demeanor was as legendary as his combat record, found himself staring at a battalion of soldiers who had spontaneously decided to spend their deployment redecorating their barracks with intricate noodle-themed murals. "Sergeant," he'd barked, his voice raw with frustration, "what in God's name do you think you're doing?" The sergeant, beaming, had replied, "General, we're embracing the grand groove. The aesthetic of interconnectedness, you see? It's all about the flow, the subtle dance of ingredients. And frankly, sir, this camouflage paint was doing nothing for the feng shui of the mess hall." Thorne had reportedly retired to his quarters shortly thereafter to contemplate the philosophical implications of perfectly seasoned broth. Covert operations, once the clandestine backbone of global security, were proving equally futile. Agencies that had specialized in espionage and sabotage were now struggling to understand how to infiltrate a network that seemed to exist more on a plane of shared consciousness and culinary appreciation than on any physical or digital infrastructure. A team sent to apprehend a known lieutenant of Su Liang, a charismatic chef named Jian Li, who is rumored to be orchestrating the global phenomenon of spontaneous street food stalls appearing in unlikely locations, like the middle of the Gobi Desert or the surface of the moon, according to some unverified reports, found their target engaged in a philosophical debate with a group of nomadic herders about the optimal boiling time for yak butter noodles. The operatives, trained in silent infiltration and swift extraction, found themselves utterly disarmed by the sheer politeness and the overwhelming aroma of perfectly cooked noodles. One operative, a hardened agent named Shadow, later reported, we asked him about his role in destabilizing global markets. He offered us bowls of his special tonkatsu. He explained, with great sincerity, that true wealth wasn't measured in dollars, but in the richness of a perfectly brewed broth, a concept that, frankly, sir, it made a strange kind of sense. I think I might have over-seasoned my extraction plan. The attempts to regain control were often laced with a dark, almost involuntary humor. In a desperate bid to reassert traditional authority, the government of a prominent European nation attempted to ban all public displays of enthusiastic slurping. The ensuing backlash was immediate and fierce. Millions, emboldened by a newfound, noodle-infused sense of rebellion, took to the streets in what became known as the Great Slurp, their defiant slurps echoing through city streets, a sonic testament to the unyielding power of a well-enjoyed meal. Police, attempting to enforce the ban, found themselves utterly overwhelmed, many succumbing to the infectious joy of the moment and joining in the slurping chorus. Another nation, hoping to cut off Su Liang's perceived power source, attempted to disrupt the global supply of high-quality ramen ingredients. This led to the bizarre spectacle of international shipping lanes being diverted, not for strategic military purposes, but to ensure that a shipment of artisanal seaweed from Japan reached a particular monastery in Nepal, where it was rumored Su Liang himself was meditating on the perfect dashi. Naval blockades were erected, only to find themselves surrounded by a fleet of brightly colored, seemingly sentient fishing boats, all playing cheerful, reedy music and offering the blockading warships steaming bowls of, well, you guessed it, the frantic, often comical attempts of mortal authorities to regain control were a stark testament to their unpreparedness for such a fundamentally alien form of power. They were fighting a war they didn't understand, against an enemy whose arsenal consisted of divine culinary insight and an unshakable belief in the profound significance of a perfectly balanced bowl of noodles. Each attempt to impose order, to reassert logic, was met not with resistance, but with a gentle, almost patronizing, nudge towards a more profound and infinitely more absurd reality. The world leaders and governmental bodies were not just in panic mode. They were in a state of bewildered, existential surrender, grappling with the undeniable truth that the universe, it seemed, had developed a taste for the delightfully, terrifyingly nonsensical. They were like physicists trying to explain quantum mechanics using only limericks, or economists attempting to balance budgets with receipts from a cosmic buffet. The old rules no longer applied, and the new rules, if they could even be called that, were being dictated by the most unlikely of chefs, a celestial gourmand who found the very fabric of existence to be his personal pantry, ready to be seasoned and served to his cosmic delight. The ethereal observation chamber, usually a place of serene contemplation for the divine beings who govern the cosmos, now pulsed with a disquietude that was, for them, a novel and deeply unsettling sensation. Perched on clouds woven from starlight and regret, the Celestial Council, a collection of beings whose collective wisdom spanned millennia, watched the unfolding human drama with a dawning horror. Their cosmic gamble, a seemingly elegant solution to the increasingly complex and self-destructive tendencies of humanity, had not merely backfired. It had detonated with the force of a supernova, leaving behind a galaxy of chaos. By the silent hum of the nebulae, "This is not what we envisioned," boomed Lumina, the weaver of destinies, her voice usually a soothing balm of cosmic certainty, now laced with a tremor of apprehension. She gestured a hand, adorned with rings that shimmered with the captured light of dying stars, towards the holographic projection depicting Earth. The image was a tableau of utter pandemonium, a vibrant tapestry of human existence frayed and unraveling at an alarming rate. From their vantage point, they could see the mundane giving way to the utterly fantastical with a speed that defied even their celestial understanding. Envisioned, scoffed Kronos, the guardian of time, his form shifting like sand through an hourglass. "Lumina, your envisioning seems to have been rather short-sighted. We intended to inject a touch of creative chaos, a spark of unpredictable wonder to nudge humanity away from its predictable march towards self-annihilation. Instead, we've unleashed a pandemonium of sentient soufflés and philosophizing street food vendors." He let out a sigh that resonated with the subtle echoes of countless fallen empires. "Our fix has proven to be more of a flameout." The architects of this grand, now catastrophic, intervention found their initial detachment dissolving into a bitter brew of self-recrimination and, for some, a primal fear. They had approached the task with the cold, calculated logic of cosmic engineers, convinced they could fine-tune the human spirit. Their mistake, a fundamental misunderstanding of the very essence of free will and the unpredictable nature of creativity, had manifested into a global crisis of epic and deeply absurd proportions. "We underestimated the inherent human capacity for embracing the illogical," mused Seraphina, the empath of souls, her voice a delicate chime of sorrow. She watched as a news report flickered across the projection, showing a former military general, renowned for his stoic discipline, now gleefully conducting an orchestra of animated kitchen utensils in a symphony of clanging pots and whistling kettles. His face, once a mask of grim determination, was alight with an almost childlike joy. "We thought a touch of the fantastical would shock them into reason. Instead, it seems to have unlocked a latent and frankly rather overwhelming capacity for fun." The sheer scale of the transformation was what truly unnerved them. It wasn't merely isolated incidents of oddity. It was a pervasive, systemic shift. Economies were not just faltering. They were transforming into elaborate performance art installations. Governments were not just in disarray. They were engaged in philosophical debates with inanimate objects. The very fabric of societal norms, painstakingly woven over centuries, was being reinterpreted through the lens of spontaneous, joyful, and utterly bewildering culinary metaphors. "Remember the projections, my esteemed colleagues?" boomed Ignis, the Lord of Passion, his voice a low rumble of contained inferno. He conjured forth holographic charts and graphs, detailing the projected outcomes of their intervention. The initial predictions spoke of a gradual shift towards creative problem-solving, a reduction in conflict, and a renewed appreciation for the arts. The current reality was a stark, almost comical repudiation of those forecasts. We anticipated a subtle redirection. We received a cosmic tidal wave of flavor, and not always the pleasant kind. I saw a report of a spontaneous eruption of lukewarm clam chowder in the middle of the Sahara. The implications for desert ecology are alarming. The Divine Council, accustomed to witnessing the ebb and flow of civilizations with a detached, almost academic, interest, now found themselves grappling with a far more personal form of distress. This was their creation, their ill-conceived experiment. The guilt, a concept they rarely experienced, began to gnaw at their celestial composure. They were not distant observers anymore. They were the architects of this global, gastronomic meltdown. It was the grand unified theory of deliciousness that proved to be our undoing, lamented Astra, the guide of stars, her voice a whisper of fading starlight. We believed that by introducing a universal appreciation for shared culinary experiences, we could foster empathy and understanding. We never accounted for the inherent human tendency to elevate such experiences to religious fervor, or, in the case of the penguins, to organize themselves into intricate formations that mimic migratory patterns, all while emitting complex clicks that our translators are struggling to categorize as anything other than enthusiastic endorsement of krill-based tapas. The specter of their own incompetence loomed large. They, the supposedly all-knowing custodians of cosmic balance, had made a colossal blunder. Their attempt to improve humanity had resulted in a situation far more volatile and unpredictable than the one they had sought to correct. The very order they aimed to preserve was now a distant and increasingly laughable memory. "Our hubris," stated Lumina, her gaze fixed on a scene of a previously austere financial district now transformed into a vibrant, open-air market where traders bartered stocks for artisanal cheeses and traded futures for perfectly aged ramen broth. Our belief that we understood the intricacies of a species so vastly different from ourselves. We saw their conflicts, their greed, their endless cycles of destruction, and we presumed to know the cure. We offered them a spoonful of magic, and they swallowed the entire ladle, then demanded more. Kronos nodded grimly. The paradox of intervention. We sought to avert disaster, and in doing so, we have become the disaster's primary source. The human institutions we hope to strengthen are now utterly irrelevant, replaced by networks of spontaneous noodle makers and philosophical street performers. The very concept of order is being redefined by the collective digestive processes of a planet gone wonderfully, terrifyingly mad. The celestial beings found themselves in an unprecedented position. They were not just observing the collapse of civilization. They were complicit in its magnificent and profoundly bizarre implosion. Their divine detachment had been shattered, replaced by a growing sense of panic. They had tinkered with the delicate machinery of reality, and in their attempt to fix it, they had inadvertently amplified its most chaotic and absurd frequencies. The universe, it seemed, had a sense of humor far more sophisticated and far more terrifying than they had ever imagined. And their grand intervention, meant to be a gentle nudge, had instead been a cosmic push off a cliff into a sea of delectable and utterly uncontrollable chaos. The gods' growing dismay was not just about the unfolding human catastrophe. It was about the dawning, mortifying realization that their own celestial wisdom was, in fact, profoundly flawed. They had tried to play chef and had instead served up a galactic disaster, seasoned with their own breathtaking incompetence. Chapter 8. A Desperate Plan. The usual serene hum of the celestial observation chamber was replaced by a discordant symphony of celestial grumbles, the digital equivalent of frantic finger-tapping on an ethereal desk. Lumina, her starry rings now dimmed with a peculiar shade of cosmic embarrassment, wrung her hands, each gesture sending ripples of discontent through the starlight fabric of her robes. This is beyond our wildest projections, even the ones involving existential angst and sentient sourdough starters. We aim for a nudge, a gentle cosmic adjustment. We appear to have delivered a full-scale, intergalactic food fight. Kronos, his temporal essence rippling with impatience, paced the shimmering floor, each step leaving faint imprints of fractured timelines. A food fight? Lumina, it's a culinary apocalypse. We have reports of entire cities succumbing to spontaneous outbreaks of interpretive dance initiated by sentient marmalade. Entire governments are currently embroiled in heated debates with their national treasuries, arguing over the existential merits of a perfectly aged Gruyere versus the fleeting joy of a freshly baked croissant. Our attempt to inject flavor into humanity's mundane existence has resulted in a global obsession with the philosophical implications of artisanal pickles. His voice, usually a steady river of time, now crackled with frustration. And don't even get me started on the synchronized swimming routines performed by disgruntled garden gnomes. Utter chaos. Seraphina, the empath of souls, a being whose very essence was woven from the sighs and silent prayers of countless sentient beings, could only offer a mournful sigh. Her form, usually a radiant cascade of compassion, was now tinged with a deep sadness that mirrored the confusion and fear plaguing Earth. The human spirit, it's more resilient and perhaps more fundamentally absurd than we ever calculated. We saw their apathy, their endless pursuit of fleeting pleasures, their predictable cycles of conflict, and we thought, a little magic, a dash of the unexpected, will surely awaken them. We gifted them wonder, and they seem to have responded by turning it into a nationwide potluck where the main course is existential dread, served with a side of spontaneous opera. She gestured weakly towards a holographic display that showcased a bustling metropolis where skyscrapers have been replaced by towering, edible sculptures, and the air was thick with the aroma of cinnamon and existential ennui. The despair isn't gone. It's just tastier now. Ignis, the Lord of Passion, whose fiery core usually pulsed with the invigorating heat of ambition and desire, now flickered with a contained, almost embarrassed, anger. He slammed a fist, wreathed in spectral flames, onto a nearby console, causing a minor nebula to momentarily flicker out of existence. Passion. We aim to reignite their dormant passions, to pull them from the brink of complacent oblivion. And what have they done? They've channeled that passion into developing elaborate and frankly terrifying culinary contraptions. I've seen blueprints for a self-stirring cauldron designed to produce the ultimate emotional support soup, powered by the collective sighs of disappointed lovers. It's a level of meta-culinary obsession that is frankly concerning. He pointed a trembling finger towards another projection, this one displaying a news report of a political rally where the disgruntled electorate had spontaneously formed a choir, their protest chants harmonizing into a surprisingly poignant ballad about the inherent injustice of poorly seasoned tapas. Their passion has become performative and profoundly edible. Astra, the guide of stars, her voice a gentle whisper that usually carried the wisdom of distant galaxies, now sounded like a lost signal. Our grand, unified theory of deliciousness was meant to be a bridge, a common ground for understanding. We believe that shared experiences, particularly those involving the creation and enjoyment of food, would foster empathy. We didn't anticipate that humanity would interpret shared experience as a competitive global bake-off where the prize is bragging rights for the most avant-garde flavor combinations, even if those combinations involve pickled onions and artisanal despair. She trailed off, her gaze fixed on a bewildered-looking astronaut floating in orbit, meticulously attempting to paint the International Space Station with edible, rainbow-colored frosting. The stars themselves seem to be questioning our judgment. Even the black holes are emitting a low, rumbling sound that our translators are struggling to classify as anything other than cosmic bewilderment. The weight of their collective failure pressed down on them, an almost physical manifestation of their cosmic hubris. They, who had guided nascent civilizations, who had orchestrated the dance of celestial bodies, who had weathered the silent storms of cosmic evolution, were now staring into the abyss of their own monumental miscalculation. Their attempt to be benevolent cosmic chefs had resulted in a universally panned gastronomic disaster. It was the underlying assumption. Lumina finally managed, her voice barely a whisper. We assumed that wonder was something to be prescribed, a medicinal dose of the extraordinary. We forgot that for humans, wonder is not a cure, it's a catalyst. We gave them the spark, and they've used it to ignite a global inferno of creativity. And that creativity, unbridled and unseasoned by millennia of established order, has manifested in this. She gestured vaguely at the chaotic tableau unfolding before them, a world where logic had been replaced by a peculiar brand of culinary surrealism. Kronos stopped his restless pacing, his form solidifying for a moment. The paradox. We sought to impose order, to steer humanity away from self-destruction. In our attempt to control their fate, we inadvertently unleashed a force far more potent and unpredictable. Their own unadulterated imagination, filtered through the lens of immediate gratification and a baffling obsession with texture. We've traded predictable doom for delightfully absurd pandemonium. He ran a hand through his ever-shifting hair, a gesture of profound exasperation. Our intervention wasn't a gentle course correction. It was a cosmic prank that went terribly, wonderfully awry. Seraphina's voice was thick with a sorrow that transcended mere empathy. They are not merely reacting to our intervention. They are embracing it. This isn't just chaos. It's a new form of existence. They've found joy in the bizarre, purpose in the nonsensical. A sentient cloud of cotton candy, for instance, is reportedly offering existential guidance to a group of bewildered pigeons, and they seem to be listening. We try to solve their problems, and instead, we've given them entertainment. Ignis, the embers of his anger, now replaced by a smoldering sense of responsibility, spoke with a newfound gravity. Our mistake was in viewing humanity as a problem to be solved, rather than a phenomenon to be understood. We saw their flaws, their destructive tendencies, and we believed we had the singular perspective to fix them. We were so blinded by our own divine arrogance that we failed to appreciate the sheer, unadulterated spirit of their existence. They don't need to be saved from themselves. They need to be allowed to be themselves in all their messy, magnificent, and occasionally terrifying glory. He watched, with a mixture of awe and dread, as a news report showed a former world leader, now clad in an apron woven from spun sugar, serenading a crowd with an impassioned aria about the socio-economic implications of a perfectly risen souffle. We offer them a blueprint for a better world, and they've decided to build a playground instead. A very, very strange playground. The Celestial Council, once a beacon of unwavering wisdom, found themselves adrift in a sea of their own making. The silence that descended was not one of contemplation, but of a chilling realization. They had attempted to play God with a recipe for human existence, and the resulting dish was a culinary abomination. Yet somehow, the diners were clamoring for seconds. Their divine intervention had not merely failed. It had fundamentally altered the very nature of what it meant to be human, transforming them from a species teetering on the edge of self-destruction into a collective of whimsical, philosophical, and utterly unpredictable culinary artists. So, Lumina began, her voice regaining a sliver of its former authority, though tinged with a newfound humility. We have initiated a global transformation rooted in culinary absurdity. Our cosmic experiment in injecting wonder has yielded this. She gestured to the swirling vortex of fantastical occurrences projected before them, a kaleidoscope of impossible events. We cannot simply undo it. The energies are too vast, the ripples too profound. We've essentially flavored the very fabric of their reality. Kronos nodded, his form less agitated, more resigned. Indeed, the threads of destiny have been irrevocably rewoven, or perhaps, more accurately, sautéed and flambéed. We cannot simply uncook this particular meal. The question now is not how to revert, but how to manage. How do we shepherd a species that is currently more concerned with the structural integrity of their edible architecture than with the existential threats that once loomed so large? Serafina, her sorrow now tinged with a nascent understanding, added softly, perhaps, in their newfound focus on the tangible, on the sensual, on the immediate joys of creation, they're finding a different kind of peace. The ancient conflicts, the gnawing anxieties that plague them, seem to have been transmuted, replaced by the gentle hum of ovens, the comforting aroma of baked goods, the shared laughter over a perfectly executed meringue. It is not the peace we envisioned, but it is a peace nonetheless. Ignis let out a long, slow breath, the spectral flames around him subsiding, and their passions, though now channeled into seemingly trivial pursuits, are undeniably vibrant. This culinary revolution, as it appears to be colloquially termed, is a testament to their resilience, their adaptability, and their boundless capacity for joy, however misplaced we might deem it. They have taken our attempt at a cosmic nudge and turned it into a full-blown carnival. Astra, her gaze returning to the stars, a faint smile gracing her lips, said, "Perhaps our error was in seeking to impose our definition of order upon their inherently chaotic spirit. We sought to discipline their creativity. Instead, we have liberated it. And in its liberation, it has found a new form of expression, one that is as beautiful as it is bewildering. Look closely. Even in the midst of this delightful madness, there are glimmers of a profound, if unconventional, unity. The shared purpose of creating something beautiful, something delicious, something that brings a moment of joy. It's a fundamental human drive, one we inadvertently amplified." Lumina, her gaze steady now, met the eyes of her fellow council members. The weight of blame had shifted, replaced by a collective sense of bewildered responsibility. Then our task is not to undo, but to guide, to ensure that this great culinary awakening, as it will undoubtedly be known in the annals of cosmic history, does not devolve into something truly destructive. We must learn to navigate this new landscape, to understand its bizarre inhabitants, and to assist them in finding a sustainable balance between their newfound passions and the enduring realities of existence. We have created a world of edible wonders. Now we must ensure that world does not consume itself, one perfectly crafted artisanal donut at a time. The chamber, though still buzzing with the echoes of their near-catastrophic blunder, began to emanate a new kind of energy, not of panic, but of a cautious, albeit bewildered, determination. The Council of Cosmic Calamity, as they had inadvertently become, was ready to face the music, even if that music was a jaunty, ukulele-driven tune about the existential angst of a perfectly roasted chicken. The cacophony of celestial grumbles and cosmic embarrassment had subsided, replaced by a heavy, almost tangible silence. The very air in the celestial observation chamber seemed to hold its breath, a stark contrast to the chaotic symphony that had recently emanated from Earth. Lumina, her starry rings now a muted echo of their former brilliance, smoothed down her robes, a nervous gesture that still sent faint tremors through the starlight fabric. The grand pronouncements of cosmic intervention had been replaced by a stark, humbling realization. They had spectacularly misjudged the appetite of humanity for the extraordinary. Kronos, his temporal essence, usually a tempest of movement, stood remarkably still, his gaze fixed on the swirling holographic projection of Earth. The vibrant, yet utterly bizarre, landscape displayed before them was a testament to their failed experiment. Spontaneous outbreaks of synchronized interpretive dance by inanimate objects, national governments engaged in philosophical debates with their respective cheese reserves, and the unnerving sight of an astronaut meticulously frosting the International Space Station. It was a tableau of magnificent, unadulterated madness. "We sought to be architects of awakening," he murmured, his voice low, devoid of its usual temporal urgency. "Instead, we have become cosmic jesters, orchestrating a global carnival of the absurd." Seraphina, the empath of souls, no longer projected the deep sorrow that had previously underscored her presence. Instead, a quiet contemplation settled upon her, a gentler understanding of the chaotic beauty unfolding below. She had felt the shift in the human spirit, a transformation from weary apathy to a vibrant, albeit bewildering, engagement with their reality. "They have not merely adapted," she said, her voice a soft breeze through the chamber. "They have embraced it. Their anxieties have not vanished, Kronos, but they have been transmuted into a fervent dedication to the perfection of a soufflé, an unwavering pursuit of the ideal sourdough starter, a shared appreciation for the artistry of a perfectly constructed gingerbread dwelling. Their existential dread now wears an apron and hums a cheerful tune about rising dough. Ignis, the lord of passion, his spectral flames now burning with a steadier, more focused intensity, nodded in agreement. And their passions, they were dormant, dulled by the relentless monotony of their existence. We sought to rekindle them, to reignite the fires of ambition and desire. And what have they done? They have channeled that primal force into this." He gestured towards a projection showing a bustling city square where citizens were engaged in a fierce, yet joyful, competition to sculpt the most elaborate, gravity-defying dessert. "They build, they create, they strive with an intensity we had long forgotten they possessed. It is a passion untamed, unrefined, but undeniably potent. They have found a new form of apotheosis, not in conquest or contemplation, but in the perfect glaze. Astra, the guide of stars, her celestial light once again shining with a steady, reassuring glow, offered a gentle observation. Our error was in assuming that their path to enlightenment lay solely in the grand, the abstract, the cosmic. We forgot that humanity, at its core, is grounded. They are beings of touch, of taste, of scent. They experience the universe through their senses, and we, in our pursuit of a grander narrative, neglected the profound power of the immediate, the tangible. We offered them stars, and they responded by crafting a universe of exquisite, edible nebulae. Lumina, her regal bearing restored, though now tempered with a profound humility, surveyed her colleagues. The initial shock and embarrassment had given way to a stark, inescapable reality. They had indeed flavored the very fabric of their reality. To simply undo their work would be akin to unburning a forest or unraining a deluge, an act of cosmic futility that would likely cause even greater damage. "We cannot rewind time, Kronos," she stated, her voice firm, yet laced with a newfound understanding. "The threads of their existence have been rewoven with such enthusiastic gusto that any attempt to pull them back would unravel the entire tapestry. We have made our bed of artisanal brioche, and now we must lie in it." Kronos sighed, a sound that seemed to echo through the vastness of space. Indeed, the temporal currents are too thoroughly entangled with this great culinary awakening. Any forceful intervention now would be catastrophic. We have inadvertently become the patrons of a global gastronomic revolution, and our previous attempts at direct guidance have proven to be ill-advised, to say the least. He paused, his gaze shifting from the chaotic beauty of Earth to the serene faces of his council. The question, then, is not how to undo, but how to navigate. How do we shepherd a species that has traded the existential dread of oblivion for the philosophical quandaries of the perfect puff pastry? Seraphina's voice was a soft whisper of understanding. Perhaps our role has shifted. We are no longer the architects of their destiny, but the silent observers, offering gentle guidance where appropriate. We must learn to understand this new paradigm, this world where passion is expressed through preparation and purpose is found in the tangible. They are not lost. They're simply reoriented. Ignis, his fiery core, now a beacon of controlled power, added, their energy, their passion, is undeniable. It is a force we can no longer ignore or attempt to suppress. We must harness it, guide it, ensure that this boundless creativity does not become a destructive force unto itself. We cannot simply admire the flames. We must ensure they do not consume the very world they illuminate. Astra, her eyes twinkling with a celestial humor, chimed in, and perhaps, in their focus on the immediate, on the joys of creation and consumption, they have found a more sustainable path forward. The petty squabbles, the endless conflicts that plague them, they seem to have been diffused, replaced by a shared, if sometimes competitive, pursuit of deliciousness. It is a form of unity, however unconventional. Lumina, absorbing their collective wisdom, felt a spark of renewed purpose ignite within her. The despair of their failure was giving way to a sober, yet determined, resolve. Then it is settled. We cannot, and we must not, interfere directly any further. Our previous attempts have shown us the profound danger of imposing our will upon their unique trajectory. We have played the role of meddling chefs, and the result has been unpredictable. From this point forward, our intervention must be subtle, indirect, and most importantly, respectful of the path they have chosen. She turned her gaze back to the vibrant, bewildering sphere of Earth. However, this does not mean we abandon them. The very nature of their current obsession, this deep dive into the culinary and the creative, presents a unique vulnerability. Su Liang, their ancient enemy, remains a threat. And while their focus has shifted, the fundamental dangers of his influence have not diminished. We have inadvertently equipped humanity with a powerful new set of tools. Their creativity, their passion, their newfound capacity for joy. But these are not weapons against a being like Su Liang. They are, in fact, precisely the kinds of things he seeks to corrupt and extinguish. Kronos' temporal essence flickered, a subtle ripple of concern. You speak of a direct confrontation, Lumina, but our direct intervention, as we have so painfully learned, is a recipe for disaster. We cannot simply manifest an army of celestial bakers to confront him. No, Lumina agreed, a grim determination hardening her features. Direct intervention is off the table. The damage would be too great, the potential for further chaos too immense. We have seen how our attempts to guide have instead guided them down paths we could never have anticipated. But there is another way, a way that respects their newfound autonomy, their inherent resilience, and the very essence of the world we have helped them to shape. She paused, letting the weight of her words settle. We must find a champion, a mortal, forged in the fires of this new reality, who can stand against Su Liang not with cosmic might, but with the very spirit that now animates humanity. Someone who embodies the passion, the creativity, and the sheer, unadulterated will to be that Su Liang seeks to crush. Ignis's spectral flames flared, his eyes burning with a sudden, fierce light. A mortal champion? A single individual to bear the weight of this new world's defense. Precisely, Lumina affirmed. Su Liang thrives on despair, on apathy, on the erosion of hope. He is a creature of entropy, and what we have inadvertently fostered on Earth is its antithesis. We have sown the seeds of vibrant, if chaotic, creation. Now, we must find someone who can nurture those seeds into a formidable bulwark against the encroaching darkness. Astra nodded thoughtfully. It is a dangerous path, to place the fate of so much into the hands of one mortal. Our past experiences do not inspire confidence in our ability to choose wisely. Our past experiences also taught us the limitations of our own power. Kronos countered, his temporal awareness extending beyond the immediate. We cannot impose our will without consequence, but we can identify, we can observe, we can seek out a soul who, through their own actions and their own being, demonstrates the qualities necessary to face such a foe. A mortal who has not been corrupted by the ease of apathy, but tempered by the challenges and the joys of this culinary epic. Seraphina's voice was soft but resonant. They have found a new way to exist, a new purpose. Their struggles are now rooted in the tangible, in the pursuit of perfection, in a shared experience of creation. A champion emerging from this world would not be fighting for abstract ideals. They would be fighting for the very right to continue this vibrant, messy, delicious existence. That is a powerful motivation, one that Su Liang may not fully comprehend. Lumina continued, her vision now clear, her purpose solidified. We have played the role of divine intervention, and we have learned the hard way about its unintended consequences. We cannot wield cosmic power directly against Su Liang without risking further unraveling the delicate balance we have inadvertently helped to create. But we can empower. We can seek out a mortal who embodies the spirit of this new earth, someone who has navigated its bizarre landscapes and emerged not broken, but strengthened. Someone who understands the value of what has been gained and who possesses the courage and the will to defend it. The criteria will be specific. Kronos mused, his temporal senses already beginning to scan the temporal tapestry for anomalies, for souls that burned with a peculiar intensity. They must possess a resilience forged not in battle, but in creation. A wisdom not derived from ancient texts, but from the practical application of skill and ingenuity. They must understand the essence of Su Liang's threat, the corruption of joy, the silencing of passion, because they have themselves experienced the power of those very forces. Ignis added, his voice resonating with the heat of conviction. And they must have a deep, unshakable love for this world in all its eccentric glory. Not a blind adoration, but a profound appreciation for its inherent worth, for the simple, yet profound, act of living vibrantly. This is not a battle to be won with celestial force, but with a steadfast heart and an unyielding spirit, fueled by the very essence of what makes humanity human in this new, extraordinary iteration. Astra's starlight intensified, a beacon of hope in the chamber. We have erred in our assumptions, in our methods, but this is a path of observation, of identification, of subtle empowerment. It is a recognition of humanity's own agency, of their capacity to rise to the occasion when presented with a challenge that strikes at the core of their newfound existence. We will seek our champion not amongst the stars, but amongst the bustling kitchens, the vibrant marketplaces, the spirited competitions of Earth. We will find a mortal who understands the flavor of defiance, who can savor the taste of hope, and who is willing to fight for a future that is not merely survivable, but truly, wonderfully, deliciously alive. Lumina looked at each of them, her celestial eyes reflecting the newfound resolve that had settled upon the council. The champion strategy, she declared, her voice imbued with a grave but unwavering determination. It is our only viable path forward. We cannot impose our will, but we can identify the spark. We can find the mortal who has been tempered by the very world Su Liang seeks to extinguish, and we can offer them our knowledge, our subtle support, and our unwavering faith. For in their hands lies the true defense of this beautiful, bizarre, and utterly unique reality. The silence that followed was not one of defeat, but of a solemn, purposeful planning, a celestial reconnaissance mission unlike any they had undertaken before. They had stumbled, they had fallen, but now they were ready to rise again, not as overt deities, but as quiet guides, seeking the one mortal who could truly embody the vibrant, unyielding spirit of their creation. The celestial observation chamber, once a hub of cosmic pronouncements and grand designs, now hummed with a different kind of energy. The Celestial Council, having faced the bewildering aftermath of their well-intentioned but spectacularly misfired intervention on Earth, found themselves charting a new course. Their previous attempts to awaken humanity had, in their words, flavored the very fabric of their reality into a global celebration of the absurdly delicious and creatively crafted. Undoing such a profound shift was not only impossible without unraveling existence itself, but also, as Lumina had firmly stated, akin to unburning a forest. The directive was clear: no more grand, overt interventions. Their new mission was far more delicate, far more insidious, and, if they were honest with themselves, infinitely more prone to cosmic slapstick. They were to find a champion. A mortal, forged in the fires of this new reality, Lumina had declared, her voice echoing with a resolve that belied the celestial embarrassment they had all shared. Someone who embodies the passion, the creativity, and the sheer, unadulterated will to be that Su Yang seeks to crush. Kronos, ever the pragmatist, had already begun to feel the temporal ripples of this new directive. The threads of fate, once a relatively predictable weave, now shimmered with the iridescent hues of artisanal jams and intricately decorated pastries. The criteria will be specific, he had mused, his temporal senses already straining to find anomalies within the vast, culinary tapestry of Earth. Resilience forged not in battle, but in creation. Wisdom not derived from ancient texts, but from the practical application of skill and ingenuity. They must understand the essence of Su Yang's threat, the corruption of joy, the silencing of passion, because they have themselves experienced the power of those very forces. To facilitate this delicate search, the Council had devised a plan that, while outwardly appearing as a series of mundane, even bureaucratic initiatives, was in fact a sophisticated network of celestial observation. They couldn't descend themselves, not in their true forms, nor could they employ overt displays of power. Any direct manifestation of their divinity would, as Lumina had learned, invariably lead to more unintended consequences. Instead, they would dispatch agents, individuals cloaked in the most mundane of mortal guises, tasked with the seemingly impossible, identifying a single, untainted soul amongst a planet now obsessed with sourdough starters and competitive pie making. These agents, chosen for their ability to blend in and their, shall we say, unique interpretations of celestial directives, were often less than adept at navigating the nuanced realities of the mortal realm. Their reports, when they finally arrived, were to be a testament to this inherent lack of earthly subtlety. One such agent was Bartholomew Barty Buttonwood, a minor celestial scribe whose usual duties involved cataloging the precise gravitational pull of nascent nebulae. Bartholomew, now disguised as a perpetually bewildered insurance adjuster named Arthur Pumble, was assigned to the sprawling metropolis of New York City. His mission, to identify individuals who exhibited unwavering resilience and a profound appreciation for the tangible. Bartholomew, bless his star-dusted heart, had interpreted this rather broadly. His first few weeks were spent meticulously documenting the survival instincts of pigeons battling for discarded pretzel fragments, the unwavering commitment of street performers braving blizzards for a few spare coins, and the sheer tenacity of taxi drivers navigating the perpetual gridlock. He even submitted a lengthy report on the remarkable resilience of a wilting potted plant on a windowsill, complete with detailed diagrams of its stem's inclination. My esteemed colleagues, Bartholomew's report, translated from celestial script to a rather shaky email, began, I have observed numerous individuals who demonstrate remarkable fortitude in the face of adversity. Take, for instance, Mr. Reginald P. Winklebottom, a purveyor of artisanal pickles. His establishment, Winklebottom's Wonders, has survived 3 separate health code inspections and a rogue flock of migratory geese. His dedication to the brine, the crunch, the very essence of pickled cucumber, is truly inspiring. He embodies resilience, my lords and ladies. He is the pickle. Lumina, reading Bartholomew's report back in the celestial observation chamber, pinched the bridge of her nose, a gesture that caused a faint shimmer of starlight to ripple through her fingers. A pickle merchant? Bartholomew, we are seeking a champion, not a condiment connoisseur. Su Yang seeks to extinguish joy, to corrupt passion. While I appreciate Mr. Winklebottom's tenacity in the face of avian-induced chaos, I doubt his understanding of cosmic malevolence extends beyond the occasional oversalting. Kronos, reviewing the data streams from another agent, Ms. Evangeline Metasweet, a celestial gardener now posing as a freelance event planner named Evelyn Shaw, offered a similar sentiment. Evelyn's focus had been on identifying individuals with untainted moral fortitude and a unique perspective. Evelyn, in her pursuit of the unconventional, had stumbled upon a group of performance artists who communicated solely through interpretive dance about the existential dread of Laundry Day. She had also, much to her celestial superior's chagrin, become deeply invested in a reality television show about competitive dog grooming. Her latest report details a young woman, Kronos stated, his voice tinged with a weary amusement, named Tiffany. Tiffany, it appears, has an almost supernatural ability to coax even the most stubborn poodle into a state of symmetrical fluffiness. Evelyn believes Tiffany's unique perspective on hair metamorphosis and her unflinching dedication to canine aesthetics makes her a prime candidate. She writes, and I quote, Tiffany's ability to navigate the treacherous landscape of matted fur and shedding is a testament to her unshakable moral compass. She faces each grooming challenge with the stoic grace of a warrior, her scissors poised like a well, like very sharp scissors. Ignis, the lord of passion, sighed, a faint gust of warm, spectral air swirling around him. Scissors? For grooming? This is not the fire of divine purpose we seek, Kronos. This is meticulous hair management. We are looking for someone who can stand against an ancient evil that feeds on despair, not someone who can sculpt a Bichon frise into a passable approximation of a cloud. The Celestial Council was facing a significant hurdle. Their own preconceived notions of heroism and a profound disconnect from the realities of modern mortal life. Their understanding of resilience was rooted in enduring cosmic storms, their definition of moral fortitude in upholding universal laws, and their concept of unique perspective in comprehending multiversal intricacies. The mortals they were observing, however, expressed these qualities in ways that were, to the Celestials, utterly baffling. Meanwhile, in the bustling, fragrant heart of Paris, a celestial botanist named Oberon Thorne, now posing as a fussy sommelier named Antoine Dubois, was meticulously evaluating the moral fiber of a renowned pâtissier. Antoine's mandate was to identify someone with an unshakable will and a deep understanding of balance, qualities he believed were best exemplified in the delicate art of pastry making. He had spent weeks observing Monsieur Pierre Dubois, no relation, much to Antoine's celestial relief, a man whose life was dedicated to the pursuit of the perfect croissant. Antoine's reports were filled with lengthy disquisitions on the ethereal flakiness of Monsieur Pierre's laminated dough, the precise temperature at which a macaroon achieved its ideal crisp chewy texture, and the spiritual significance of a perfectly risen soufflé. Monsieur Pierre, Antoine wrote, his celestial mind struggling to grasp the nuances of mortal gastronomy, possesses a will of iron, a dedication that transcends mere mortal ambition. He has faced the tyranny of a collapsing meringue and the existential despair of an underwhipped crème anglaise, and he has emerged, time and again, triumphant. His understanding of balance, of the delicate interplay of sweet and savory, of crisp and yielding, is a reflection of a profound cosmic harmony. Surely, such a man, who can balance the very elements of flavor, can balance the scales of good and evil. Serafina, the empath of souls, found Antoine's reports intriguing, if somewhat misguided. She could feel the passion emanating from Monsieur Pierre, the deep-seated joy he derived from his craft. It was a genuine, vibrant emotion, a stark contrast to the creeping apathy that Su Liang preyed upon. But could this passion translate into a defense against an ancient entity? Antoine's observations are detailed, she conceded. He speaks of a profound dedication. But does Monsieur Pierre understand the nature of the threat? Can he differentiate between a poorly proofed brioche and the insidious whispers of a soul-devouring entity? Back in New York, Bartholomew Buttonwood, still operating under the guise of Arthur Pumble, had a breakthrough. He had been observing a street vendor named Salty Pete, whose sole specialty was roasted nuts. Pete's stall, a beacon of warm, nutty aroma in the often cacophonous city, had survived numerous crackdowns by overzealous health inspectors, the occasional fire, and the relentless competition from chain coffee shops. Pete himself, a man with hands calloused from years of stirring hot kettles and a perpetual twinkle in his eye, seemed to embody an unshakable spirit. Esteemed counsel, Bartholomew's latest email read, "I present to you, Salty Pete. His resilience is legendary. He has weathered storms, both literal and metaphorical, with unwavering cheer. His moral fortitude is evident in his refusal to compromise on the quality of his cashews, even when faced with cheaper, inferior alternatives. In his perspective, he understands the fundamental needs of humanity: warmth, sustenance, and the simple pleasure of a perfectly salted almond. He sees the world not through abstract ideals, but through the immediate, visceral reality of a warm bag of nuts. He is, I submit, the embodiment of tangible, unadulterated goodness." Lumina, rereading the report, couldn't help but feel a flicker of something. It wasn't quite hope, not yet, but a grudging acknowledgement of Bartholomew's persistent, if eccentric, efforts. "Salted almonds, Bartholomew? Are we to face Su Liang with a bag of seasoned nuts?" But Lumina, Kronos interjected, a hint of a smile playing on his lips. "Consider the process. Pete's careful selection of nuts, his precise roasting temperatures, his consistent quality control. These are not dissimilar to the principles of temporal alignment, albeit on a vastly different scale. And his unwavering presence in the face of adversity, he is a constant in a chaotic urban landscape. Perhaps there is merit in his grounding, his tangible focus." Meanwhile, in a quiet coastal town in Japan, celestial envoy Lyra, a being whose domain was the subtle art of atmospheric manipulation, was undercover as a renowned team master named Itsuko Tanaka. Her objective was to find someone with inner peace and a profound connection to nature. Lyra, herself a master of serene stillness, found the task surprisingly challenging. She encountered individuals who claimed inner peace but were secretly obsessed with their social media follower counts, and others who professed a deep connection to nature while simultaneously complaining about mosquitoes. Her most promising candidate was a reclusive fisherman named Hiroshi, a man who spent his days battling the unpredictable currents of the Pacific, his nights mending nets with a quiet, almost meditative precision. Hiroshi rarely spoke. His wisdom communicated through the subtle movements of his hands and the steady gaze of his eyes. Lyra felt a profound sense of calm radiating from him, a man who understood the rhythms of the natural world and respected its power. "His connection to nature is undeniable," Lyra reported, her report delivered via a meticulously calligraphed scroll that appeared on Lumina's desk. "He understands the ebb and flow of the tides, the moods of the ocean. His resilience is not born of aggression, but of adaptation. He faces each day with a quiet acceptance, a profound humility before the immensity of the sea. He embodies a different kind of strength, one that does not seek to dominate, but to harmonize. He is, in his own way, a guardian of the natural order. Astra, the guide of stars, her celestial light casting a gentle glow, nodded. Harmonization, adaptation. These are qualities that Su Liang, a creature of discord and stagnation, would find utterly alien. Perhaps Lyra's fisherman is closer to what we seek than Mr. Winklebottom's pickles or Tiffany's poodles." The search continued, a cosmic scavenger hunt across a world brimming with newfound passions and peculiar preoccupations. The celestial agents, armed with their vague directives and their inherent disconnect from mortal minutiae, stumbled through their assignments with a bewildering blend of earnestness and incompetence. They investigated competitive eaters with an eye for stomach capacity as a metaphor for endurance, scrutinized street artists for boldness of vision in the face of societal indifference, and even delved into the world of professional gamers, trying to discern if their lightning-fast reflexes in virtual worlds could translate to genuine mortal heroism. One agent, a minor deity of forgotten lullabies named Cadence, now disguised as a perpetually flustered librarian named Mildred, found herself utterly lost in the labyrinthine stacks of a public library. Her mission, to find someone with a mind unburdened by the noise of the mundane world and a capacity for profound storytelling. Mildred, having accidentally stumbled into the fantasy section, had become convinced that the true champions were to be found within the pages of epic sagas, not in the gritty reality of the world outside. "I have found them," Mildred declared in a frantic, whispered message transmitted telepathically. "They are knights and mages, brave warriors and wise wizards. They understand the language of courage, the rhythm of destiny. They wield swords of pure light and speak ancient incantations. They are the champions we seek." Lumina sighed, a sound that echoed with the weariness of eons. "Mildred, they are fictional characters. They do not exist in the mortal realm in the way we require. But their stories exist," Mildred insisted, her librarian's fervor undimmed. "Their courage, their sacrifices, they are real in their impact on the reader. Is that not a form of tangible reality?" The council was beginning to despair. Their grand plan, designed to be subtle and effective, was devolving into a series of increasingly comical misinterpretations. They had sent forth their agents, expecting to find paragons of virtue and resilience. Instead, they were being presented with pickle merchants, poodle groomers, fishermen who communicated in silences, and an entire cast of 1,000 fantasy novels. Su Liang, the ancient entity who fed on despair and sought to extinguish the vibrant flame of existence, would have found the Celestial Council's current predicament immensely amusing, were he not so utterly focused on his own malevolent designs. The champion, it seemed, was proving to be a remarkably elusive quarry, hidden somewhere within the glorious, bewildering, and profoundly delicious chaos of the mortal world. The search, however, would continue. The Celestial Council found themselves in a rather unenviable position. Their meticulously crafted plan to identify a mortal champion, a beacon of hope against the encroaching despair of Su Liang, was yielding results that were, to put it mildly, perplexing. Their agents, dispatched across the globe, were returning with tales of potential heroes that seemed more suited to a whimsical parable than a cosmic struggle. From the rain-slicked streets of Neo-Kyoto, the envoy Lyra, still embodying the serene guise of Itsuko Tanaka, presented her most promising candidate. Hiroshi, the fisherman, was a man of few words and fewer worldly possessions. His life was a testament to quiet resilience, a daily negotiation with the unforgiving sea, and a profound, almost spiritual, understanding of the natural world. Lyra, sensing the deep well of inner peace within him, believed his capacity for adaptation and his harmonious existence with the chaotic forces of nature made him an ideal contender. His silence, Lyra had communicated, her message imbued with the tranquility of a perfectly brewed cup of sancha, is not an absence of thought, but a deep communion with the world around him. He does not conquer the ocean, he dances with it. This, I believe, is a strength that Su Liang, a force of absolute domination, cannot comprehend. However, when presented to the council, Hiroshi's strengths were subtly, and perhaps predictably, misinterpreted. Ignis, the lord of passion, found his stillness unnerving. Harmony with the sea, adaptation, he scoffed, a flicker of celestial fire dancing in his eyes. Where's the fire? Where's the unyielding spirit that burns against the darkness? This fisherman will be swept away by the first gust of Su Yang's despair like a leaf on the tide. Lumina, ever the pragmatist, agreed. His resilience is rooted in acceptance, Ignis. We need someone who actively fights despair, not someone who merely weathers it. While his connection to nature is admirable, it lacks the raw, defiant spirit we require. Meanwhile, Bartholomew Buttonwood, still diligently portraying Arthur Pumble in the chaotic urban sprawl of New York, had unearthed another potential hero, Salty Pete, the proprietor of a mobile roasted nut stand. Pete's stall, a fragrant oasis in the concrete jungle, had survived a gauntlet of urban trials, from health inspector raids to fierce competition from artisanal coffee shops. Pete himself, with his calloused hands and perpetual good cheer, was a living testament to tenacity. Bartholomew's report, brimming with his characteristic overenthusiasm, painted Pete as a paragon of resilience. He has a fundamental understanding of human needs, Bartholomew had declared via email, warmth, sustenance, the simple joy of a perfectly seasoned snack. His dedication to quality, even in the face of overwhelming odds, is a testament to his unwavering moral compass. He embodies the tangible, the real, the nuttiness of unwavering goodness. The council's reaction to Salty Pete was a study in celestial amusement and profound confusion. Kronos, peering into the temporal strands that swirled around Pete's humble cart, noted a peculiar consistency. His routine, Kronos mused, his precise roasting times, his consistent product quality, these are akin to maintaining temporal equilibrium, albeit on a micro scale. He is a fixed point in a chaotic system. His resilience is not merely physical. It is a dedication to a singular, unwavering purpose. But Lumina remained unconvinced. A singular purpose of nuts, Kronos? While his consistency is noted, does his expertise in the culinary arts extend to combating an existential threat? I fear his greatest challenge thus far has been a rogue pigeon, not an ancient entity of despair. Their celestial gardener-turned-event planner, Evelyn Shaw, had focused her efforts on a young woman named Tiffany, whose prodigious talent lay in the competitive world of canine grooming. Tiffany, with her nimble fingers and an almost supernatural ability to sculpt poodle fur into fantastical shapes, had impressed Evelyn with her unique perspective and unflinching dedication to aesthetics. Evelyn's report, delivered with the breathless enthusiasm of someone who had just witnessed a poodle transformed into a miniature swan, argued that Tiffany's ability to navigate the intricate and often frustrating world of matted fur and shedding demonstrated a remarkable inner strength. Her commitment to achieving symmetry, Evelyn had written, her patience in the face of a yelping, wriggling client, these are qualities of immense fortitude. She faces each grooming challenge with the stoicism of a seasoned warrior. Her shear's a testament to her precise vision. The Lord of Passion, Ignis, had practically sputtered with indignation. Poodle perms? Symmetry for canines? This is not the fiery resolve we seek. This is elaborate pet pampering. How can a woman who spends her days battling tangled coats possibly comprehend the dark tendrils of despair that Su Yang seeks to weave around the mortal soul? Serafina, the empath, offered a slightly more nuanced perspective. I sense a deep well of focus and a genuine, albeit niche, passion in Tiffany. Her ability to bring order to chaos, to create beauty where there was mess, is undeniably a form of strength. However, the leap from sculpting a Pomeranian to confronting an ancient, soul-devouring entity is considerable. The council's frustration mounted with each report. They had envisioned their champion as a warrior of unwavering spirit, a sage of profound wisdom, or a beacon of unshakable moral rectitude. Instead, they were being presented with individuals whose strengths, while genuine, were deeply rooted in the peculiar and often mundane realities of mortal life. Then, from the opulent, perfumed streets of Paris, came a report from Antoine Dubois, the celestial sommelier, who was posing as a discerning wine connoisseur. Antoine had been observing Monsieur Pierre Dubois, a pâtissier of international renown, a man whose life was dedicated to the art of the perfect croissant and the divine alchemy of sugar and butter. Antoine's reports were lavish, filled with poetic descriptions of laminated dough and the ethereal rise of a perfectly baked soufflé. He believed that Monsieur Pierre's unwavering will, his meticulous dedication to his craft, and his profound understanding of balance, not just in flavor, but in the very fabric of existence, made him a prime candidate. He has faced the tyranny of a collapsing meringue, Antoine had written, his celestial mind grappling with the existential dread of an underwhipped crème anglaise. He has stared into the abyss of a burnt tart and emerged, time and again, triumphant. His understanding of the delicate interplay of ingredients, of crispness and yielding, of sweetness and subtle bitterness, is a reflection of a profound cosmic harmony. Surely, such a man, who can balance the very essence of flavor, can balance the scales of good and evil. Lumina, reading Antoine's report, felt a flicker of something akin to hope, quickly followed by a wave of exasperation. Balance and flavor is one thing, Antoine, she sighed, running a hand through her starlight-infused hair. Balance against an entity that seeks to unravel reality is quite another. While I appreciate the poetic descriptions of Monsieur Pierre's pastries, I question his ability to wield anything more potent than a whisk against Su Liang. Kronos, however, saw a glimmer of potential. His dedication is absolute, he stated, his temporal senses perceiving the unwavering commitment woven into Pierre's daily life. He manipulates raw ingredients, transforming them through skill and time into something exquisite. This process, this transformation, is a powerful metaphor. And his understanding of balance, as Antoine suggests, is not merely culinary. It is an intuitive grasp of how disparate elements must coexist to create a perfect whole. This is precisely the kind of understanding needed to counter Su Liang's corrupting influence, which thrives on imbalance and discord. Ignis, though, remained unconvinced. Passion for pastry? Where is the passion for justice? Where is the burning desire to protect the innocent? His passion is for a perfectly flaky crust, not for the salvation of souls. The Celestial Council found themselves at an impasse. They had agents diligently searching, but their definitions of heroism were proving to be a significant impediment. Their cosmic framework for evaluating strength, resilience, and moral fortitude was clashing with the messy, nuanced, and often absurd realities of mortal existence. Yet, amidst the growing despair within the Celestial Observation Chamber, a new candidate emerged, thanks to the earnest, if somewhat misguided, efforts of Bartholomew Buttonwood. Bartholomew, still posing as Arthur Pumble, had fixated on a grizzled, former Special Forces operative named Sergeant Major Rex Ragnarok Sterling. Ragnarok, now retired and running a struggling independent bookstore on the grimy side of Queens, was a man haunted by past conflicts, a man who had seen the worst of humanity and had emerged, not unscathed but unbroken. Bartholomew had initially been drawn to Ragnarok's stoic demeanor and his evident physical prowess, which he interpreted as unwavering resilience. However, as he delved deeper, observing Ragnarok's quiet acts of kindness, the way he mentored troubled youths who hung around his shop, the fierce protectiveness he displayed towards his ailing cat, and his relentless pursuit of justice for a local community facing eviction, Bartholomew began to see something more profound. He is a warrior, my lords and ladies. Bartholomew's latest dispatch exclaimed, his celestial script vibrating with a newfound, if still eccentric, certainty. He has faced terrors on the battlefield that would make the cosmos tremble. He understands the darkness, the brutality, the sheer, unadulterated will to destroy. And yet he endures. He has traded his rifle for a well-worn copy of Moby Dick, his camouflage for a perpetually ink-stained cardigan, but his spirit remains untamed. He is a guardian of his corner of the world, a bulwark against the creeping decay. He understands sacrifice, he understands loss, and he understands, more importantly, the absolute necessity of fighting back, even when all hope seems lost. This report finally sparked a flicker of genuine interest within the council. Lumina, usually quick to dismiss Bartholomew's more outlandish interpretations, found herself leaning forward. A former soldier, she mused, her gaze distant. Someone who has faced genuine conflict, not just abstract notions of good and evil. Kronos, ever the analyst, began to process the temporal data surrounding Ragnarok. His past is a tapestry of conflict and loss, he confirmed. He has experienced profound despair, yet he has not succumbed. His resilience is not merely physical, it is etched into his very being. He possesses a deep-seated understanding of strategy, of identifying weaknesses, and of exploiting them. This is not the passive adaptation of the fisherman, nor the artistic balance of the pâtissier. This is the active, strategic engagement with adversity. Ignis, the lord of passion, found himself unexpectedly moved by Bartholomew's description of Ragnarok's protective instincts. He fights for his corner of the world, Ignis admitted, a grudging respect in his tone. He defends the vulnerable, not with abstract ideals, but with a fierce, tangible will. This is the fire we seek. This is a passion born not of fleeting joy, but of a profound, unwavering conviction. Seraphina, the empath, sensed the deep currents of weariness and pain within Ragnarok, but beneath it, she felt a core of unyielding resolve. He carries the scars of his past, she reported softly. He has wrestled with his own demons, with the darkness he witnessed, and, perhaps, the darkness he inflicted. This internal struggle has forged a profound understanding of the fragility of the human spirit and a deep empathy for those who suffer. He knows what despair looks like from the inside out, and he has chosen to stand against it. The council, for the first time, found themselves in agreement. Sergeant Major Rex, Ragnarok Sterling, the retired soldier running a struggling bookstore, seemed to possess the raw materials they were searching for. He had faced genuine hardship, understood the nature of conflict, and possessed a fierce, protective spirit. He was flawed, certainly, haunted by his past, perhaps prone to gruffness, and his understanding of cosmic threats was likely non-existent. But he was real, he was unbroken, and in the fractured, joy-obsessed world they were now operating in, that felt like a monumental advantage. The search was far from over. They still had other agents reporting in, other peculiar candidates to consider. There was the street artist in Berlin, whose vibrant, defiant murals seemed to pulse with an almost tangible energy, challenging the drab conformity of the city. There was the disgraced scientist in London, who, despite her professional ruin, continued to conduct clandestine experiments, driven by an insatiable thirst for knowledge and a desperate hope of redemption. Each presented their own unique blend of potential and peril. But for the first time since embarking on this seemingly impossible quest, a sense of focused determination settled over the celestial observation chamber. They had identified not just one, but a handful of individuals who, despite their quirks and their flaws, possessed a spark of the extraordinary. The challenge now was to discern which spark, when fanned by celestial guidance, would ignite into the flame capable of holding back the encroaching darkness. The selection process, they knew, would be as fraught with celestial misinterpretation and cosmic irony as the search itself. After all, the universe, in its infinite and often baffling wisdom, rarely presented its heroes in perfectly polished packages. They were more likely to be found amidst the grit and grime, the unexpected passions, and the quiet resilience of the mortal realm, waiting to be discovered, or in their case, to be very, very carefully nudged in the right direction. The weight of their decision settled upon the Celestial Council like a shroud of cosmic dust. Sergeant Major Rex, Ragnarok Sterling, the retired warrior whose bookstore served as a sanctuary for both battered paperbacks and weary souls, had emerged as their most promising candidate. The irony was not lost on them. The gods, beings of immense power and ancient wisdom, were pinning their hopes on a mortal man whose primary concern for years had been the existential threat of a misplaced decimal point in his inventory or the lamentable quality of lukewarm coffee served at the local diner. Yet, Ragnarok's scarred hands, his haunted eyes that had witnessed horrors mortals could only dream of, and his fiercely protective nature, which he now directed towards a motley collection of neighborhood strays and aspiring poets, resonated with a truth that transcended celestial pronouncements. While Bartholomew Buttonwood, the most enthusiastic if occasionally bewildering of their agents, continued to gather further intel on Ragnarok's daily routines, detailing his meticulously brewed morning coffee, his fierce dedication to alphabetizing the science fiction section, and his surprisingly insightful literary critiques delivered to bewildered customers, the council began to coalesce around a nascent strategy. The plan, still in its larval stages, was a delicate tapestry woven with threads of divine intervention and calculated risk. They intended to leverage Ragnarok's inherent strengths, subtly amplifying his courage, honing his strategic mind, and perhaps, with a judicious application of celestial nudges, bestowing upon him an understanding of the cosmic stakes involved. Meanwhile, in the echoing silence of his self-made, celestial dominion, Su Yang continued his petty reign. The mortal world, to him, was a playground, a stage upon which he enacted his whims with the casual cruelty of a child with a new, terrifying toy. The news of his ascendant power had spread through the mortal consciousness not as a divine pronouncement, but as a pervasive, insidious miasma of doubt and despair. It manifested in the sudden loss of faith, the erosion of community bonds, the gnawing anxiety that permeated daily life. He reveled in this chaos, not as a strategist, but as a conductor of discord, each note of human suffering a symphony to his burgeoning ego. He was blissfully, terrifyingly unaware, or perhaps utterly indifferent, to the intricate machinations of the celestial realm. His focus remained on the immediate, the visceral, the petty pleasures of his newfound godhood. He manipulated stock markets with a flick of his wrist, orchestrated minor natural disasters for dramatic effect, and reveled in the adulation of his hastily assembled cult of followers, a collection of the disillusioned and the power-hungry. The gods, privy to the cosmic undercurrents of Su Yang's actions, felt the encroaching shadow of his influence. Their agents, like Lyra observing the quiet stoicism of Hiroshi the fisherman, or Antoine Dubois waxing poetic about the structural integrity of Monsieur Pierre's éclairs, continued their observations, gathering fragments of human resilience and courage. Lumina, the pragmatist, found herself increasingly exasperated by the inherent unpredictability of mortal heroism. "We seek a sword," she'd once lamented, her voice echoing in the observation chamber, "and they present us with a perfectly crafted teacup. How are we to forge a weapon against an existential threat from something so delicate?" Ignis, the Lord of Passion, however, saw a different kind of battle unfolding. He watched as Ragnarok, with his gruff pronouncements and unwavering sense of justice, intervened in a local dispute over a park bench, his fury a controlled inferno directed not at the elderly woman fighting for her right to sit in the sun, but the young hooligans attempting to intimidate her. Ignis saw a spark, a nascent flame that, with the right celestial tinder, could ignite into a conflagration. His passion is not for abstract justice, Lumina, Ignis argued, his voice resonating with the heat of a blacksmith's forge. It is for the tangible, the vulnerable, the right to a quiet afternoon in the sun. He fights for this woman on this bench. And that, my dear pragmatist, is a more potent force than any celestial decree. Kronos, the keeper of time, meticulously charted the temporal eddies surrounding the various candidates. He observed the unwavering rhythm of Hiroshi's life, tied to the ebb and flow of the tides, the cyclical dedication of Monsieur Pierre, the rise and fall of his perfectly proof dough, and the persistent, unyielding present moment of Ragnarok. a man who had learned to exist and to fight within the fractured fragments of his past. Su Liang seeks to unravel time itself, Kronos stated, his voice a dry rustle of ancient parchment, to collapse all moments into an eternal present of his own making. To counter such a force, we need a being who understands the weight of time, the consequences of its passage, and the enduring strength of moments that refuse to be erased. Ragnarok, with his past etched into his very being, possesses this understanding. He carries his history not as a burden, but as a foundation. The council's internal debates were as complex and often as absurd as the mortal world they sought to influence. Seraphina, the empath, spent hours communing with the emotional residue of each potential champion. She felt the deep well of quiet contentment in Hiroshi, the artistic fervor of Monsieur Pierre, and the layered pain and unwavering resolve of Ragnarok. She reported on the subtle anxieties that plagued Tiffany, the canine groomer, as she wrestled with a particularly stubborn poodle perm, and the almost desperate hope that fueled the disgraced scientist's clandestine experiments. Each report was a testament to the multifaceted nature of human spirit, a kaleidoscope of flaws and strengths that defied easy categorization. And so, the plan began to solidify, a precarious structure built upon divine ambition and mortal grit. The council decided to employ a multi-pronged approach. Bartholomew, under the guise of an aspiring literary agent, would become Ragnarok's constant shadow, subtly guiding him toward situations that would challenge his combat instincts and his innate sense of protectiveness. Lumina, ever the strategist, would work on identifying Su Liang's vulnerabilities, analyzing the patterns of his chaotic influence, and devising a celestial counter-strategy that would exploit any perceived weakness. Ignis would focus on igniting Ragnarok's dormant fire, fanning the embers of his righteous anger into a blaze that could withstand the encroaching despair. Kronos would subtly manipulate the temporal currents, creating opportunities for Ragnarok to encounter moments of profound personal significance, reinforcing his connection to the flow of time and the importance of each passing second. And Seraphina would serve as their emotional barometer, ensuring that Ragnarok's burgeoning power did not overwhelm him, that his empathy remained a guiding force rather than a crippling liability. The irony of their position was not lost on them. They, the celestial architects of reality, were now meticulously orchestrating a divine heist, a celestial usurpation. They were arming a mortal, not with celestial weapons, but with amplified versions of his own innate strengths. It was a desperate gamble, a deviation from their ancient protocols, but Su Liang's unchecked ascension demanded nothing less. His petty godhood was a cancerous growth on the fabric of existence, and the only hope of excise lay in a carefully planned, highly improbable confrontation. Su Liang, meanwhile, was basking in the glow of his self-conferred divinity. His latest acquisition was a minor demigod of trivial matters, a being who had previously been responsible for ensuring that socks never lost their mates in the laundry. Now, under Su Liang's guidance, the demigod's powers were twisted to ensure that all important documents invariably went missing just before crucial deadlines, and that loose buttons became a plague upon all formal wear. It was a testament to Su Liang's perverse sense of humor, and a chilling demonstration of his ability to corrupt even the most mundane of cosmic functions. He saw no threat, no challenge. The gods, he believed, were too concerned with their grand, cosmic pronouncements to notice the subtle, yet devastating, unraveling of mortal order. He was mistaken. The stage was indeed being set, not for a divine decree, but for a desperate gamble, a clash of celestial hubris and mortal resilience, all orchestrated by the very beings who had once stood apart from the fray. The looming confrontation was no longer a distant possibility. It was an inevitable dawn, painted with the blood-red hues of impending conflict. Chapter 9. Training the Unlikely Hero. The mundane reality of Ragnarok's bookstore dissolved with a sound akin to 1,000 champagne corks popping simultaneously, followed by a dizzying sensation of being simultaneously stretched and compressed. One moment, he was carefully explaining the finer points of dragon husbandry to a wide-eyed teenager. The next, he was tumbling through a kaleidoscope of improbable colors and the distinct smell of ozone mixed with lavender. He landed with an unceremonious thud on a surface that felt suspiciously like solidified starlight, a material as yielding yet firm as a perfectly proofed brioche. Blinking against a light that seemed to emanate from everywhere and nowhere at once, Ragnarok found himself in a vast, cavernous space. The architecture defied earthly logic, swirling with impossible geometries and structures that shimmered as if constantly on the verge of dissolving. Hovering around him were figures that, while vaguely humanoid, possessed an aura of power that made the hairs on his arms stand on end. These were the gods, or at least their chosen representatives for this particular, and in Ragnarok's opinion, utterly bewildering task. "Welcome, champion," boomed a voice that vibrated not just in his ears, but in his very bones. It belonged to a being of imposing stature, clad in armor that seemed to be woven from pure light. This was Ignis, the Lord of Passion, and Ragnarok suspected, the instigator of this rather abrupt celestial recruitment drive. "You have been chosen to undertake a sacred duty, a task of cosmic import." Ragnarok, a man whose greatest daily challenge usually involved wrestling with the self-checkout machine at the local supermarket, merely grunted. "Sacred duty? Last I checked, my duty was to make sure Mrs. Higgins got her Agatha Christie novels on time, and that the poetry section didn't spontaneously combust from sheer ennui. What's cosmic about that?" Before Ignis could respond, a smaller, more ethereal figure drifted forward. This was Lumina, the pragmatist, her form shifting like mist. "Your former duties, while appreciated by the mortal inhabitants of Sector 7G, are less pressing now. The cosmic balance is in peril. A nascent entity, Su Yang, is disrupting the established order." She spoke with a clipped, efficient tone, as if reciting a particularly dry quarterly report. "Disrupting the order?" Ragnarok scratched his beard, a gesture honed by years of contemplating complex plot twists. "Sounds like a Tuesday afternoon in my shop. Someone always messes with the new arrivals display." Kronos, the keeper of time, appeared as a shimmering silhouette, his voice like the rustle of ancient scrolls. "Su Yang seeks to collapse all temporal paradoxes into a singular, unchanging present. He wishes to render all moments subservient to his will. This is not a mere disruption. It is an unraveling of existence itself." Ragnarok's eyes, accustomed to scanning for smudges on rare first editions, narrowed. "So he wants to freeze time? Make everything stuck? Like that one time a pigeon got into the shop and refused to leave for 3 days. Caused a terrible backlog." Serafina, the empath, her presence a gentle wave of calm, offered a sympathetic smile. "It is more pervasive than that, Sergeant Major. He is feeding on despair, on the erosion of hope. He twists the very fabric of reality to sow discord and apathy." "Right," Ragnarok said, his voice surprisingly steady. He'd seen despair before, in the eyes of a young soldier huddled in a foxhole, in the hollow gaze of a refugee. This was a different scale, but the core emotion, the raw human element, felt familiar. "So, what am I supposed to do about it? I'm pretty good at bookbinding, and my customer service is legendary, but I don't exactly have a degree in temporal tapestry repair." Lumina sighed, a sound that seemed to dissipate into the starlight. "That is why you are here, Sergeant Major. We are to train you." The training, if one could call it that, commenced with a bewildering lack of order. Kronos, attempting to teach Ragnarok about temporal manipulation, decided the best approach was to have him experience 1,000 years of history in a single afternoon. This involved being crammed into a celestial simulation chamber that flickered through epochs with alarming speed. Ragnarok found himself witnessing the construction of the pyramids, the fall of Rome, the Renaissance, and a particularly disastrous disco era, all while trying to balance a cup of lukewarm, interdimensional coffee that kept refilling itself. "Observe the flow," Kronos rasped, his spectral form flickering. The inevitability of change. The weight of every passing moment. Right now, the weight of that disco era is pretty heavy, Ragnarok muttered, ducking a particularly flamboyant sequin jumpsuit that materialized out of thin air. He found himself more focused on the bizarre fashion choices of millennia than on any profound understanding of time. He was supposed to learn to harness temporal eddies, not be subjected to a celestial fashion show gone horribly wrong. Ignis, on the other hand, believed that raw, unadulterated passion was the key. He attempted to channel Ragnarok's innate righteous anger into a divine weapon. This involved standing in the middle of a vast, cosmic arena, while Ignis conjured spectral manifestations of every injustice Ragnarok had ever witnessed or even heard of. A corrupt politician accepting a bribe, a bully tormenting a smaller child, a landlord unfairly evicting a single mother, all paraded before Ragnarok, accompanied by Ignis's booming exhortations. Feel the fire, Ragnarok. Let it consume you. Let it forge you into an instrument of divine retribution. Ignis roared, his voice cracking like thunder. Ragnarok, however, found himself more inclined to critique the staging. Bit melodramatic, isn't it? And that landlord? His tie is all wrong. Seriously, is no one in this celestial realm paying attention to sartorial details? He'd managed to manifest a spectral broom and was half-heartedly swatting at a particularly persistent phantom tax collector, more out of annoyance than cosmic fury. His passion, it seemed, was more inclined towards tidiness and proper attire than grand, fiery retribution. Lumina, ever the pragmatist, tried a more structured approach, focusing on tactical maneuvers. She attempted to simulate battlefield scenarios, drawing upon eons of celestial warfare. However, her understanding of mortal combat seemed to be filtered through ancient, largely irrelevant scrolls. The optimal strategy against a horde of encroaching oblivion, Lumina explained, gesturing to a shimmering holographic projection of what looked suspiciously like an overly aggressive flock of sentient teacups, is to employ the shield of unwavering propriety, followed by the flurry of polite inquiries. Maintain eye contact. Never let them see you sweat. And always offer a sincere apology for any collateral damage. Ragnarok stared at the teacups, which were indeed advancing with a disconcerting amount of clattering. He remembered the brutal efficiency of a well-placed bayonet charge, the tactical advantage of flanking maneuvers, the sheer brute force of overwhelming an enemy. Polite inquiries? Lumina, with all due respect, these things look like they're about to commit war crimes with their tiny ceramic teeth. I think a shield of unwavering propriety might get chipped. Serafina, in her attempts to foster empathy, often found herself in the most peculiar situations. She tried to connect Ragnarok with the emotional resonance of the universe, guiding him through meditations that involved attuning himself to the sorrow of a wilting flower or the joy of a newborn star. This often devolved into Ragnarok feeling an overwhelming urge to water the flower or, in the case of the star, to offer it a small celestial hug. It's all very intense, Ragnarok admitted after one particularly emotional session where he'd spent an hour communing with the existential angst of a particularly stubborn dust bunny that had taken up residence in a corner of the training arena. I'm starting to feel sorry for Su Yang. He probably just needs a good cup of tea and a chat about his feelings. Bartholomew Buttonwood, ever the diligent agent, was often present, observing with an almost giddy fascination. He would meticulously document Ragnarok's reactions, scribbling notes in a celestial ledger bound in what looked like dragon hide. Remarkable resilience, he'd murmur to himself, as Ragnarok attempted to use a celestial scroll on ancient elven battle formations as a makeshift umbrella during a simulated cosmic downpour of shimmering existential dread. His ability to adapt to entirely nonsensical situations is truly unique. The gods, despite their immense power, struggled with the concept of translating their divine knowledge into something a mortal could grasp. Their understanding of human concepts was often as flawed as a child's interpretation of a complex scientific theory. They tried to teach Ragnarok celestial combat using ancient texts that describe battles fought with glowing swords and celestial shields. However, the descriptions were often vague, relying on metaphors that held no earthly meaning. You must channel the aura of benevolent indifference, Ignis instructed, demonstrating a pose that involved standing on one leg with an expression of mild boredom. It disarms your opponent through sheer lack of engagement. Ragnarok, having spent years practicing combat drills that were decidedly not indifferent, found this approach challenging. He tried to adopt the pose, but it felt more like he was trying to balance a stack of books on his head. Are you sure about this, Ignis? Because my gut tells me that if someone's trying to blast you with cosmic energy, a bored look might not be the most effective deterrent. Lumina, in an attempt to impart knowledge of Su Liang's weaknesses, had delved into the arcane annals of cosmic warfare. She presented Ragnarok with a holographic projection of Su Liang's power signature. Note the fluctuating energy patterns, she instructed. It indicates a reliance on emotional resonance. He draws strength from despair. Therefore, the counter-strategy is to maintain a state of cheerful optimism. Ragnarok raised an eyebrow. Cheerful optimism? Lumina, have you met me? My default setting is grumpy old man who secretly enjoys terrible puns. Cheerful optimism feels like trying to convince a cat to enjoy a bath. Kronos, attempting to imbue Ragnarok with an understanding of temporal causality, subjected him to a series of paradox simulations. Ragnarok was tasked with preventing himself from entering his own bookstore on a particular Tuesday, which inevitably led to him preventing himself from doing something else, which then led to him preventing himself from preventing something else, creating an ever-expanding web of temporal anomalies. The butterfly effect, Kronos declared triumphantly, as Ragnarok found himself inadvertently causing a minor celestial nebula to collapse by sneezing at the wrong moment. Every action has a consequence. I just wanted to get a decent cup of coffee that morning. Ragnarok protested, brushing imaginary stardust off his shoulders. This is worse than trying to explain the Dewey Decimal System to someone who insists that all books should be shelved by color. Serafina, in her well-intentioned efforts to foster emotional strength, tried to have Ragnarok empathize with Su Liang himself. She presented him with visions of Su Liang's past, attempting to find a point of origin for his current destructive tendencies. Unfortunately, the visions were often fragmented, confusing, and, frankly, a little disturbing. Ragnarok saw glimpses of a lonely child, a scorned lover, a disgruntled cosmic bureaucrat passed over for promotion. He's just misunderstood, isn't he? Ragnarok mused, after witnessing a particularly pathetic scene of Su Liang attempting to charm a sentient celestial teapot, only to be rejected. Maybe he just needs someone to tell him his aura is a bit much, but his heart's in the right place. The gods exchanged bewildered glances. Their champion, it seemed, was not absorbing their divine wisdom as intended. He was filtering it through the lens of his mortal experience, his ingrained pragmatism, and his surprisingly robust sense of humor. The Celestial Boot Camp was proving to be less of a rigorous military exercise and more of a chaotic, interdimensional improv class. Ignis, ever the firebrand, decided a more direct approach was needed. He dragged Ragnarok into a simulated combat scenario against a holographic projection of Su Liang. Attack! Ignis bellowed. Unleash the fury of the heavens. Ragnarok, armed with a spectral broom and a surprisingly durable shield fashioned from a particularly stubborn celestial mushroom, eyed the shimmering, malevolent form of Su Liang. He remembered the techniques he'd learned in the trenches, the practiced movements, the instinctive reactions. But the celestial training had muddled his instincts. "All right, you cosmic menace," Ragnarok grunted, channeling his frustration into a surprisingly effective, sweeping motion with the broom. "Let's see how you handle a bit of aggressive tidiness." He parried a bolt of dark energy with a mushroom shield, which let out a faint, squeaking sound. Lumina, observing from the sidelines, made a note. Note: broom-based combat is surprisingly effective against entities fueled by despair. Further research into broom efficacy in existential warfare required. Kronos, meanwhile, was attempting to impart the concept of temporal flow by having Ragnarok navigate a maze where the walls shifted and reformed based on his past decisions. Each step you take here, he explained, his voice a dry whisper, is influenced by a choice you made yesterday. Or perhaps a choice you will make tomorrow. Ragnarok, after getting irrevocably stuck in a loop where he kept trying to prevent himself from picking up a specific cosmic artifact, which then caused him to pick up the artifact, which then caused him to try to prevent himself from picking it up, finally threw his spectral hands up in exasperation. This is giving me a migraine. Can we just fast forward to the part where I punch Su Liang? Or at least get a decent cup of coffee? Serafina, sensing Ragnarok's overwhelming frustration, gently intervened. Perhaps, Sergeant Major, she said softly, her voice a balm on his frayed nerves, the divine wisdom is not in the perfect execution of these techniques, but in the spirit with which you approach them. Your courage, your willingness to protect the vulnerable, even your exasperation with our unconventional methods. These are the true tools at your disposal. Ragnarok paused. The spectral broom held it aside. He looked at the swirling chaos of the training ground, at the earnest, if slightly bewildered, faces of the gods. He thought of the bookstore, of Mrs. Higgins, of the teenagers he'd mentored. He wasn't a celestial warrior. He was just a man who had seen too much, done too much, and now, apparently, had to deal with a cosmic bully. All right, he said, a grudging respect dawning in his eyes. Let's try this again. But this time, no more disco eras. And if any of those teacups get too close, I'm calling animal control. Celestial animal control, obviously. The gods exchange another look. This was not going according to their ancient blueprints. But, as Lumina had once noted with a sigh, the universe had a peculiar way of throwing curveballs, even when you were the ones throwing them. And their unlikely champion, with his battered spirit and his surprisingly resilient sense of humor, was proving to be the biggest curveball of all. The Divine Boot Camp was, in its own spectacularly chaotic fashion, beginning to yield results. Not in the way they'd expected, but perhaps in the way that was truly needed. The cavernous training arena, shimmering with the residual energy of 1,000 simulated battles, felt more like a cosmic joke than a place of serious instruction. Jian, blinking in the omnipresent starlight, found himself the unwitting recipient of celestial wisdom that was as bewildering as it was ancient. His instructors, a pantheon of beings whose powers dwarfed mortal comprehension, seemed to operate on a logic system that was fundamentally incompatible with anything resembling common sense. Observe, Jian, boomed Ignis, his voice resonating with the fervor of 1,000 suns. He struck a pose that was meant to be intimidating, but mostly made him look like he was trying to ward off an invisible swarm of extremely polite gnats. This is the dance of sundering, a technique passed down since the dawn of the ether, capable of unraveling the very threads of enemy formations. Jian, who had spent the last 3 days being drilled in what felt like a celestial interpretive dance routine, cautiously mirrored Ignis's movements. It involved a lot of elegant arm waving and a rather uncomfortable-looking hip shimmy. So, I just wave my arms at them until they sunders, he asked, his voice laced with skepticism. He'd seen enough action movies to know that sundering usually involved more explosions and fewer pirouettes. Lumina, ever the pragmatist, floated closer, her ethereal form casting a cool, analytical glow. The dance of sundering, she clarified, her tone clipped, is not merely about physical movement. It is about projecting an aura of disharmony, a chaotic resonance that disrupts the opponent's internal equilibrium. Imagine a symphony played with every instrument out of tune. Right, Jin muttered, trying to recall the last time a discordant note had made him want to flee. He'd experienced plenty of off-key singing in his time, usually from particularly enthusiastic karaoke nights, but it had never inspired him to sunder. So, I need to channel my inner tone deafness. Kronos, the keeper of time, whose presence was marked by the subtle ticking of unseen celestial clocks, chimed in with his usual cryptic pronouncements. The dance does not merely disrupt the present moment, but the echoes of its potential. It ripples backward, sowing seeds of doubt in the enemy's preparatory actions. A warrior committed to a path of aggression can be undone by the mere suggestion of hesitation. Jian rubbed his temples. This was precisely the kind of convoluted explanation that made his head hurt. Hesitation? He'd spent years learning to suppress hesitation, to act decisively. Now he was being taught to cultivate it, but in a way that was supposed to be offensive. So, if I think about not attacking, I can actually not attack them effectively. This is circular. Precisely, Ignis exclaimed, clapping his hands together with a sound like distant thunder. You grasp it. The paradox is the weapon. Jian, however, was more concerned with the practicalities. But what if they don't get the paradox? What if they just attack me? Because I'm standing here doing what looks like a distressed flamingo impression. Seraphina, the empath, her voice a gentle murmur that could soothe even the most enraged cosmic entity, offered a comforting smile. The intention, Jian, is paramount. Your sincerity in projecting that disharmony will resonate. It is not about convincing them, but about being the disruption. She then demonstrated a subtle shift in her own aura, a ripple of melancholy, followed by a sudden burst of suppressed laughter. Jian felt a bizarre urge to both cry and then immediately break into a jig. Bartholomew Buttonwood, meticulously taking notes, scribbled furiously in his ledger. Subject exhibits remarkable adaptability to contradictory stimuli. Note, celestial empathy can induce spontaneous emotional whiplash, a potentially disorienting but effective tactic. The training continued with a series of equally baffling lessons. Lumina, ever the strategist, attempted to impart the secrets of celestial siege warfare. She projected holographic schematics of fortresses built from solidified moonlight and defended by sentient constellations. The key, she explained, pointing to a particularly complex formation of shimmering stardust, is the labyrinth of infinite regret. Once an enemy unit enters, they become ensnared in the contemplation of their past failures, rendering them immobile. Jian peered at the projection. It looked less like a strategic advantage and more like a particularly elaborate cosmic maze designed by a sadist. So, I lure them into a trap where they start feeling bad about themselves? Isn't that just emotional warfare? And how do you even build a labyrinth of infinite regret? Do you need regret contractors? Ignis, overhearing the question, boomed with laughter. Regret contractors. Excellent. We must add that to the celestial lexicon. But no, Jian, the labyrinth is not built with mortal hands. It is woven from the psychic residue of cosmic entities who have failed in their grandest endeavors. Its very existence is a testament to their sorrow. So, it's a giant, sentient monument to cosmic screw-ups? Jian asked, a grin spreading across his face. That actually sounds kind of poetic and horrifying. Kronos, sensing Jian's growing confusion, decided to demonstrate the power of temporal displacement. He plucked Jian from the training arena and, with a blink of his luminous eyes, deposited him moments earlier, standing exactly where he had been just before Kronos had teleported him. See? Kronos rasped. You have experienced the same instant twice. The power to revisit, to revise, to undo. Jian, however, was still trying to process the regret contractors. Wait, so if I mess up this training, can I just come back and do it again? Like if I fail at the dance of sundering, can I just rewind and do it better? Lumina's brow furrowed. That is not the intended application, Jian. Temporal displacement is a tool for strategic repositioning, for gaining an advantage by arriving before the enemy perceives your presence. It is not a cosmic undo button for personal failure. But it could be, couldn't it? Jian pressed. He envisioned a future where he could retry awkward social interactions, rephrase embarrassing statements, or Most importantly, avoid ever having to endure another session of the Dance of Sundering. Ignis, sensing the potential for a temporal paradox of epic proportions, quickly intervened. Focus, champion. The immediate threat demands your attention. Su Yang is not one to dwell on past regrets. He seeks to erase them entirely. The god's attempts to teach him offensive and defensive maneuvers were equally perplexing. They spoke of wielding starfire blades that could cut through dimensions or conjuring shields of unwavering conviction that repelled all forms of malevolence. But their demonstrations were often abstract. Ignis would demonstrate the starfire blade by making a shimmering arc of light appear in the air, which then promptly dissolved into a shower of harmless sparks. "You see," he'd exclaim, "the raw power." Jin would stare at the dissipating sparks. "I see a rather pretty light show. Is it supposed to, cut things? Like flesh? Or cosmic entities?" "It cuts through essence, Jian," Ignis would retort, frustration lacing his divine voice. "The very concept of a being." Lumina would try to show him the shield of unwavering conviction. She'd stand serenely as a simulated barrage of celestial negativity, manifesting as shadowy tendrils of doubt and despair would approach her. At the last moment, she'd raise a hand, and the tendrils would recoil as if encountering an invisible, unyielding wall. "It's about absolute certainty," she'd explain. "A belief so profound that it becomes a tangible barrier." Jin tried to replicate it. He focused, he believed, he convinced himself that he was utterly certain that he was quite hungry. He imagined a shield made of sheer, unadulterated craving for a pastrami on rye. When the shadowy tendrils approached, they seemed to hesitate. Then, one of them nudged a spectral shield, and it rippled, momentarily absorbing a sliver of his hunger before breaking apart. "Close," Kronos announced, as if Jian had merely stumbled. "You almost achieved a state of profound gastric certainty." The core of their conflict with Su Liang, they explained, lay in his ability to manipulate despair. He fed on it, grew stronger from it, and used it to warp reality to his will. The god solution, naturally, was to counter despair with overwhelming optimism. You must cultivate an unshakable belief in the inherent goodness of the cosmos, Ignis declared, his voice ringing with passion. "See the beauty in every nascent star. Feel the joy in every unfolding nebula." Jian, who had recently witnessed a sentient nebula spontaneously combust due to an existential crisis, found this a tad difficult. But what about the exploding nebulae and the existential crises? Are we supposed to just ignore those? They are but fleeting moments, Serafina interjected gently. The underlying harmony remains. Your task is to amplify that harmony, to be a beacon of hope against the encroaching darkness. Hope, Jian mused, was a tricky thing. It often got battered, bruised, and occasionally vaporized by interdimensional entities with a penchant for existential dread. He wondered if the gods had ever tried telling that to a small business owner struggling to make rent. So, Jin summarized, trying to distill the celestial chaos into something comprehensible. I need to dance like a distressed flamingo, project my inner tone deafness, weave a trap out of cosmic screw-ups, possibly achieve gastric certainty, and drown Su Liang in an ocean of overwhelming, nebula exploding, ignoring optimism. The gods exchanged glances. Bartholomew Buttonwood scribbled furiously. Subject demonstrating exceptional ability to synthesize contradictory directives into a cohesive, albeit absurd, personal strategy. The absurdity, paradoxically, may be its strength. Precisely. Ignis boomed, oblivious to Jian's internal monologue. You are learning. The path to victory is paved with enlightened confusion. Jian sighed. Enlightened confusion. That sounded about right. He'd been there before, usually after trying to assemble flat-pack furniture or deciphering the terms and conditions of a software update. At least this time, the stakes were considerably higher, and the furniture didn't spontaneously start singing opera. The training was less about mastering divine powers and more about learning to navigate the profoundly bizarre inner workings of celestial beings, a feat that was proving to be far more challenging than any earthly adversary. He was a champion, all right, but perhaps a champion of the utterly preposterous. And in this cosmic arena, that might just be enough. The shimmering arena, where starlight seemed to coalesce into solid matter, hummed with an energy that was both ancient and profoundly alien. Jian, still reeling from his lessons in celestial interpretive dance and gastric certainty, found himself the unwitting subject of another divine epiphany. Ignis, his divine form radiating the intensity of 1,000 suns, had just declared their previous pedagogical approach insufficient. Lumina, ever the picture of cool logic, nodded in solemn agreement, her ethereal presence casting analytical shadows. Kronos, a whisper of ticking time, remained impassive, while Seraphina, the empath, offered a gentle, concerned gaze. Bartholomew Buttonwood, their perpetually scribbling mortal scribe, adjusted his spectacles, ready to document the latest divine pivot. Champion, Ignis's voice, a cosmic rumble, echoed through the space. We have erred. Our focus has been too ethereal. Su Liang, for all his potent despair-weaving and reality-bending, remains rooted in the mortal coil. He feasts on mortal woes, manipulates mortal minds, and yet he still operates within the framework of the world you know. He gestured with a hand that crackled with barely contained stellar fire. We have been teaching you to fight gods, but to defeat Su Liang, you must first understand the mundane battlefield he currently devastates. Lumina elaborated, her voice like the chime of distant, perfectly tuned bells. Our attempts to imbue you with cosmic power have been less than effective. Your grasp of the dance of sundering remains rudimentary, and your shield of unwavering conviction appears more susceptible to hunger pangs than existential dread. While these divine arts have their place, Su Liang's power is not derived from a celestial wellspring, but from the very fabric of human suffering and the societal structures that perpetuate it. Kronos, in a rare moment of directness, rasped. He exploits the cracks, the fissures, the ignored inefficiencies. Jian blinked. So you're saying I need to learn about paperwork and social awkwardness? He couldn't quite reconcile the celestial beings before him with a sudden emphasis on terrestrial tedium. They had just demonstrated the power to unravel constellations and manipulate time, and now they were suggesting he get a degree in bureaucratic navigation. Seraphina's empathic voice, a soothing balm, reached him. It is not about the paperwork itself, Jian. It is about understanding the systems that create it, the frustrations it breeds, the delays it causes. Su Liang uses despair as a weapon, and despair often festers in places of helplessness and confusion. He thrives when people feel powerless against forces beyond their control. We need to equip you to understand those forces so you can dismantle his influence from within. Bartholomew, without missing a beat, began a new section in his ledger. Note: celestial instructors recognize limitations of direct divine intervention in countering a foe drawing power from mortal socio-political ecosystems. Shift in training paradigm to focus on applied mundane sociology and institutional psychology. Ignis, however, seemed to relish the new direction. A broad, sun-bright smile spread across his features. Indeed, Su Liang, for all his dark power, is still susceptible to the very human failings he exploits. He cannot conjure a misplaced tax form out of thin air. He cannot charm his way through a city council meeting without consequence. These are the very vulnerabilities we shall now explore. Their training shifted dramatically. The dazzling, reality-bending simulations were replaced by slightly less dazzling, reality-bending simulations. Lumina, instead of conjuring fortresses of solidified moonlight, began projecting complex organizational charts and flowcharts. This, she declared, pointing to a particularly intricate web of boxes and arrows, is the bureaucracy of perpetual delays. Observe how a simple request, such as an application for a permit to interfere with minor cosmic anomalies, can be rerouted through 16 departments, each requiring its own unique form, signed in triplicate and notarized by an entity with no less than 3 existential crises. Jian stared at the projected maze of administrative hurdles. So, if I want to say, get permission to stop Su Liang from causing widespread misery, I have to fill out this. Precisely, Lumina confirmed, a glint in her ethereal eye. And if you fail to fill it out correctly, or if a single signature is smudged, the application is rejected. The ensuing frustration, the gnawing sense of futility, that is fertile ground for Su Liang's influence. He doesn't need to cast spells. He merely needs to wait for the system to grind you down. Ignis, surprisingly adept at demonstrating the nuances of mortal frustration, mimed a man trying to assemble an IKEA bookshelf. His movements were surprisingly accurate. The bewildered stare, the fumbling with Allen keys, the increasingly desperate grunts. And here, he declared, throwing his hands up in exasperation as a phantom shelf collapsed, is the collapse of morale. When a mundane task becomes insurmountable, when hope dwindles in the face of incomprehensible instructions and missing parts, despair takes root. Su Liang cultivates this despair. Kronos, meanwhile, focused on the temporal aspects of bureaucracy. He didn't teach Jian to rewind time, but to understand the illusion of temporal manipulation within organized systems. Notice, he rasped, projecting a timeline that stretched and warped erratically, how deadlines are announced, then shifted, how meetings are scheduled, then postponed, how progress is promised, then delayed indefinitely. Time in the mortal world is not a constant river. It is a swamp, often bogged down by indecision and inertia. Su Liang exploits this temporal ambiguity to sow seeds of doubt and exhaustion. Seraphina's role was to analyze the social dynamics that fueled Su Liang's power. She would project scenarios of everyday human interaction, highlighting moments of misunderstanding, passive aggression, and unspoken resentments. "Observe Jian," she'd murmur, as Jian, or rather, a projected avatar of Jian, awkwardly tried to navigate a crowded cafe. He attempts to order a coffee, but his request is misinterpreted. The barista, stressed by the demands of their own superiors, becomes defensive. A small friction point, seemingly insignificant, yet it creates a ripple of annoyance. Su Liang amplifies these ripples. She then demonstrated how such minor conflicts could escalate. See how the initial annoyance can curdle into resentment? How a perceived slight can lead to a breakdown in communication, fostering a sense of isolation. Su Liang preys on this isolation. He whispers that no one understands, that the world is against them, that their suffering is unique and unacknowledged. Jian found himself analyzing interactions he'd previously glossed over. He began to see how a poorly worded email, a missed appointment, or a perceived snub could create a tiny pocket of negativity, a microclimate for despair. So, if I can be really polite and clear and maybe bring everyone coffee, I can weaken him, he asked, still struggling to grasp the scale of this new approach. Not entirely, Jian, Lumina corrected, but you can disrupt the channels through which he spreads his influence. You can demonstrate that competence, empathy, and clear communication are not merely pleasantries, but potent tools against chaos. By navigating these mundane systems with grace and efficiency, you become a counterforce to the despair they often engender. Ignis, with his characteristic exuberance, then introduced Jian to the concept of exploiting existential inertia. This involved understanding how individuals and groups often avoided making difficult decisions, especially when those decisions involve confronting uncomfortable truths or upsetting established norms. Su Liang thrives on inaction. Ignis boomed, striking a pose that was less dance of sunder and more guy trying to open a stubborn pickle jar. He presents a world steeped in misery, and people, weary of the struggle, often choose to accept it rather than fight it. Your task is to understand the inertia that binds them and to find the leverage to overcome it. He then projected a scenario: a village suffering under a strange blight that caused crops to wither and spirits to sag. The villagers, accustomed to hardship, merely accepted their fate. They perform rituals, Ignis explained. They offer prayers, but they do not act to find the source of the blight. Su Liang, in the shadows, subtly encourages this passive acceptance. He whispers that it is fate, that resistance is futile. Your role is to find the spark that ignites action. Jian, drawing on his own past experiences, pointed to a detail in the projection. They're all wearing the same drab clothing, and that one person in the back is staring at the ground. They're all looking inwards, not at the problem. Precisely, Lumina exclaimed, impressed. A keen observation, champion. The external uniformity breeds internal conformity. The downward gaze signifies a lack of hope, an inability to see beyond their immediate suffering. Ignis then demonstrated. With a subtle shift in his stellar aura, he projected a feeling of quiet urgency, a subtle yet undeniable suggestion that something was amiss, that a solution was within reach if only they dared to look. He didn't conjure divine intervention. He simply nudged their collective consciousness, making them question the status quo. Jian watched as the villagers in the simulation began to stir, to look around, to notice the wilting crops with a renewed sense of concern rather than resigned acceptance. It is not about force, Serafina explained softly. It is about awakening their own agency. Su Liang's power is in control, in making others feel powerless. To counter him, you must empower them. Kronos, in his own cryptic way, illustrated the concept of strategic patience. Su Liang, he rasped, relies on immediate gratification of his destructive impulses. He revels in the chaos he creates now. But true victory often lies in the long game. Understand when to observe, when to wait, when to gather information. A well-placed question, asked at the opportune moment, can unravel more than 1,000 sundering dances. He projected a simple scenario: Jian observing a subtle pattern of movement in Su Liang's energy signature, a signature Jian had previously dismissed as random background noise. By analyzing this pattern, Jian realized Su Liang was not acting spontaneously, but was reacting to specific triggers, specific vulnerabilities within the populace. He is not a god of chaos, Kronos concluded, but a master of exploiting existing chaos. Patience reveals the puppeteer, not merely the puppets. The gods, it became clear, were not just teaching Jian about mundane arts. They were teaching him to see the world through Su Liang's eyes, and then to turn that vision against him. They understood that Su Liang, for all his cosmic power, was still a creature of the mortal realm, bound by its rules, susceptible to its flaws. He could manipulate despair, but he could not conjure it from nothing. He fed on existing anxieties, on societal fractures, on the weary resignation of those who felt they had no other recourse. Su Liang's greatest strength, Lumina summarized, her voice calm and precise, is his ability to exploit the perception of powerlessness. He convinces people that their problems are insurmountable, that their suffering is inevitable. Your task, Jian, is to demonstrate otherwise, to show that even within the most labyrinthine bureaucracy, a single act of clarity can cut through the red tape. That even in the face of overwhelming despair, a spark of hope can ignite action. That even when time seems to stand still, strategic patience can reveal the truth. Ignis added, his divine enthusiasm undimmed. And you will do this not with celestial fire, nor with cosmic shields, but with the sharpest tools in the mortal arsenal: logic, empathy, and a healthy dose of well-placed persistence. You will become a master of the mundane, a champion of the common sense. And in doing so, you will become Su Liang's ultimate undoing. Jian, for the first time, felt a genuine sense of understanding, not just of celestial pronouncements, but of the world around him. He was not just being trained to fight a monster. He was being trained to understand the very conditions that allowed monsters to thrive. It was a disarmingly pragmatic approach, driven by a dawning realization on the part of his divine mentors. Sometimes, the most profound power lies not in the spectacular, but in the steadfastly, resolutely, and utterly ordinary. And the gods, facing their own potential failures, were willing to embrace the mundane to ensure Jin's success. Bartholomew Buttonwood, his quill flying across the page, paused for a moment, a rare, thoughtful expression on his face. The truly extraordinary, he mused, could indeed be found in the most unexpected of places, even within the hushed halls of bureaucracy and the subtle currents of human interaction. The weight of celestial expectation settled upon Jin's shoulders, a burden far heavier than any divine weapon he'd been shown. Each pronouncement from Ignis, each meticulously crafted flowchart from Lumina, each cryptic observation from Kronos, and each gentle, knowing glance from Seraphina felt like another stone added to an already crushing load. He was being groomed for a battle he still couldn't fully comprehend, against an enemy whose motivations seemed as mundane as they were malevolent. Su Liang, the petty god of despair, trafficked in the very anxieties that Jin himself wrestled with on a daily basis. This realization was both a flicker of understanding and a blinding spotlight on his own inadequacies. "Are you quite certain," Jin began, his voice a hesitant tremor against the cosmic hum of the training arena, "that I am the right person for this? I mean, your gods. You can manipulate reality, bend time, talk to stars. I once forgot to pay my internet bill and ended up with a late fee." The cosmic implications were minimal. He managed a weak, self-deprecating smile, which vanished as Ignis's benevolent, sunbright gaze met his. "Champion," Ignis boomed, his voice resonating with a warmth that was meant to be reassuring but only amplified Jin's unease. "It is precisely your grounding in the mundane that makes you invaluable. Su Yang thrives in the shadows of everyday life, in the quiet desperation of the overlooked. He cannot be fought with overwhelming force, for his power is not in destruction, but in erosion. You, Jin, understand erosion. You have lived it." Jin swallowed. Lived it. He had lived the slow decay of hope when faced with insurmountable tasks, the creeping doubt that gnawed at ambition, the soul weariness that settled in after one too many setbacks. He'd felt the sting of bureaucratic indifference when trying to rectify a simple billing error, the hollow ache of being ignored in a crowded room, the gnawing frustration of watching systems fail to work as they should. These weren't grand cosmic battles. They were the gritty, often humiliating skirmishes of everyday existence. And now, he was expected to weaponize them. But this whole training regimen, Jin continued, gesturing vaguely at Lumina's projected diagram of interdepartmental referral hell, "it feels like fighting fire with a leaky faucet. I'm supposed to defeat a god who weaponizes despair by filing the right paperwork? By being excessively polite? It just doesn't compute." He pictured himself, armed with a perfectly formatted complaint letter and an unshakable pleasant demeanor, confronting a being capable of twisting mortal minds into knots of existential dread. The image was, to put it mildly, underwhelming. Lumina's crystalline voice cut through his self-doubt. The leaky faucet, Jian, when applied with precision and persistence, can indeed extinguish a fire. Su Liang's power is not inherent. It is granted. It is granted by the fertile ground of human misery, by the fertile ground of perceived helplessness. You are not merely being trained to file paperwork. You are learning to understand the underlying principles of efficiency, clarity, and genuine connection that Su Liang so skillfully undermines. Each correct form, each clear communication, each moment of earned trust is a chip away at his foundation. "It's about leverage, Jian," Kronos rasped, his voice like dry leaves skittering across a tombstone. "He applies pressure to the weak points. You learn to identify them, to reinforce them, or to redirect the pressure entirely. His strength is in exploiting chaos. Yours will be in restoring order, however small, however localized. The butterfly's wing beat, he trailed off, a classic Kronos non sequitur. Jian sighed, running a hand through his already disheveled hair. He missed the days when his biggest problem was remembering to water his houseplants. He missed the simple, unburdened anonymity of his old life. This new existence, fraught with divine oversight and the impending threat of a petty god, felt like a cruel, cosmic prank. He found himself questioning the very nature of the gods' intentions. Were they truly trying to save humanity, or were they simply offloading a problem they couldn't handle themselves? Was he a hero, or just a highly inconvenient pawn? I don't feel like a hero, Jin admitted, the words tumbling out in a rush of vulnerability. I'm not brave. I'm not strong. I'm just me. And me is pretty good at panicking and then forgetting what I was panicking about. How am I supposed to fight a god when I can barely fight my own procrastination? The confession hung in the air, a stark contrast to the radiant power of his instructors. Seraphina, ever the empath, offered a gentle smile that reached her eyes. Bravery, Jian, is not the absence of fear, but the will to act in its presence. And as for procrastination, perhaps Su Liang has been your most effective, albeit unintentional, life coach in that regard. He thrives on inaction. By simply being here, by engaging with this impossible task, are already demonstrating a profound courage that transcends any conventional definition of strength. Your value lies not in not having these struggles, but in confronting them. We are not asking you to become someone you are not, Jian. We are asking you to become the best version of the person you already are, armed with a deeper understanding of the world. Ignis, ever the enthusiast, clapped his hands together, a sound like distant thunder. And what a world it is! A world of intricate systems, of subtle human interactions, of the grand theater of everyday life. Su Yang believes he is a master puppeteer, pulling the strings of despair. But he overlooks the puppet master himself, the individual who chooses, in the face of overwhelming odds, to pick up the fallen string and begin anew. You, Jian, will become that individual. You will learn that sometimes the most potent weapon is not a bolt of celestial lightning, but a well-timed word of encouragement, a clear explanation, or a simple act of understanding. He then conjured a holographic projection of a bustling city street. Observe, Jian. This is a typical urban ecosystem. Su Liang's influence is subtle here. It's in the harried commuter missing their train, the frustrated parent dealing with a tantrum, the lonely elderly person staring out their window. He amplifies their negative emotions, whispers that they are alone, that their struggles are meaningless. Ignis then zoomed in on a small interaction. A street vendor fumbling with their change, a customer sighing impatiently. A minor inconvenience, yet Su Liang will twist it, feeding the customer's anger, fueling the vendor's self-doubt. He thrives on these micro-moments of friction. Lumina stepped forward, her projection shifting to a schematic of the same street, but overlaid with lines of influence and nodes of emotional energy. Our goal is not to eliminate all negative emotion, Jian. That is an impossible and undesirable outcome. Humans are complex beings. Our aim is to disrupt Su Liang's ability to weaponize that negativity, to demonstrate that these moments of friction can be navigated with grace, that solutions exist beyond despair. See this note here? She pointed to the vendor and customer. Su Liang is feeding it. But what if? She then projected Jian, calmly approaching the vendor. He wasn't using divine power. He was using his voice, his presence. He offered a few words to the customer, a reassuring smile to the vendor. He didn't fix the problem instantly, but he diffused the tension. A simple act of intervention, Lumina explained, a moment of reasoned empathy. It doesn't erase the customer's impatience or the vendor's fumbling, but it redirects the emotional current. It prevents Su Liang from harvesting the despair that would have bloomed. Jian watched, fascinated and a little bewildered. He was being trained not to blast enemies with cosmic energy, but to de-escalate arguments and offer a calming presence. It felt absurd, and yet it also felt strangely right. He had spent so much of his life feeling powerless in the face of impersonal systems and overwhelming odds. To think that he could, with a few carefully chosen words and a genuine intention, disrupt a divine being's influence was a revelation. So, my power is being a decent human being? Jin asked, a hint of incredulity in his voice. Precisely, Ignis declared, as if Jin had just solved a cosmic riddle. But not just any decent human being, champion. A weaponized decent human being. A decent human being who understands the architecture of despair and can dismantle it with the tools of compassion, clarity, and an unwavering belief in the potential for things to be better. You are learning to be a shepherd of hope in a world Su Liang seeks to drown in its absence. Kronos, his voice barely audible, added, and to do so with patience. He builds his power on quick erosion. You will build your counterforce on slow, steady application. The mountain is worn down by the river, not by a single violent flood. Jian's mind began to race, connecting the celestial lessons to his own experiences. He recalled the time he'd helped an elderly neighbor navigate a confusing insurance claim, the small victory it had felt to cut through the bureaucratic jargon and get her the help she needed. He remembered the quiet satisfaction of mediating a dispute between roommates, not by imposing a solution, but by helping them understand each other's perspectives. These had been small moments, fleeting and seemingly insignificant in the grand scheme of things. But now he saw them in a new light. They weren't just acts of kindness, they were acts of resistance. It's like, I'm not fighting Su Liang directly, Jin mused, the gears in his mind turning faster. I'm fighting the conditions that allow him to thrive. I'm mending the tears in the fabric of society that he exploits. A most insightful summation, champion. Lumina chimed, her analytical gaze softening with approval. You are not merely learning to combat his influence. You are learning to inoculate the world against it. By demonstrating that competence and empathy can overcome obstacles, you inspire others to do the same. You become a beacon, not of overwhelming power, but of achievable resilience. The pressure, however, did not abate. The sheer scale of Su Liang's dominion, though built on mundane suffering, was vast. Jian could only influence so many people, mend so many small tears. The thought of the countless individuals lost in the quagmire of despair gnawed at him. He would spend hours analyzing Lumina's flowcharts, trying to find the most efficient points of intervention, only to be overwhelmed by the sheer volume of potential suffering. He'd practice Seraphina's empathy exercises, trying to connect with projected figures of distress, but the sheer weight of simulated woe sometimes left him feeling hollowed out. What if I fail? He whispered to himself late one night, the arena now dim, the celestial instructors temporarily withdrawn. What if I'm not enough? What if all this training just makes me realize how hopelessly outmatched I am? He sat on the cool, unyielding floor of the arena, the silence amplifying his anxieties. He missed the comfort of his own small apartment, the familiar chaos of his life before destiny had come knocking, or rather, before it had descended in a blaze of divine glory. He longed for the simplicity of being Jian, the ordinary, slightly lost young man, rather than Jian, the unlikely hero in training. He looked at his hands, ordinary hands that were supposed to wield extraordinary influence. He thought of Su Liang, who preyed on the quiet desperation of millions. The disparity was almost laughable. He felt a profound sense of loneliness, a yearning for connection that transcended the divine beings who now guided his path. They were powerful, wise, and patient, but they were also alien. They could understand the mechanics of human despair, but could they truly feel it the way he did? Could they understand the gnawing self-doubt, the fear of inadequacy that seemed to be his constant companion? He closed his eyes, trying to recall the feeling of genuine connection, the simple warmth of a shared laugh, the quiet strength of knowing someone had your back. These were the things Su Liang sought to extinguish. And these were the things Jian realized with a surge of conviction that he was fighting for. It wasn't about becoming a god slayer. It was about preserving the very essence of what made being human worth fighting for. The stakes were higher than he had ever imagined, and the path was fraught with his own internal demons. But as he sat there, alone in the celestial training ground, a faint spark of resolve began to ignite within him. He might be an unlikely hero, but he was the hero they had, and he would face this challenge, armed with all the mundane, yet profound, tools his divine mentors were so painstakingly teaching him. He would fight for the right to be ordinary, and in doing so, perhaps become something truly extraordinary. The celestial training regimen was, by all accounts, a magnificent disaster. Lumina's perfectly calibrated geometric projections would occasionally glitch, displaying what appeared to be a particularly aggressive screensaver featuring bouncing geometric shapes. Ignis, in his boundless enthusiasm, would sometimes imbue Jian with so much divine energy that he'd accidentally levitate his own shoes for an hour, much to Kronos' dry amusement. Seraphina's attempts at teaching emotional regulation often devolved into Jian weeping uncontrollably over a particularly poignant cloud formation. Yet amidst this cosmic disarray, something unexpected was happening. Jian, the reluctant champion, was evolving. His initial approach to combat had been a clumsy amalgamation of borrowed divine maneuvers and sheer panic. He'd try to channel Ignis's solar flare, only to sneeze and redirect a harmless beam of light into a bewildered celestial training dummy. He'd attempt Lumina's precision energy constructs, only for them to dissolve into shimmering dust at the slightest tremor of his self-doubt. But as the weeks bled into months, a subtle shift occurred. He began to anticipate, not just react. He learned to feel the faint tremors of impending divine energy, the subtle shifts in atmospheric pressure that heralded an incoming technique. His movements, once jerky and uncoordinated, started to possess a strange, fluid grace. It wasn't a grace born of inherent talent, but of necessity and adaptation. Jian's fighting style, if one could even call it that, was less about raw power and more about a kind of improvisational resilience. He discovered that when Lumina's meticulously constructed energy shields faltered under the sheer force of Ignis's simulated attack, he could, with a sharp, unexpected movement, redirect the residual energy into a short, sharp burst. It was like catching a falling domino and, instead of letting it topple, using its momentum to nudge another domino in a completely different direction. This wasn't the elegant, powerful choreography of the gods. It was more akin to a particularly clever squirrel navigating a complex obstacle course. "Observe, champion." Lumina's crystalline voice would echo through the arena, her projected avatar a picture of serene focus. The arc of Ignis's solar surge can be predicted. Its apex is not its endpoint. The latent heat dispersion, though seemingly chaotic, follows a discernible pattern. Instead of attempting to directly counter its force, consider the peripheral effect. Jian, who had spent the last simulated hour dodging incandescent plasma blasts and feeling the very air around him singe, grunted in response. Peripheral effect. He learned that the peripheral effect was often a burst of superheated air that could singe eyebrows, or, if he was unlucky, set his celestial issue, training robe smoldering. But now, instead of shielding himself, he'd pivot, letting the blast wash past him, and then, with a flick of his wrist, he'd scoop up a sliver of that dissipated heat, channeling it into a quick, sharp jab that could knock a simulated opponent off balance. It was crude, inefficient by divine standards, but it worked. This newfound understanding extended to Kronos' more abstract lessons. The god of time, in his eternal, cryptic pronouncements, often spoke of temporal echoes and causal reverberations. Jian, initially, had been utterly lost, convinced he was being gaslighted by a cosmic entity. But then he started noticing it in the training simulations. A simulated enemy's feint, a fractional hesitation before an attack, would leave a faint, almost imperceptible ripple in the temporal field. Kronos called it a pre-echo. Jian called it the moment before the idiot makes his move. He learned to exploit these pre-echoes, adjusting his stance or initiating a counterstrike before the actual attack was launched. It was like seeing a ghost of the future and using that knowledge to prepare for the present. "He will strike left," Jin would murmur to himself, a grim satisfaction in his voice as a holographic assailant drew back its arm. He always starts with the left after a temporal echo. This intuitive understanding of causality and consequence was precisely what Su Liang, the god of petty despair, would find most infuriating. Jin was no longer just reacting to divine power. He was deconstructing the underlying intentions and the often predictable patterns of malice. He saw that Su Liang's power wasn't about grand, devastating blows, but about 1,000 tiny cuts, each one designed to erode hope, to foster frustration, to whisper insidious doubts. "He'll make the bus late," Jin mused, picturing a scenario Lumina had devised. A commuter caught in a cascade of minor inconveniences designed to ruin their day. "He'll make sure there's no space to sit, that the person next to them smells vaguely of garlic, that the driver takes an unnecessarily long route past a billboard advertising a product the commuter can't afford. All of it is designed to culminate in a single, crushing wave of why bother." But Jin was starting to see the strings. He understood that the late bus wasn't a cosmic injustice, but a logistical failure. The crowded train was a symptom of urban planning and population density. The annoying seatmate was just an annoying seatmate. Su Liang didn't create these problems. He amplified them. He marinated them in despair, making them seem insurmountable. Jin's training wasn't about making the bus arrive on time or ensuring vacant seats on the subway. It was about teaching the commuter, or being the commuter who understood, that a bad start to the day didn't have to dictate the entire day. It was about recognizing the petty god's influence and consciously choosing not to give him the satisfaction. He began to actively look for these moments in the training exercises. Lumina would present a complex flowchart of bureaucratic nightmares, and Jin would dissect it, not for its ultimate frustrating outcome, but for the small, exploitable inefficiencies within the system. He'd identify the redundant approval step, the poorly worded instruction, the opportunity for a clear, concise communication to preempt an entire cascade of confusion. "This," Jin declared one session, pointing to a particularly convoluted diagram that represented a denied permit application. "This is a Su Liang special. The application form is intentionally vague. The required supporting documents are contradictory, and the appeal process is hidden behind 3 layers of automated phone menus." He's banking on the applicant giving up after the second round of "Please hold. Your call is important to us." Ignis beamed. "And what do you propose, champion?" Jin leaned forward, a glint in his eye. "I propose a meticulously crafted addendum. A clear, concise statement of intent, cross-referenced with the relevant and intentionally obscure regulations. I'll bypass the phone menu by finding the direct line to the department head's assistant, a classic Lumina-style intelligence gathering operation, but applied to a municipal office. And the appeal? I'll file it before the denial is even officially processed, citing procedural irregularity." He paused, a small, grim smile playing on his lips. "It's like diverting a tiny, insignificant stream. Su Liang thinks he's built a dam of despair, but I'll just reroute the water around it before it even has a chance to accumulate." Kronos gave a dry, rattling chuckle that sounded like pebbles in a tin can. The river finds a new course. The dam remains largely intact, but the purpose, the flow of despair, is disrupted. Serafina, observing Jin's evolving approach, offered a gentle nod. "You are learning to see the architecture of his malice, Jin. You understand that he thrives in the fog of confusion and the quicksand of frustration. By bringing clarity and order, even to the smallest of systems, you starve him of his sustenance." The training was brutal, often demoralizing, and frequently hilarious. Jin had developed an uncanny ability to channel divine energy through the most mundane of objects. He'd learned to imbue a simple paperweight with enough force to deflect a simulated energy blast, or to create a small, localized bubble of Kronos' temporal distortion around his morning coffee, ensuring it remained perfectly hot for the entire duration of Lumina's lectures on quantum mechanics. He'd even managed to weaponize his own innate talent for mild procrastination. When faced with an overwhelming number of simulated threats, he'd learned to put it off for a few critical moments, letting Su Liang's influence build up a tiny head of steam, only to then apply a precise, targeted countermeasure that would cause the entire manufactured frustration to implode. It was a strategy that baffled the celestial instructors, who were accustomed to direct confrontation. It's like he's letting the enemy set up their attack, but then he uses their own momentum against them. Ignis marveled, stroking his beard of starlight. He's turning their intended weakness into his strength. Despite the progress, the looming presence of Su Liang remained a heavy weight. Jian knew he wasn't ready to face a god. Not yet. He was a fledgling who could now, occasionally, zap things with stray celestial sparks and had a slightly better grasp of filing procedures. But he had learned to anticipate the petty god's moves, to see the frustration-fueled logic behind them, and to understand that Su Liang's power was built on the foundation of everyday misery. He was learning to dismantle that foundation, one meticulously filed form, one calmly spoken word, one cleverly redirected energy blast at a time. There was a grim sort of readiness settling over him. It wasn't the confident swagger of a seasoned warrior, but the weary determination of someone who had stared into the abyss of bureaucracy and found a way to navigate it. He understood that the battle against Su Liang wouldn't be a climactic clash of titans, but a series of countless, seemingly insignificant skirmishes. It would be fought in the queues at the DMV, in the crowded break rooms of office buildings, in the quiet desperation of a late-night online purchase that turned out to be a scam. He was ready to fight those battles. He was ready to be the person who calmed the frayed nerves, who clarified the confusing instructions, who offered a genuine smile to a harried stranger. He was ready to weaponize empathy, to wield clarity like a blade, and to deploy patience as his ultimate shield. The odds were still astronomical, the task monumental, and the threat of despair a constant, insidious presence. But Jian, the unlikely hero, was no longer just a pawn. He was a strategist, a disruptor, a quiet force for order in a world teetering on the brink of petty, divine-induced chaos. He was ready, in his own unique, slightly bewildered way, to face the edge of his readiness. Chapter 10. The Champion's Challenge. The air in Times Square crackled not with the usual frenetic energy of tourists in yellow cabs, but with a palpable, acrid despair. Neon signs flickered erratically, their usual cheerful advertisements now displaying distorted, mocking slogans. Lost your way? We have more, screamed a digital billboard for a defunct electronics store. The usual throng of people had thinned, replaced by a disoriented, murmuring crowd, their faces etched with a peculiar brand of listless ennui. This was not the usual urban malaise. This was something orchestrated, something divine. And at its epicenter, atop the steps of a grand, if slightly neglected, theater, stood the architect of this localized apocalypse, Su Liang. He was a surprisingly unassuming figure, considering his godly status. Clad in a charcoal gray suit that seemed perpetually just a little too tight, he exuded an aura of mild irritation, as if the entire city's malfunctioning infrastructure was a personal affront to his impeccable, albeit slightly stained taste. His hair, a receding tide of thinning gray, was meticulously combed over, a valiant but ultimately futile attempt to disguise the inevitable. His eyes, small and beady, darted with an unsettling mix of disdain and something akin to glee. He was the patron deity of the perpetually frustrated, the champion of the eternally inconvenienced, and Jian, with a knot of apprehension tightening in his gut, was about to challenge him. Jian had arrived, not with a bang, but with the reluctant shuffle of someone who'd been sent to retrieve a forgotten grocery list from the devil himself. His training, while undeniably effective in its own peculiar way, hadn't exactly prepared him for a face-to-face with a god. He'd mastered deflecting divine energy with a well-timed sneeze and deconstructing bureaucratic nightmares with the precision of a seasoned auditor, but confronting a deity of despair? That was a whole new level of, oh God. He pushed through the spectral crowd, their movements sluggish, their gazes unfocused. They bumped into him, not with apology, but with a vague, almost robotic indifference. A woman, clutching a wilting bouquet, stumbled and dropped her flowers. They scattered across the grimy pavement, a cascade of browning petals. She didn't cry, didn't curse. She simply stared at them for a moment, then continued her aimless shuffle, leaving the floral casualties behind. Jian felt a pang of sympathy, a flicker of the empathy Serafina had so diligently cultivated. This was Su Liang's work, turning vibrant life into a sad, forgotten mess. "Halt, mortal!" Su Liang's voice, thin and reedy, sliced through the despondent hum. It carried the distinct timbre of someone who had just discovered their favorite brand of tea had been discontinued. "What is this insolence? Do you not see that the very fabric of joy is unraveling around you? This is my masterpiece, a symphony of sighs and unmet expectations." Jian stopped a respectful distance away, hands tucked into the pockets of his slightly too worn jeans. The celestial training had left him with an uncanny resilience, a sort of internal bulwark against the gods' more potent emotional manipulations. But standing before Su Liang, he could feel the insidious tendrils of despair trying to weave their way into his resolve. It was the subtle whisper of doubt, the faint suggestion that all this effort was, in the grand scheme of things, utterly pointless. "Masterpiece," Jian echoed, his voice surprisingly steady. He'd spent months dissecting the minutiae of divine malevolence, and Su Liang's brand of chaos was, ironically, one of the most predictable. "Looks more like a citywide case of the Mondays. You're just amplifying what's already there, aren't you? The traffic jams, the overpriced lattes, the existential dread of choosing a streaming service." A vein throbbed in Su Liang's temple. "You presume to understand my art, mortal? This is not mere happenstance. This is the curated essence of disappointment. I have orchestrated every flickering street lamp, every delayed subway train, every patronizing customer service representative. Each individual despair." He gestured grandly with a hand that seemed to be coated in a fine layer of existential dust, melds into a glorious, overwhelming tide of apathy. "And you insignificant speck, dare to interrupt my opus." "Your opus is full of plot holes," Jian retorted, remembering Lumina's critique of a particularly convoluted celestial narrative. "And the character development is non-existent. Everyone here is just sad. Where's the narrative arc?" Su Liang blinked, his beady eyes narrowing. This was not the reaction he had anticipated. He was accustomed to groveling, to tears, to the raw, unadulterated misery of those caught in his web. A mortal arguing about narrative structure? It was bewildering. Character development? Su Liang scoffed, a sound like a damp paper bag being crushed. "My dear boy, the point is the lack of development. It's the crushing weight of stagnation. The realization that tomorrow will be exactly like today, only with slightly more wear and tear on your soul." He tapped a finger against his chin. "Though I must admit, the sheer scale of apathy I've achieved today is rather satisfying." Even the pigeons seemed dejected. Jian's gaze flickered to a nearby pigeon pecking listlessly at a discarded pretzel. It did indeed look rather disheartened, its usual urban scavenger swagger replaced by a droop of its feathered shoulders. "See," Su Liang crowed, mistaking Jian's observation for a concession. "They too feel the heavy hand of fate, or rather, my benevolent influence. They understand that the pursuit of sustenance is a Sisyphean task, doomed to temporary satisfaction and inevitable hunger." "The pigeons just got food poisoning from that pretzel," Jian muttered, a small smile playing on his lips. He felt a surge of his own divine-enhanced resilience. This god was all bluster and carefully cultivated ennui. Su Yang's power was in perception, in making the mundane feel monumental, the frustrating feel fatal. But Jian had learned to see the strings. He'd learned to identify the faulty pretzel, not blame the cosmos for the pigeon's indigestion. You speak of trivialities. Su Yang snapped, his composure beginning to fray. You speak of pretzels and pigeons. I speak of the grand, overarching ennui that grips the modern soul. I speak of the soul-crushing weight of existence, the futility of ambition, the sweet, sweet surrender to despair. And I speak of filing the correct paperwork to get a refund for that faulty pretzel. Jin replied, his voice gaining strength. He took a step forward, the crowd parting before him like water around a stone. I speak of finding a new pretzel vendor. I speak of remembering that even on a bad day, there's always the possibility of a better one. That's not futility, that's resilience. And it's something your brand of godhood can't touch. Su Yang's face contorted, a rare display of genuine emotion that was, ironically, pure petulance. Resilience? You speak of resilience to me? I am the god of petty despair. I feed on the quiet tragedies, the minor setbacks, the endless cycle of disappointment. I'm the reason your Wi-Fi always cuts out during important calls, the reason you always forget your reusable bags on grocery day, the reason that promising news show gets canceled after one season. And I'm the guy who knows how to troubleshoot a router, who keeps a stash of reusable bags in his car, and who's learned to appreciate limited series for their concise storytelling. Jian said, a spark of Ignis's solar fire dancing in his eyes. He felt a warmth bloom in his chest, a sense of purpose that pushed back against the god's oppressive aura. Your power lies in making people feel helpless. My training taught me to find the leverage, to see the loophole, to exploit the inefficiency. He pictured Lumina's meticulously crafted energy constructs, now imbued with a raw, chaotic energy that was entirely his own. He saw Ignis's blazing sun, not as a destructive force, but as a beacon of unyielding energy. He felt Kronos' temporal ripples, the subtle shifts that allowed him to anticipate and react. He remembered Seraphina's lessons on emotional clarity, the ability to see through the fog of despair. You think you can fight me with logic and practical solutions? Su Yang sneered, his voice dripping with mock sympathy. You think you can counter my divine influence with a well-organized sock drawer? You are gravely mistaken, mortal. Maybe, Jian conceded. He knew he wasn't going to win with brute force. His strength wasn't in overwhelming power, but in its precise, often unexpected application. But I'm not trying to break your spirit, Su Yang. I'm trying to make your job harder. I'm trying to make despair inconvenient. He focused his will, not on an explosive burst of divine energy, but on something far more insidious to a god of frustration, order. He felt the ambient despair swirling around them, the collective sighs of the lost souls caught in Su Yang's net. He didn't try to dispel it. That would be like trying to empty the ocean with a teacup. Instead, he began to subtly redirect it, to channel it. He envisioned the city's tangled infrastructure, the faulty wiring that made the neon signs flicker, the jammed gears in the public transport system, the inefficient algorithms that dictated the flow of information. He didn't fix them, not directly. Instead, he used the energy of despair, the very fuel Su Yang craved, to create tiny, localized pockets of efficiency. A digital billboard across the street, which had been displaying a garbled message about faulty wiring, suddenly flickered and then displayed a clear, crisp advertisement for a local bakery, complete with a discount code. The murmuring crowd, sensing a shift, a momentary respite from the oppressive gloom, began to stir, their gazes lifting from the pavement. Su Yang let out a strangled gasp. What is this? You're using my own essence against me. It's not your essence. It's the city's problems, Jian corrected. You just made them feel overwhelming. I'm just tidying up the mess and making your carefully curated despair look like a minor inconvenience. He focused again, feeling a surge of Lumina's precise energy control. He directed a sliver of the ambient frustration towards a group of lost tourists, their faces a mask of bewildered distress. Instead of amplifying their confusion, he nudged the energy, guiding it towards a nearby information kiosk, which, as if by magic, flickered to life, its touch screen suddenly responding with perfect clarity, displaying a detailed map of the city. The tourists, a collective sigh of relief escaping their lips, flocked to it, their despair momentarily forgotten. Su Liang was sputtering, his face a shade of puce that clashed spectacularly with his gray suit. This is an outrage, a perversion of divine will. You are a blight upon the tapestry of cosmic misery. I'm just trying to make things work, Jian said, his voice calm. He was no longer the terrified mortal from hours ago. The divine training, the celestial absurdities, the constant struggle against despair, it had all coalesced into this moment. He understood that his battle against Su Liang wouldn't be won with thunderous pronouncements or earth-shattering power. It would be won in the small victories, the quiet acts of defiance against the erosion of hope. He raised his hand, not in a gesture of attack, but in a deliberate, measured motion. He felt the residual energy of Su Liang's despair, the accumulated sighs and frustrations of the city. He didn't try to absorb it, but to harmonize with it, to channel it into a single, concentrated point. You thrive on chaos, Su Liang, Jian said, his voice resonating with a newfound authority. You feed on confusion. But what happens when chaos becomes ordered? What happens when confusion is replaced by clarity? With a final, focused surge, he released the channeled energy. It wasn't an explosion, but a wave, a ripple of calm that spread outwards. The erratic flickering of the neon signs steadied, returning to their usual vibrant glow. The murmuring crowd seemed to shake off their lethargy, their eyes clearing, a sense of renewed purpose dawning on their faces. The acrid scent of despair began to recede, replaced by the familiar, if slightly less glamorous, smells of exhaust fumes and street food. Su Liang stumbled back, his aura of oppressive gloom visibly thinning. He looked around, his beady eyes wide with a mixture of disbelief and horror. The masterpiece was unraveling, not with a bang, but with a collective sigh of relief. No, no, this cannot be, he shrieked, his voice cracking. My carefully constructed symphony of suffering. You have turned it into music. Jian offered a small, grim smile. Sometimes, music is exactly what you need to get through a rough day. It doesn't fix everything, but it makes the weight a little more bearable. And you, god of petty despair, have no place in a world where people can find solace in a decent melody or a functioning information kiosk. The crowd, now fully re-engaged with reality, began to stir, their confusion giving way to a dawning awareness. They looked at Su Liang, not with fear, but with a flicker of annoyance, as if he were just another minor inconvenience to be dealt with. Su Liang, his divine ego thoroughly bruised, let out a guttural cry of frustration. This is not over, mortal. Despair is eternal. It will always find a way. He gestured wildly, and the very air around him seemed to shimmer, then distort, as if reality itself was struggling to contain his peak. With a final, indignant snarl, he vanished, leaving behind only the faint scent of ozone and disappointment. Jian watched him go, a profound weariness settling over him. He hadn't vanquished Su Liang, not really. The god would return, and his influence would continue to sow seeds of frustration. But Jian had proven something, not just to the god, but to himself. He had shown that even the most potent divine despair could be countered, not with overwhelming force, but with a quiet, persistent understanding of how things actually worked. He had learned to be the cosmic auditor, the divine troubleshooter, the champion of the mundane. And in the grand, chaotic theater of existence, that was a power all its own. The challenge had been met, not with thunderous applause, but with the quiet hum of a city slowly finding its rhythm again. The god of petty despair, Su Liang, threw his head back, and let out a peal of laughter that was less triumphant roar and more a high-pitched, grating cackle, like a rusty hinge being forced open. Oh, the audacity! You think you can stand there, smelling faintly of stale coffee and existential angst, and presume to defeat me? He gestured with a flourish, and the very air around Jian seemed to thicken, growing heavy with an invisible, oppressive weight. I am the architect of the sigh, the maestro of the misplaced key, the patron saint of the perpetually late. Jian braced himself, a subtle shift in his stance that spoke of honed reflexes. He'd faced down cosmic entities that wielded the power of supernovae and the chilling emptiness of the void. Su Yang's brand of divine malevolence, while potent in its own unique way, was predictable. It was the celestial equivalent of a spoiled child throwing a tantrum, albeit a tantrum that could manifest as a city-wide power outage during a critical Netflix binge. Your masterpiece is a mess, Su Yang, Jian said, his voice calm, a steady anchor in the rising tide of divine pettiness. It's a symphony of inconveniences, not despair. And inconveniences can be managed. Su Yang scowled. His carefully cultivated aura of ennui was being chipped away by Jian's sheer, infuriating composure. Managed, he shrieked. You dare speak of management to the god who invented the soul-crushing experience of waiting in line at the DMV? Who perfected the art of the unskippable advertisement? Who ensures that every time you're desperate for a bathroom, you find yourself in a desert of public facilities? As if on cue, a colossal bowl of steaming ramen, easily 20 feet tall, materialized in the middle of Times Square, its fragrant aroma momentarily overpowering the metallic tang of despair. Noodles, thick and chewy, sloshed in the impossibly large broth, threatening to spill onto the already disheartened pavement. A few spectral bystanders, caught in the periphery of the divine display, drifted towards it with vacant stares, drawn by the promise of sustenance, however absurd. Ah, yes, Jian said, sidestepping a rogue noodle that slithered towards him like a sentient, doughy serpent. The classic, overwhelming sustenance gambit. Trying to drown me in carbs, are we? He remembered Lumina's intricate energy matrix diagrams, the way she could subtly reroute power, making a failing system hum with renewed vigor. He channeled a fraction of that discipline, not to dispel the ramen, but to understand it. It was a manifestation of desire, yes, but also of overabundance, of a chaotic, uncontrolled outpouring of energy. It is not sustenance, you dolt, Su Yang bellowed, his face contorting with a magnificent, theatrical rage. It is the overwhelming futility of seeking comfort. You find a bowl of warmth, a fleeting moment of satisfaction, only to realize it is never enough. It cannot fill the void. He pointed a trembling finger at Jian. And you ungrateful wretch, you stand there and critique its noodleness. Jian, meanwhile, had subtly nudged a stray piece of pavement with his foot. It wasn't much, just a tiny, almost imperceptible shift. But it was enough. The ramen bowl, wobbling precariously on its ethereal base, tilted slightly, then tipped, spilling its contents not onto the ground, but into a strategically formed depression in the street, a minor imperfection Jian had noted earlier. The immense tide of broth and noodles flowed away, pooling harmlessly in a gutter, leaving behind a slightly damp, but otherwise normal, patch of concrete. Su Yang stared, his jaw slack. You rerouted my divine gastronomic catastrophe? With sidewalk engineering? It's called planning, Jian said, a hint of weariness in his voice. He was already anticipating the next outburst. Su Yang's powers were less about raw destructive force and more about psychological warfare, designed to wear down, to humiliate, to make the opponent feel utterly ridiculous. Planning, Su Yang shrieked, his voice reaching a fever pitch. I will show you planning. He snapped his fingers, and with a sickening rip, Jian's perfectly ordinary, slightly too worn jeans were suddenly inside out, the seams and pockets contorting into bizarre, external protrusions. A moment later, His t-shirt followed suit, its logo now plastered against his back, visible only if he contorted himself like a pretzel. Jian paused, assessing the situation. His clothes were now a visual representation of chaos, a testament to Su Yang's mastery of petty humiliation. He could feel the eyes of the spectral crowd on him, their vacant gazes now tinged with a flicker of morbid curiosity. This was exactly what Su Yang wanted, to make his opponent the butt of a cosmic joke. "Well, this is inconvenient," Jin admitted, tugging at a suddenly exposed seam. He remembered Seraphina's lessons on emotional detachment, on recognizing the absurdity of a situation without letting it dictate your reaction. But not exactly a battlefield-altering maneuver. He took a deep breath, focusing his will, not on returning his clothes, which would be a direct confrontation of Su Yang's power, but on adapting. He began to move, his now inside-out clothes rippling with each step. He used the awkwardness to his advantage, incorporating the bizarre protrusions into his movements, turning a potential liability into a surprisingly effective distraction. As he dodged a phantom limb of despair conjured by Su Liang, the extra fabric of his inside-out shirt caught the spectral appendage, momentarily tangling it. You are wearing my humiliation?" Su Liang sputtered, genuinely bewildered. He was accustomed to his victims cowering, ashamed, defeated by their own ridiculousness. Jian was embracing it. "It's called making the best of a bad situation," Jian said, his voice echoing with the resilience he'd cultivated. He felt a flicker of Ignis's solar fire, not as a weapon, but as an inner warmth, a defiance against the chill of divine pettiness. "Besides, now I know exactly where all the loose threads are. Easy to mend later." Su Yang was clearly flustered. His powers, designed to sow discord and misery, seemed to be backfiring, his attempts at mockery met with pragmatic adaptation. He stamped his foot, and the ground beneath Jian suddenly became incredibly sticky, like a vast, invisible patch of flypaper. Jian's boots immediately began to adhere, each step requiring a Herculean effort to dislodge. "This is it," Su Yang crowed, a manic gleam in his eye. "This is the struggle, the sheer, agonizing effort of moving forward. You will be stuck here, inching along like a glacier made of despair, while I shall simply observe your agonizing progress." Jian grimaced, feeling the pull. It was like walking through thick, invisible molasses. But he saw the opportunity. Su Yang's power relied on the victim's struggle, on the amplified frustration of being trapped. Jian, however, had learned to use the environment to find the hidden leverage. He looked around, his eyes scanning the grimy, neon-lit expanse of Times Square. He saw a discarded hot dog cart, its wheels slightly askew. He saw a loose manhole cover, its edges worn smooth. He saw the ubiquitous, perpetually overflowing trash receptacles. Su Yang had created a sticky trap, but he'd forgotten about the fundamental laws of physics, even divine ones. With a grunt, Jian focused his energy not on breaking free from the sticky ground, but on redirecting its adhesive properties. Lumina's training in energy manipulation had taught him that power, even that of divine inconvenience, could be rerouted, channeled. He envisioned the sticky substance clinging to his boots, to his soles. He imagined it adhering to something else, something with less personal investment. He took a deep, steadying breath, and with a mighty heave, he pulled his leg free, not with brute force, but with a precise, almost surgical unsticking. He then pivoted, swinging his leg in a wide arc towards the nearest overflowing trash can. The sticky residue from his boot, still clinging with Su Yang's divine tenacity, latched onto the plastic of the bin, creating an instant, unshakable bond. Su Yang let out a startled yelp. One the name of all that is frustrating was that. "Just tidying up," Jian replied, already dislodging his other boot from the ground and artfully sticking it to a nearby lamppost. He was effectively using Su Yang's own power to anchor himself, to gain leverage against the sticky terrain. He was turning the god's trap into a series of bizarre, inconvenient steps. Each footfall was a minor triumph, a defiance of the intended humiliation. This is not tidying. This is an affront to my very essence. Su Liang shrieked. He paced back and forth, his perfectly tailored suit looking increasingly rumpled, a testament to his mounting agitation. I create sticky situations, and you stick things together? You turn my divine mire into cosmic duct tape. It's about finding the right application for the energy, Su Liang, Jian said, his voice gaining confidence with each successful, sticky step. He was no longer just reacting. He was orchestrating. He felt the chaotic energy of Su Liang's frustration radiating outwards, and he was subtly redirecting it, transforming it. He was like a celestial plumber, fixing leaks with the very substance that caused them. He noticed a particularly large, spectral cockroach scuttling across the sticky patch, its tiny legs struggling. Su Liang, in his quest to make things inconvenient, had inadvertently created a miniature ecosystem of despair. Jian, with a flick of his wrist, sent a small tendril of the sticky energy towards the cockroach, guiding it towards a discarded, half-eaten pretzel. The cockroach, now impossibly stuck to the pretzel, began to drag it along, a tiny, absurd parade of divine inconvenience. Su Liang let out a strangled cry of outrage. My creatures of the muck, my harbingers of grime, you have them engaged in performative snacking. He threw his hands up in despair. This is too much. This is a violation of every principle of abject misery. Jian, now able to move with relative ease, his boots adhering and releasing with a rhythmic thwack, began to circle Su Liang. The god of petty despair was clearly losing his composure, his divine tantrums becoming less impressive and more pathetic. You see, Su Liang, Jian said, his voice even and clear, your power comes from amplifying existing frustrations. You make the small annoyances feel insurmountable. But what happens when those annoyances are simply dealt with? When the sticky ground becomes a tool, not a trap. When the inside-out clothes become a statement, not a source of shame. He stopped in front of the god, his inside-out t-shirt a bizarre banner of defiance. Your reign of minor inconveniences is over. You've made people late, you've made them frustrated, but you haven't broken their spirit. And that, my friend, is the ultimate inconvenience for a god like you. Su Liang stared at Jian, his small, beady eyes wide with a mixture of disbelief and fury. He had expected tears, pleas, perhaps even a desperate attempt to fight him with a misplaced umbrella. He had not expected this. This calm, almost cheerful, dismantling of his divine purpose. This cannot stand. Su Liang shrieked, his voice a thin, reedy wail. I am the god of all that is inconvenient and frustrating. I have a divine mandate to ensure that life is a series of minor setbacks and unfulfilled desires. He raised his hands, and the very air around him began to shimmer, the neon lights of Times Square flickering wildly, casting distorted, unsettling shadows. And I am the champion of finding a workaround, Jian countered, his voice steady. He felt the familiar surge of celestial energy within him, the combined lessons of Lumina, Ignis, and Seraphina. I am the one who ensures that even when things are inconvenient, they are not impossible. He took a step forward, his sticky boots making a soft, rhythmic sound on the pavement. You are a god of petty powers, Su Liang. And sometimes, the most powerful thing you can do is simply make things work. Su Liang let out a guttural sob, a sound of pure, unadulterated frustration. He was a god of minor annoyances, and Jian had just made him the ultimate minor annoyance. Ineffective. With a final indignant huff, he began to dissipate, not in a blinding flash of light, but in a slow, pathetic unraveling, like a cheap suit left out in the rain. The sticky ground began to lose its grip, the inside-out clothes reverted to their proper orientation with a faint pop, and the colossal ramen bowl vanished with a final, watery sigh. Jian stood alone in the clearing space of Times Square, the sounds of the city slowly returning to their normal cacophony. The spectral bystanders were gone, replaced by the familiar, if slightly weary, faces of New Yorkers going about their evening. He had faced a divine tantrum, and he had, in his own peculiar way, won. The champion of the mundane had proven that even the gods of inconvenience could be outmaneuvered, not with overwhelming power, but with a clever application of a well-placed sticky boot and a pragmatic approach to life's endless parade of minor setbacks. The celestial realm, usually a place of divine pronouncements and cosmic maneuvering, hummed with an unusual tension. From their ethereal observatories, from gilded balconies that overlooked the tapestry of mortal existence, the gods watched. They were an audience to Jian's struggle, a silent, impotent chorus to his audacious defiance of Su Liang. High above the swirling chaos of Times Square, perched on a cloud that shimmered with the faint iridescence of a dying nebula, sat Anya, the goddess of serene skies. Her usual placid expression was clouded with a worry that seemed to furrow the very heavens. Beside her, lounging on a throne carved from solidified starlight, was Kalen, the god of burning truths. His gaze, usually a searing beacon, was now fixed on a mortal plane with a mixture of awe and apprehension. "Look at him," Kalen murmured, his voice a low rumble like distant thunder. "The audacity! He fights not with divine might, but with common sense. And sticky boots." He gestured towards the flickering neon of Times Square, where Jian was currently using a discarded hot dog cart as an anchor against the god of petty despair. Anya sighed, a sound that stirred the celestial winds. "It's his own kind of divinity, Kalen. The divinity of resilience, of finding a way, even when all doors are slammed shut." She wrung her hands, her celestial pearls clattering softly. "But this is not how it was meant to unfold. Su Liang's despair, it's a corrosive force. If Jian falters..." Her voice trailed off, the unspoken consequence hanging heavy in the air. The gods were bound by ancient pacts, by the very fabric of existence they had helped weave. To directly intervene now would be to unravel that fabric, to invite a chaos far greater than even Su Liang could conjure. They had backed Jian, a mortal, a gamble born of desperation, and now they were forced to bear witness to its perilous unfolding. "He's adapting too well," grumbled Borin, the god of stolid earth, his voice like the grinding of tectonic plates. He sat hunched on a craggy outcrop, his brow furrowed. "Su Liang's power is meant to overwhelm, to trap, to make the very act of moving a monumental, soul-crushing effort. And Jian, he's making it a dance?" Borin shook his massive head, a gesture that sent tremors through his rocky perch. "He treats divine inconvenience like a plumbing problem, a leaky faucet to be fixed with a bit of cosmic duct tape." Across the celestial expanse, in a realm of shimmering illusions and whispered secrets, Lyra, the goddess of fleeting dreams, watched with a mixture of fascination and dread. She saw the spectral bystanders drawn to the colossal ramen bowl, their hollow eyes reflecting the absurdity of their existence. She saw Jian, not recoiling in shame from his inside-out clothes, but using them, turning humiliation into a statement. "It's his spirit," Lyra whispered, her voice a silken breeze. "Su Liang feeds on despair, on the surrender of will. But Jian, he has a wellspring of defiance that even the gods cannot easily tap. He refuses to be a victim of circumstance or of divine spite." She watched as Jian artfully stuck his boots to lampposts and trash cans, his movements a testament to his refusal to be bogged down. But the danger is not just in Su Liang's power, but in the potential for collateral damage. If this escalates, if Jian's victory comes at too great a cost. Her eyes darted to the edges of the celestial vista, where shadows seemed to deepen, where unseen forces stirred. The gods' inability to intervene was not solely a matter of pacts. It was also a fear of what other powers might be drawn to such a potent display of divine conflict. A battle in the mortal realm, particularly one involving a champion such as Jian, could attract unwanted attention from entities that operated in the deeper, darker currents of existence. He's almost enjoying it. Mu's soul, the god of burning truths, a wry smile gracing his lips. His celestial beard seemed to crackle with suppressed energy. Look at him, Anya. He's not just surviving, he's thriving. Su Liang's greatest weapon is to make one feel utterly foolish. And Jian is turning foolishness into a tactical advantage. Anya nodded, though her gaze remained fixed on the unfolding scene. He learns from us, soul. From Lumina's precision, from Ignis's unwavering fire, from Seraphina's emotional detachment. He weaves their lessons into his own unique brand of heroism. But what happens when Su Liang, cornered, unleashes something truly devastating? Something beyond mere inconvenience. The question hung unanswered, a chilling premonition. They had gambled on Jian. They had placed their faith, and perhaps their own fragile divine reputations, in the hands of a mortal. Now, all they could do was watch, offer silent prayers, and hope that the champion they had chosen was as indomitable as they believed him to be. On a distant, obsidian peak, where the very air tasted of regret, Morwan, the goddess of forsaken paths, watched with a chilling detachment. Her realm was one of choices unmade, of roads not taken, and she recognized in Jian a potent force, one that defied the very nature of stagnation she embodied. He is a disruption, she stated, her voice a dry rustle of dead leaves. Su Liang seeks to immobilize, to create a mire of inertia. But this mortal, he flows. He adapts. He moves. She observed Jian's calculated movements, his strategic use of Su Liang's own sticky power. He is not fighting the current. He is redirecting it. A dangerous talent, one that can lead to unforeseen destinations. She made no move to intervene, nor did she offer any words of encouragement. Her role was to observe the consequences of choices, not to influence them. Yet, even she, in her desolate domain, felt a tremor of something akin to anticipation. Jian's triumph over Su Liang would not merely be a victory, it would be a statement. A declaration that even the most insidious forms of despair could be overcome, not with grand gestures, but with quiet determination and a keen understanding of the forces at play. Back in Times Square, the ethereal battle raged on, a bizarre ballet of divine power and mortal ingenuity. The gods watched, their celestial forms illuminated by the flickering lights of the mortal world, their hearts heavy with the knowledge that their hands were tied. They were the architects of the grand design, the weavers of fate, and yet, in this moment, they were reduced to mere spectators, their hopes pinned on the resilience of a single, remarkable mortal. The weight of their helplessness was a palpable force, a silent testament to the desperation that had driven them to this extraordinary gamble. They could only offer their faith, their silent support, and the fervent hope that Jian's champion's challenge would end not in despair, but in a dawn of renewed purpose. The air crackled with a palpable frustration emanating from Su Liang, a divine petulance that was almost more potent than his actual magical attacks. Jian, meanwhile, moved with a fluid grace that belied the bizarre circumstances, his inside out, clothing a testament to his refusal to be cowed by humiliation. The gods, from their various celestial vantage points, could only observe, their divine powers rendered impotent by ancient laws and the sheer, unpredictable nature of mortal courage. Anya, the goddess of serene skies, found herself pacing her cloudy perch, her usual composure frayed. "He's making a mockery of despair," she muttered, her voice a soft breeze that ruffled the celestial clouds. Su Liang's entire dominion is built on the crushing weight of what could go wrong, of the soul-sapping inevitability of failure. And Jian, he's just fixing things. She watched, aghast, as Jian's sticky boots became less of a trap and more of a navigational tool, allowing him to traverse the treacherous, adhesive ground with an almost casual ease. He's rerouting the very essence of Su Liang's power. It's undivine. Kalen, the god of burning truths, let out a low chuckle that vibrated through the starlight throne. Undivine? Or perhaps, Anya, it's the most divine thing of all? The truth of adaptation. The truth that even the most soul-crushing despair can be countered by a little ingenuity, a little pragmatism. Su Liang wields the power of what if this goes wrong? Jian embodies the spirit of let's make it work anyway. He leaned forward, his gaze sharp. Look at Su Yang's face. He's not angry anymore. He's baffled. He doesn't understand how his carefully constructed misery is being dismantled piece by piece by a mortal who's more concerned with getting his laundry done than with succumbing to existential dread. Borin, the god of stolid earth, grunted his agreement, his stony features etched with grudging admiration. That ramen, a veritable tidal wave of divine disappointment. And Jian, instead of being drowned, redirects it into a gutter. He doesn't try to destroy the inconvenience. He contains it. He makes it manageable. It's like watching a child try to flood a kingdom with a leaky bucket, and the king just seals the leak with a piece of chewed gum. Lyra, the goddess of fleeting dreams, watched the spectral bystanders with a profound sadness. They were the embodiment of Su Liang's influence, souls adrift in a sea of minor grievances. But even they seemed momentarily captivated by Jian's unconventional victory. The ramen bowl, now a mere puddle, had momentarily offered them a false hope of sustenance. Jian's defusing of that trap, his redirecting of the divine energy, had in a strange way saved them from a deeper disappointment. He understands the nature of their suffering, Lyra whispered, her voice like the rustling of phantom silks. Su Liang amplifies it. Jian, he neutralizes it. He doesn't erase the inconvenience, but he removes its sting. He shows them that the overwhelming despair can be contained, that it doesn't have to consume them. She observed Jian's easy banter, his pragmatic approach to his inside-out clothing. He refuses to be ashamed of his own vulnerability. That, I suspect, is Su Liang's greatest undoing. He thrives on the shame of others. Morwan, the goddess of forsaken paths, remained on her obsidian peak, a silent, solitary observer. Her domain was one of choices and their consequences, and she saw Jian's path as a deliberate divergence from the expected narrative of divine battles. He is charting his own course, she stated, her voice a low whisper of wind through barren branches. Su Liang offers a path of inevitable misery. Jian, he demonstrates that even a path lined with divine annoyances can lead to a different destination, a destination of his own making. The god's helplessness was not merely a matter of divine law. It was also a stark reminder of their own limitations. They were beings of immense power, yet they were incapable of replicating Jian's particular brand of courage. They could command storms, forge mountains, and whisper secrets into the minds of mortals. But they could not, it seemed, instill the kind of resilient spirit that Jian so effortlessly displayed. They had granted him power, yes, but they had not created the champion within him. That, it appeared, was entirely his own doing. If only we could nudge him. Anya sighed, her celestial eyes filled with a longing that transcended her divine nature. Just a whisper of caution. A hint of what Su Liang might truly be capable of when pushed to his absolute limit. Kalen shook his head. That would be interference, Anya. And besides, he wouldn't listen. Not in his current state. He's on a roll. He's in the zone. Su Liang's power is designed to break a mortal spirit. Jian's spirit is unbreakable. He's the antithesis of everything Su Liang represents. The battle continued to unfold, a surreal spectacle playing out in the heart of the mortal world. The gods, bound by their own divine constraints, could only watch. They had backed Jian in a desperate gamble, a last resort against the encroaching influence of despair. Now, they were forced to witness his desperate fight, their celestial pronouncements rendered silent, their divine interventions impossible. Their helplessness was a bitter pill, a stark reminder that even gods could be spectators in the most crucial of battles, their fate, and perhaps the fate of their realms, resting on the shoulders of a single, remarkably resilient mortal. The irony was not lost on them. The gods who had set the stage for this epic confrontation were now utterly powerless to alter its course, reduced to offering silent prayers and the faint hope that their chosen champion would emerge victorious, not through their divine intervention, but through his own indomitable will. The gods watched, helpless, as their gamble played out on the canvas of human struggle. The gods, high above, continued their vigil, a silent congregation of celestial beings witnessing a spectacle that defied their every expectation. They had anticipated a clash of cosmic forces, a titanic struggle between divine will and mortal defiance. Instead, they were observing a divine farce, a masterclass in exploiting the petty vulnerabilities of a godling. Jian, far from being overwhelmed, was orchestrating the downfall of Su Liang with a precision that was both unnerving and exhilarating. He's not just deflecting the attacks. Anya, the goddess of serene skies, observed, her voice a gentle chime against the celestial backdrop. He's weaponizing them. Su Liang's despair is a tangible force, a sticky, suffocating mire. But Jian, he's treating it like an inconvenient ooze, something to be channeled, redirected, even amused by. She watched as Jian, with a flick of his wrist, sent a cascade of sticky divine residue splattering onto a nearby billboard, momentarily blinding a holographic advertisement for a particularly vapid pop star. The gods, who had woven the very fabric of reality, found themselves captivated by a mortal's mundane yet brilliant pragmatism. Kalen, the god of burning truths, leaned back, a flicker of amusement dancing in his eyes. It's the ego, Anya. Su Liang, for all his pretensions of divine power, is still governed by the petty anxieties of a mortal who is never truly appreciated. He's throwing tantrums, and Jian is catching them, analyzing them, and throwing them back with interest. He gestured towards Su Liang, whose spectral form was beginning to flicker with an almost incandescent rage. Look at him. He's so consumed by the idea of his own divine suffering, his own perceived injustices, that he's blind to the fact that his own champion is dismantling his entire premise. Borin, the god of stolid earth, let out a rumbling sigh that echoed through the celestial plains. The divine design, it was flawed from the start, wasn't it? We meant to instill a sense of cosmic dread, a weight of existential despair. We gave Su Liang the power to amplify the small, nagging anxieties of humanity, to make them feel utterly insignificant and trapped. But we underestimated the sheer, stubborn resilience of a mortal who refuses to be insignificant. He watched as Jian, now with an almost theatrical flair, used a discarded, still sticky noodle from the ramen incident to hook a floating piece of divine effluvium and swing himself across a particularly wide expanse of sticky goo. He's not playing by our rules, is he? He's rewriting the game as he goes along. Lyra, the goddess of fleeting dreams, observed the spectral bystanders, those souls drawn to Su Liang's despair like moths to a dim, dying flame. They had been a testament to his power, a visual representation of his influence. But now, their ethereal forms seemed to recoil not from Su Liang's might, but from the sheer absurdity of his increasingly frantic attempts to ensnare Jian. He's showing them, Lyra whispered, her voice a delicate thread of sound, that despair is not an insurmountable mountain, but a puddle that can be navigated. Su Liang's power is in the feeling of hopelessness. Jian's power is in the action of overcoming. The core of Jian's strategy, the gods were beginning to grasp, lay not in some hidden reservoir of divine strength, but in his profound understanding of Su Liang's fundamental nature. Su Liang was not a being of pure, unadulterated divine malice. He was a manifestation of mortal pettiness amplified to a cosmic scale. His power was fueled by the lingering resentments, the unfulfilled ambitions, the quiet indignities that festered in the human heart. Jian, by embracing his own imperfect, often ridiculous, circumstances, his inside-out clothes, his sticky boots, his reliance on mundane objects, was directly contradicting the narrative Su Liang sought to impose. He's baiting him, Soul, the god of burning truths, noted with a rare smile. Look how Jian is deliberately making a spectacle of his predicament. The more ridiculous he makes himself appear, the more Su Liang feels compelled to correct him, to punish him for his insolence. Each indignant outburst from Su Liang is a surge of raw, unfocused power, and Jian is just waiting for the right moment to redirect it. He watched as Jian, after a particularly wild lunge from Su Liang that coated an entire block in a viscous, despair-inducing goo, casually tossed a discarded pizza box onto the sticky mess, creating a makeshift, albeit precarious, walkway. He's not just fighting, he's performing. He's turning a divine trial into a one-man show, and the audience, well, the audience is all of us. The true genius of Jian's approach, however, lay in its simplicity. He wasn't attempting to match Su Liang's divine power with equal force. Instead, he was exploiting the inherent inefficiency of divine intervention when wielded by a being driven by petty grievances. Gods, in their divine wisdom, were meant to operate on grand, sweeping principles. They dealt with fate, with cosmic balance, with the shaping of worlds. Su Yang, on the other hand, was fixated on the granular, the personal, the deeply embarrassing. His attacks were designed not to obliterate, but to humiliate, to demoralize. And Jian, by refusing to be demoralized, was rendering each of these carefully crafted indignities impotent. He understands the flawed architecture of this entire engagement. Morwan, the goddess of forsaken paths, stated, her voice like the whisper of wind through a forgotten graveyard. Her domain was one of consequence and inevitability, and she saw in Jian's actions a deliberate deviation from the expected script. Su Liang's power is a closed loop of self-pity and resentment. Jian is not trying to break that loop. He is simply stepping outside of it. He is choosing a different path, one not dictated by divine malevolence, but by mortal wit. She observed Jian using a stray dog's discarded leash, now imbued with some of Su Liang's sticky essence, to lasso a particularly large globule of despair-laden goo and swing it toward the towering skyscraper, causing a comical, slow-motion cascade of shimmering, disheartening sludge down its glass facade. The effect was less one of divine retribution and more one of a cosmic prank. The gods, accustomed to dealing with forces that shape galaxies and decided the fate of nations, found themselves mesmerized by Jian's tactical use of urban detritus. A discarded umbrella became a shield against a wave of intangible dread. A half-eaten pretzel served as a temporary anchor in a swirling vortex of existential angst. Each action was a testament to a profound understanding of his environment and a refusal to be cowed by the supernatural. Su Liang's power was meant to paralyze with its overwhelming nature. Jian's was to adapt with its mundane cleverness. He's treating divine power like a poorly designed plumbing system. Boren grumbled, a note of grudging respect in his voice. Su Liang keeps spewing out this gooey, despair-inducing sludge, and Jian just keeps finding ways to reroute it, seal the leaks, or even use it to flush out the system. It's not about fighting the flood. It's about fixing the pipes. He watched, utterly bewildered, as Jian, covered head to toe in a fine mist of divine despondency, suddenly stopped and began meticulously picking bits of lint off his inside-out t-shirt. Su Liang, poised to unleash another wave of misery, seemed to falter, his spectral brow furrowed in utter incomprehension. The sheer, mundane normalcy of Jian's action in the face of divine onslaught was like a physical blow to Su Liang's ego. The nature of Su Liang's power, the gods realized, was its reliance on the recipient's own internal struggles. He didn't just project despair. He amplified what was already there. A mortal burdened by guilt, regret, or anxiety was a perfect canvas for his abilities. But Jian, in his bizarre, unconventional way, seemed to be operating on a different frequency. He acknowledged his own flaws, his own moments of doubt, but he didn't let them define him. His inside-out clothes weren't a symbol of his shame. They were a badge of his resilience, a testament to his ability to function even when everything felt wrong. He's not just resisting despair. He's refusing to participate in it, Lyra murmured, her gaze fixed on Jian, who was now using a discarded newspaper to fan himself with an air of remarkable nonchalance, despite the sticky, despair-laden rain that was still falling intermittently. Su Yang wants him to feel the weight of his failures, the futility of his efforts. But Jian, he's just getting on with it. He's taking the divine inconvenience and treating it like an annoying but ultimately manageable obstacle. The gods had granted Jian power, but they had not dictated its use. They had hoped to arm him against a cosmic threat, but he had chosen to disarm the threat with common sense and a healthy dose of audacity. Su Yang's grand design was a tapestry of suffering, woven with threads of divine judgment and mortal weakness. Jian, with his sticky boots and inside-out shirt, was single-handedly unraveling it, one mundane, pragmatic action at a time. He's exploited the gods' own limitations, Kalen observed, his voice a low hum of admiration. We designed Su Yang to be a force of despair, a weapon against those who would challenge the divine order. But we, in our divine hubris, forgot that despair is a fundamentally human emotion. And human emotions, even when amplified to a divine scale, have their loopholes. They have their Achilles heels. And Jian, bless his mortal heart, has found them all. He watched as Jian, after carefully avoiding a particularly potent globule of despair, produced a slightly crushed granola bar from his pocket and began to eat it with a satisfied sigh. The sheer act of sustenance, of mundane normalcy in the face of cosmic turmoil, was a potent defiance. The celestial beings, bound by their own ethereal laws and the weight of eons, found themselves in a peculiar position. They were the architects of the grand design, the arbiters of fate, and yet they were powerless to replicate the very ingenuity they were witnessing. They could conjure suns and command tides, but they could not, it seemed, replicate the simple brilliance of a mortal using a stray piece of chewing gum to patch a hole in a divine conduit of misery. He's not just winning the fight, he's winning the argument, Anya said, a note of wonder in her voice. He's proving that divine power, when rooted in pettiness and ego, is ultimately fragile. Su Yang is a god who believes he's been wronged, and Jian is showing him that his grievances, writ large on a cosmic scale, are still just petty grievances. She watched as Jian, with a playful grin, used the sticky residue on his boots to skate across a particularly treacherous patch of divine mire, leaving Su Yang sputtering in his wake. He's turned a divine challenge into a cosmic comedy sketch. And Su Yang, he's the punchline. The gods' helplessness was no longer just a matter of divine law. It was a dawning realization of their own fallibility. They had created deities, had imbued them with power, but they had not accounted for the unpredictable, often absurd, resilience of the mortal spirit. Jian's victory was not a testament to his divine power, but to his human wit, his unwavering pragmatism, and his uncanny ability to find the absurd in the face of despair. He was not a champion wielding celestial might. He was a mortal exploiting the divine incompetence of a petulant godling, proving that sometimes the most powerful weapon in the universe is simply the refusal to play by the rules. The air, thick with the cloying sweetness of despair and the metallic tang of divine frustration, began to hum with a new intensity. Jian, his movements still fluid despite the sticky mire clinging to his every surface, parried another spectral lunge from Su Yang. He'd been doing this for what felt like an eternity, dodging, redirecting, improvising with a desperate, often absurd ingenuity. He'd used discarded ramen containers as makeshift shields, a strategically placed dog leash to swing across chasms of existential dread, and even a half-eaten pretzel as an anchor against the swirling vortex of hopelessness that Su Yang conjured. The gods, watching from their ethereal perch, had marveled at his pragmatism his sheer refusal to be overwhelmed. They saw not a warrior of divine might, but a resourceful urban dweller navigating a surreal, sticky obstacle course. But even the most resourceful urban dweller has their limits. The gods, in their infinite and often baffling wisdom, had designed Su Liang not for grand cosmic battles, but for the insidious erosion of the spirit. He was a god of petty grievances, of amplified insecurities, of the gnawing dissatisfaction that festers in the human heart. His power wasn't about raw, destructive force. It was about weaponizing doubt, about drowning the world in a viscous, soul-sapping ennui. Jian, with his inside-out shirts and his uncanny ability to find the humor in the sticky aftermath of divine tantrums, had countered this by embodying the very opposite: resilience, adaptability, and a stubborn refusal to be insignificant. Yet, as Jian deflected a wave of shimmering, disheartening sludge that threatened to engulf a nearby skyscraper, he felt a subtle shift. It wasn't a physical blow, not a sudden surge of overwhelming energy. It was something more insidious, a deep, bone-chilling cold that seeped into his very being, a chilling whisper that bypassed his physical defenses and went straight for the core of his resolve. Su Liang, for all his bluster and his self-pity, was still a god, and the raw, unfettered power of a divine being, when finally unleashed not in petulant bursts, but in a focused, incandescent rage, was something else entirely. The sticky goo that had been his greatest asset, the very medium he'd manipulated with such flair, suddenly became a trap. It clung to him with an unnatural tenacity. The despair it exuded, no longer a force to be redirected, but a suffocating blanket. He tried to push off a nearby lamppost, but his boots, usually so adept at finding purchase, merely sank deeper into the divine mire. Su Liang's spectral form, which had been flickering erratically, now coalesced into a more solid, menacing presence. The frustration and indignity Jian had so expertly used against him seemed to have coalesced within the god, burning away the petty anxieties and igniting something far more primal, far more dangerous. "You think you can mock me?" Su Liang's voice, no longer a whiny lament but a resonant roar, echoed through the cityscape. "You think your pathetic mortal tricks can defeat a being of true divine suffering?" He raised his spectral hands, and the sky, which had been a dull, overcast gray, began to churn with an unnatural violet light. The discarded ramen containers, the pretzel fragments, the very detritus Jian had used to his advantage, they began to twist and writhe, no longer inert objects but extensions of Su Liang's enraged will. Jian found himself pinned, not by chains or by brute force, but by the sheer, overwhelming presence of divine power. The sticky residue was no longer just an inconvenience. It was a suffocating shroud, each droplet a tiny barb designed to pierce his spirit. He could feel the despair seeping into him, not as an external force to be managed, but as an internal invasion. His efforts to fight back felt like struggling against an immovable object. He pushed, he strained, but the mire held him fast. He was like a fly caught in a celestial spiderweb, its intricate, despair-laden threads tightening with every struggle. The gods, who had been so enthralled by Jian's cleverness, now watched with a growing sense of dread. They had underestimated the sheer, unadulterated might of a god scorned. They had seen Jian exploit the weaknesses of divine power, its reliance on ego and petty grievances. But they had forgotten the fundamental truth. Even a petty god, when pushed to the brink, could unleash a terrifying amount of pure, raw power. It wasn't about strategy anymore. It was about the fundamental imbalance of forces. A mortal, however ingenious, could only push a god so far before the divine nature asserted itself with brutal finality. Jian felt his strength draining, not from physical exertion, but from a deep, spiritual exhaustion. Each breath he took felt heavy, laden with the accumulated despair of countless forgotten souls. He saw Su Liang's spectral form advance, no longer the flustered demigod, but a being of pure, divine wrath. The gods had intended Jian to be their champion, a bulwark against this very kind of divine petulance. But in their desperation, they had sent a mortal to fight a god, and while he had proven remarkably adept at dodging the divine punches, he was not equipped to withstand the full force of a divine uppercut. "This is the end of your little game, mortal," Su Liang declared, his voice dripping with a satisfaction that was as chilling as the cold now seeping into Jian's bones. "You have dared to defy a god. You have dared to mock divine suffering. Now, you will learn the true meaning of despair." With a guttural roar, Su Liang unleashed a torrent of pure, unadulterated misery. It wasn't sticky goo this time, nor was it a wave of intangible dread. It was a focused blast of cosmic angst, a concentrated essence of every regret, every failure, every broken dream that had ever existed. It slammed into Jian not as a physical impact, but as a crushing weight on his very soul. His makeshift defenses, his clever improvisations, his urban resilience, they all dissolved under the sheer, overwhelming force of it. He felt his consciousness fragmenting, his will to fight crumbling like dry earth. He was not dying, not yet, but he was being utterly broken, his spirit crushed beneath the weight of divine power. The world around him blurred, the cityscape dissolving into a swirling vortex of black and violet. He could no longer feel the sticky mire, no longer smell the cloying sweetness of despair. He could only feel the overwhelming presence of Su Liang, the victor, the god who had finally asserted his divine authority. Jian's inside-out shirt felt like a shroud, his sticky boots a mark of his utter defeat. The gods, watching, could only feel a profound sense of failure. Their champion had fallen, not to a grand cosmic evil, but to the amplified pettiness of a god who had simply proven too powerful, too divine, to be defeated by mortal wit alone. Jian, the unlikely hero, the champion of the mundane, was rendered incapable of continuing the fight, a humbled testament to the raw, untamed power of a god pushed beyond his breaking point. The divine plan, so brilliantly subverted by mortal ingenuity, had ultimately succumbed to the sheer, unadulterated might of the very power it sought to control.